really big. Go.
You even know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Oh heck, a 1 year of comfy lay lovely are.
You even know how fast I am.
Oh.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Stream
Oh,
2
moly.
speed be already monka lucky number 13 right with this stream.
Also, just to catch up here from last time, also, thank you guys again for the subathon. That, like, legitimately, I was not expecting all of that. You guys, I don't deserve any of you. You're all too sweet. I love you guys. Also, wow! I was so happy. And I'll probably have another stream where we can discuss what emotes and stuff like that we want to use. Gotcha.
You even know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
How about no?
No you.
It'll be one I draw. You're watching the Demon Channel. Aw. Thank you for the follows. Also, just to catch up here, wasn't there... Am I crazy?
You know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck,
Either way,
boy.
Tita subbed with the T1. Thank you for that. Love you. That was 2 days ago when I was offline. So did Talena. Love you, Talena. You fucking... Talena's a fucking cute, by the way. Talena's someone I hang out with on the weekends. Sentho resubscribed with a T2 for 15 months and said, "Spooky stories, team." Oh, what? Hell yeah. Unfortunate resubscribe for T1 for 14 months. Ah, thank you, dude. Love you. Greenwater! Holy shit, Greenwater resubscribed for T2 for 16 months. Holy shit. Wow. I always get surprised how long a lot of you guys have been around. It boggles my mind. Russell gifted a T1 to Creepy Ambience Guy. God damn it, Russell. Roxosai resubscribed with T1 for 12 months and said, "Oh heck, 1 year of comfy. Hey." Love you, Roxosai. King Ice subbed with Prime for 13 months and said, "Stream too spooky already. Monka, lucky number 13 right with this stream." Oh, nice. Yeah, these streams are supposed to take place on the 13th, but then it was on my day off. I feel bad. I had some stuff to take care of. I'm still working on it too. There's a super secret project I'm working on, and then there's also some other stuff I am doing. And then I had to look up some scary stories for today. I got some to start off with that I looked through and made sure, well, sort of. I like I said, I skimmed through them because I don't want to like mess up my reactions for stream. GD cheered one biddy and said, "I got hair ties finally. Now my long hair can stay out of my eyes." Nice. Sarah cheered 100 beaties and said, "Can you tell the scary story about the streamer who almost ate fairy bread with crust on?" Oh my god. Whatever. Crust is fine. Call Me Quirt resubscribed with T1 for 17 months. Holy moly. No, you. No, you! Red Moon 22 resubscribed for Prime for 11 months. Love you, my dude. Yes. And then Russell gifted a T1 to Mr. Carlos M23. Hey. any of them no, they don't actually. I don't have any more staircase ones. Maybe we'll do that again one day. Hold on, I'm just gonna adjust my camera. There we go. No legs today. I think the cats, or maybe I just didn't plug in one of my things correctly, so it came undone. So one of my battery packs is in charge. So one of my feet would die after like a couple hours, and then my leg setup would be all messed up. So I just didn't bother with legs today. Actually, let's change that out of the way. Edit status. It is not time to chill. Let's do spooky stories stream as my status team. As my status. Also team. I tweeted and stuff. Who knew that was an option, am I right? There we go. Much better. How long do I have for this? Okay, still a little bit, dark gothic music of abandoned castles is up next. I'm okay with that. What? I'm cool? What did huh? Anyway. That is... Hold on, I'm gonna get comfy. It feels weird reading while standing up, and that's why I'm sitting down today. Because I usually stand for a while. But it feels weird to, like, be reading, like, you know, stories, and then not be all, like, comfy and stuff. Aw man, OVR Toolkit's gonna make this so much easier, because I can actually, like, scroll on this window way better than OVR drop. Like, all those times I would lose my place from scrolling and stuff. Shouldn't happen again. It may crash though. It may crash. Just because I've been, like, on my days off and stuff, I've been kind of pushing OVR toolkits to its limits. Like, I'll have multiple windows in a like, active. Why does my finger keep doing this? Like my index finger. It's nowhere on the trigger. And it's like, come on. There we go. That's better. No way it does that. Sorry, Ty. I'm not hanging out with anyone for a few hours.
Fun fact, if you add 1 to 14 you get 15, which is the number of today. Thanks.
What? What? Sci-Fi resubscribe with the T1 for 15 months and said, fun fact, if you add 1 to 14, you get 15, which is the number of today. You're a dummy, Sci. Alright, let me check here. Because all my sounds are pretty low. Should I turn the music down? Is the music too loud? The music might be too loud. Because everything's low in my headset, but it's regular sound for you guys. And I don't want to blow your ears off. But if I have the stuff too loud in my head, I tend to get really loud. And that is not okay when I'm living with other people in the house. My VR is all sweaty. That's your first horror story. It's sweaty? Ew. What do you mean? Like you sweated in it? Or it's like got perspiration outside of it? Because that's not good. Not good, Darv. Alright. So actually, I think there's a little bit of... There we go. I don't know if I need crackling fire sounds. I'll just have my ambience. It's fine. Alright, team. Hopefully my cats don't mess up my tracking while I'm in here. They've been doing that all weekend while I was in VR. They were messing up my tracking. It was the most annoying thing in the world. And like messing it up to the point where I'd be like crooked and sideways and stuff. But either way, who's ready for spooky stories, team? Who's ready for spooky stories? Hmm? I'm in this nice, like... I mean, this is a nice house, right? Yeah. It's not very scary, right? It's just comfy, right? I mean, there's only a little bit of lightning flashes and stuff. Did my chat break? Oh, it did! That was interesting. Hey! I had to like select it on my window because it wasn't updating. That was interesting. Nah, you guys are back. The Go VR toolkit was just failing to update. Either way, team. Either way. We got spooky stories to tell. Ooh, I like those noises. I like those noises a lot. I like them a lot. Either way. Fall asleep. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with falling asleep to spooky stories? Like, I do that all the time. What are you talking about?
You're watching.
Alright, you just wanna hop into it, team? You just wanna hop into it? You hear Proxy crying in the back. Yeah, let's hop in, team. So I tried to go with stories that had like monsters involved because I wanted a good monster story. Granted, those are really hard to suspend your disbelief, and yeah, some of the ones I got were pretty kind of hokey. Like, there's no way in hell you would ever think they're real. But I think they're decent. Like I said, I just skimmed through them really quick and just kind of went with it. So we'll see. We'll see. Humans are the real monsters, like. Yeah, but that's the great part. That's the great part. What if we weren't the only monsters? That'd be amazing. What if we aren't the apex predator? I don't have any Skinwalker stories actually that I pulled up. I don't have many. I pulled up like a couple where I can just like read them from the get-go. And then like that's when I take suggestions and we can like look stuff up. But as always, the suggestions I'd like them to be kind of to the theme. If you guys have any, feel free to chuck them my way after I'm done reading these ones here. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 7 and 8 are a two-parter. But yeah. Some of the noises are too loud. Gosh, why is it so loud? It's not in, like, it's not loud in my headset, so it's kind of hard to... Hold on. I have to turn it way down. Or here, let's just go ahead and switch to the... There we go. I'm gonna raise it up in my headset. Like, how loud is it? Oh gosh, that's too loud. I'll just lower it again if it gets too loud. Oh damn, I can't even count that high. You're silly. I know a couple of these stories are kind of short, but it's like... Gosh, it's hard. Sometimes I'm just like, oh, I'm going with this theme, and then it's like, oh, I look up stuff on monsters, and it's like some of those stories where they're like, oh, I grew up with a monster, and then you skim it, and they mean that their uncle was a monster, or their grandfather was a monster, like, metaphorically they were a monster, and I'm just like, that is not what I meant. Actually, I'm going to turn the lightning, that's the mirror, where's... They said there was a toggle for lightning. But where is it? Hold on. They said there was a toggle for the lightning. Ah! There we go. Okay. Thunder flashes should stop. That was actually starting to bug me a little. Alrighty, team. Oh, and let me... I'll wait to grab a water until after I read this one. I can already foresee my throat's probably gonna hurt a little bit after this episode. Or this, like, my throat's probably gonna hurt from today from reading so much. Anyway, team, let's see here. My family runs an all-you-can-eat buffet. A customer has been here for 2 weeks. You don't hear the music? Well, it's not really music right now. I think it's like low breathing? Yeah, hold on. Oh, here we go. We have 10 hours of music. Maybe you can hear that one better. There we go, yeah. Okay. My family owns an Indian restaurant. Ooh! Topical, I just ate butter chicken. I worked there with my parents, my uncle, and my cousins, Avi and Sanjay. It's only been open about 6 months, and the business has been pretty slow. Well, pretty slow is an understatement. Business is almost non-existent. The restaurant is in a rural farming town in Indiana, a place straight out of the movie Hoosiers. The kind of town where the only local restaurant is a mom-and-pop diner that has pretty much existed since the town's founding. A place where old men in mesh hats sit at a counter drinking black coffee and complaining about how the world is going to shit, while a sassy waitress with fire engine red lipstick smacks her gum as she tops off their mugs. My Uncle Samir moved here first, purchasing the Old Town laundromat on the opposite side of Main Street from the town diner. The rest of us followed shortly after. Within a month, Shana Rasoy opened for business. Uncle Samir had convinced my mother and father that the restaurant was a golden opportunity. No way it could fail, in theory. His logic made sense. We'd be the only other restaurant for 20 miles, and people love having choices. But as it turns out, old men in mesh hats don't take their black coffee with the side of naan. The people were nice enough. Every morning we'd get a tip of the hat and a good morning as we walked from the Main Street parking lot to the restaurant. Avi and Sanjay both enrolled in the local high school and were quick to make friends. I commuted twice a week for class at the regional IU branch campus, but I still managed to make a couple friends in town. Oh god. It's loud in my ears, sorry. Hold on, I might use the, I might use the one without sound. Hold on. Browser source. Oh, I don't have the one without sound on this scene. Well, FML. It's fine. I'll deal with it later. Alright. It wasn't that the townspeople were backward or unwelcoming in any way. They were just comfortable in their routine. And our restaurant was a break in that routine. Change comes slowly to these parts of the country. Whether or not we'd still be in business by the time the townsfolk were ready to embrace it was a bigger question. Over the first couple of months, we managed to attract the occasional local wanting to step out of their comfort zone of burgers and fries, and we'd get business from the agricultural sales reps from the city, looking for something different after checking in with their farmers. But from the look on my mother's face, I could tell that this experiment was not the golden opportunity she expected. That's when the customer arrived, and she changed everything. I was at the hostess station up front with my laptop on the counter, working on my calculus homework when the bell on the front door clanged against the frame announcing we had a customer. It was our first customer since the DuPont sales rep left over an hour ago, so the bell caught everyone's attention. Mom and Dad poked their heads from the kitchen. Avi and Sanjay hopped up from the booth and shoved their phones in their pockets. Uncle Samir looked up, wiping down the buffet. She was a small, thin woman. Her white hair pulled back in a tight bun, dressed in a blue pantsuit. She looked like she had just stepped out of one of those 3 Baptist churches we had in town. Well, maybe not the Southern Baptist Church. She wasn't in a dress. Her skin was almost transparent over her hands, reminding me of the sheets of rice paper used to wrap spring rolls. The veins on the back of her hand were vibrant blue as she patted the head of the statue of Ganesha on the counter. Ooh, she likes head pets, team. Pantsuit. Anyway. Oh, come on. I love elephants, she said. Her voice was so dainty, almost frail. I found myself leaning forward so I could hear her. She smiled as she looked around the host station, taking in the traditional decorations we had tacked up on the walls. What's good here? All of it. Oh.
Wow, very nice.
Okay. All of it, my Uncle Samir.
I'm best as fuck, boy.
No! Please don't gift the bots. I'm trying to get them permanent subs. I didn't realize Whoopsie Blushes had fallen off. Thank you for the follow. All of it, my Uncle Samir said before I could answer. I didn't even see him step up beside me. He straightened his clip-on bow tie, smoothed out his cheap black suit, as if he were in the maitre d' at a fancy French restaurant. If you'll follow me, I will give you an overview of the buffet and the amazing dishes we have to offer this evening. Oh my, she beamed. Such attentive service. He offered her his arm, and he led her to the buffet, explaining what all the dishes were. It was a little odd that he was being so attentive to her. Oh, sorry, I accidentally clicked this. Actually. Sorry, team. He offered her, as he let her explain what all the dishes were. It was a little odd that he was being so attentive to her, but she was our only customer, so perhaps it was his desperation of wanting to find a regular customer in town to bring in more business. At this point, anything would help. She selected all vegetarian items. The paneer tikka masala, the malai kofta, vegetable korma, and finished her plate with a side of biryani rice and a couple slices of naan. After filling her plate, my uncle led her to the first table across from the buffet.
I'm best as fuck, boy.
Then swatted at his sons to tend to the guest. Sanjay brought her water, Avi brought her napkin and silverware, and I went back to my homework. Her booth was visible just over the top of my laptop as I sat at the host station, powering through the calculus homework assignment. But every now and then, my eyes would glance up and catch her looking at me, smiling. I tried ignoring it until she waved, so I smiled back politely. She nodded as she grinned, and there was something odd about her smile. It felt forced, too wide to feel genuine. She lowered her head as she ripped a piece of naan between her fingers. I shifted my laptop to avoid further incidental eye contact. It wasn't until I heard the bells clinking against the door that I looked up and saw my uncle at the door, holding it open for our lone customer. I was so into my homework I didn't realize it was already 9 o'clock, closing time. Had she really stayed that long? I hope everything was to your satisfaction today, my uncle asked, holding his hand out to her. His behavior was odd. I'd never seen him so attentive with our customers. Not even the pesticide rep from DuPont, who called him by name every time he dined with us. It was all quite wonderful, she said, clasping her hand to his. Her Cheshire cat grin had grown even wider than before. She gestured for him to lean down. He obliged, and the lady whispered something into his ear. I didn't hear what she said, but I saw the look on my uncle's face. It did not look like the face of good news, but he held his smile anyway. He stood back up to full height, bowing back to her as she nodded to him before walking out onto the sidewalk. He watched her until she turned the corner. He let the door close, wiping the sweat that had beaded on his forehead before tugging at his tie, unclipping it and stuffing it into his pocket. He looked back at the kitchen where Mom and Dad peered through the window. Thank you for the follow. As he headed into the kitchen, I grabbed his arm. Samir Nana, she didn't pay, I said. I guess that's a Indian like phrase or like curse word. It's okay, he said, giving my arm a pat as he smiled. But he cut me off with a wave of his hand. Zia, it is taken care of, he said. He smiled, but there was still worry in his eyes. He put his hands on my shoulder and said everything is going to be fine now. Please help the boys clean up. Sanjay and Avi were back in their booth playing Fortnite on their phones. I closed my laptop and headed to our only table that needed bussing. Uncle Samir disappeared into the kitchen where he and my father got into a heated argument. I tried listening in, but Mom snapped at them to lower their voices. At the ladies' table, there was only a single plate that had been mopped clean and a half-drank glass of water. Not much there to clean up. One thing seemed odd, however. Her silverware was still tightly wrapped in her napkin. I dumped it in the wash bin anyways. I had class the next day, so I didn't get to the restaurant until after 5. When I arrived, there were 10 customers! 10! We were lucky to have 5 customers on a good day. 10 was ridiculous. I stepped to the host station as a couple came up to pay. As I took their money, my eyes glanced over to see the lady from yesterday. Blue pantsuit, white hair pulled back in a bun, sitting at the same table. She stared at me, grinning. I watched as she ripped a piece of naan and used it to scoop up some of Dad's favorite recipe of palak paneer. She shoveled it into her mouth, her eyes never leaving me. I heard a cough, looking up to see the man in the front of me holding out his credit card, still waiting to pay. "I'm so sorry," I replied, smiling. Even with my zoning out, they still dropped a 5 in the tip jar before leaving. Also, we had a tip jar with tips in it. The bell clanged as a party of 3 entered. Uncle Samir gave me an excited thumbs up as he guided them to a booth. Can you help take care of table 4? He asked as he whisked them to their table. I walked over as Sanjay stacked the dirty dishes into the wash bin. I cleared the napkins and paper trash. "How long has it been like this?" I asked. "All day," he replied. "It's crazy. We haven't had a break yet." "What about her?" I gestured my head towards the lady. Sanjay shook his head. "Avi said she was there when he got here at 3, he replied. "Dad won't talk about it, just says to stay busy. I think she's been here all day. She only gets up to go to the buffet, and the rest of the time she's eating." "She doesn't use silverware either," Avi said as he walked behind us, replacing the place settings on the table. "She eats in the traditional style." All 3 of us looked over to her table and watched as she ripped off a corner of her naan and used it to scoop up a bite of food. Rip, scoop, chew. We watched her do this a couple times, but on the 3rd time she stopped mid-rip and turned her head slowly in our direction. We quickly returned to bussing the table. "She's the same way with the rice," Avi added, talking low. "Balls it up like Tata used to." The door clanged. Sanjay nodded as if to say, "I got this," so I could take care of the couple that walked in the door. I never even opened my laptop that night, which really sucked because I had a paper due the next day and I was planning on finishing during my shift. But we stayed busy, right up until closing. By 9 o'clock, the tip jar was full of bills as the last customer added another couple bucks to the pile. Well, not the last customer. She was still here. After all the other customers had left, my uncle guided her to the door, his arm on the small of her back. The front of her pantsuit was splotched with orange and yellow drops of sauce from the curry and the masala she had today. "I hope everything was to your liking," he said as he led her to the door. "Samir Chinana," I said. "Is she going to pay?" His head snapped back to me, his eyes wide. "What?" I asked. All the other customers paid. Why doesn't she?" It felt like all the sound sucked out of my room. I looked back to the kitchen where my parents both were watching, their eyes as wide as my uncle's. Sanjay's and Avi's faces were as confused as mine. The woman turned her head to me, her ever-present smile still as wide as ever as her eyes narrowed. "Does this, Mai speak for you?" What's Mai? "Speak for you," she said as she stared at me. "Oh, Mai was the Telugu word for girl." "How does she know that?" My parents rushed from the back, flanking me on either side. My father bowed to the woman. "Many apologies," he said, his voice pleading. "She was born here. She does not know." He added diocese. Diocese. He bowed his head. Mom did the same, but not before putting her hand on the back of my head and bowing mine with theirs. "Mom!" I said, still confused by all of this. "Be quiet, Saya," she snapped back. An uncomfortable silence followed, only broken by the shuddering breaths of my mother and father. They were afraid of this woman. More afraid than I'd ever seen them. We stayed and bowed like that for minutes, but they felt like hours. The woman stepped forward in front of me. I looked down and saw her matching blue pump sticking out from under the bottom of her pantsuit. Beside me, my father whimpered, squeezing his eyes shut. My heart pounded in my chest. Who was this woman that made my grown father cry? I felt the thin, spidery fingers of her hand slide under my chin. They were cold, but strong. Stronger than they should have been. The tips of her nails dug into my face, and she lifted my head up. They were sharp like talons. It almost felt like they were growing. "Look into my eyes, Amaya," she said. My mother whimpered beside me. In my peripheral vision, I saw my uncle holding the hands of my cousins, his sons, their faces bewildered and masked with fright. The woman's eyes shifted from a mottled blue-gray to a fiery red as she stared into them. I dared not blink. "You don't know of the old ways?" the woman asked. My breath stuttered in my mouth. Unable to speak, I shook my head. She let go of my chin and patted the side of my face. "It is not your failing, Amaya," she said. "It is on your parents to teach you these things. The failure is on them." "I have failed my family," Dad said. "I am the one you should punish." My father held out his hand, and the woman held it, rubbing her thumb over his palm. "These are the hands that made the palak paneer I had today," she said. Dad nodded but kept his head bowed. "It is a family recipe." She let go of his hand. "I need you to make it again tomorrow," she said. And then she stepped in front of my mother. Shaking, my mother raised her hand. The woman took it, holding it the same way she held my father's. Mom was crying. I reached over and held her hand. "Mom, what's happening?" I asked. Tears filled my eyes as she looked at me. "It'll be okay, Sia," she said, even though her voice didn't sound like she believed it. I felt the spidery fingers of the woman on my chin again, lifting my face up. "You must watch, Amaya," the woman said. I watched in horror as two massive fangs grew from the old woman's upper jaw, ripping through the skin of her bottom lip. She let out a shriek as her body transformed, tripling in size as her blue pantsuit stretched, ripping at the seams as it clung to her hulking frame. The tiny woman was gone. In her place was a monster over 7 feet tall. Her wrinkled, almost transparent skin was stretched taut over her muscled frame, taking on a bluish hue. The air was filled with the sound of bones cracking and reforming as two horns grew from the back of her head. Her lips hung like shredded curtains of pink and red, serrated by rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth that filled her even wider smile. Her eyes stayed fiery red like they had been when she stared into mine, which she was still doing. Her forked tongue flicked at my mom's fingertips. Then she bit down. My mother screamed as the bones in her hand snapped in the creature's mouth, cracking them like fresh carrots. Blood spurt from the wound, and through its shredded lips the monster slurped long, slow gulps as it drank my mother's blood. Not a single drop hit the floor. Mom's knees buckled from the pain and blood loss. Her brown skin had taken a grayish hue. Dad moved behind me to hold her up, but I did as I was instructed. I watched this thing as it drank my mother's blood, and it watched me, making sure I did. My mother begged the creature to stop, babbling in a mix of English and Telugu as the pain became too much. The creature released my mother's hands from its jaws. It was still held together by shreds of skin, but the top half of her hand flopped backwards and fell back against her wrist. Dad caught her as she fell unconscious against him. There's no telling how much blood she lost. And when I looked back to the creature, the old woman was back, her dress ripped and torn, showing the distress from her earlier transformation. She changed in an instant. The earlier transformation was a show, just for me. Just for me. The realization sunk in my stomach like a brick. This was all my fault. My mother was dying because of me. Now, Amaya, it said. She will live. But the question is, did you learn your lesson? I nodded. You're watching the Demon Channel. Oh, thank you for the follow. Good. She patted me on the head. She walked past my uncle, who held his boys tight to his body as he held open the door. Sanjay was blubbering into his father's arm. Avi's jaw was slack as the head lolled to the side, catatonic. Uncle Samir bowed, leaning forward so his boys did the same. The creature bowed as well, then turned back to me. She put her hands together and bowed to me. Namaste, she said. I mirrored her pose and bowed in return. Namaste. The bell changed against the door and she left. She was around the corner before anyone moved. Sia, get some ice and towels from the kitchen, Dad said, cradling Mom against his shoulder, and some water. I was still frozen, unable to move. Sia! I looked at my father and then to my mother. I nodded and ran to the kitchen, grabbing some towels and an ice bucket before heading to the soda dispenser. I filled the bucket with ice and then started filling a glass with water before dumping it out and opting for Powerade instead. Orange juice is better, Sanjay said, tears streaked his face. Folate is good for blood loss. I'll get some from the kitchen. Thank you. When I returned, Dad wrapped a towel around Mom's injured hand, packing it with ice. I wrapped the ice in the towel and rubbed it over my mother's face. Her eyes fluttered open, giving me a weary smile. Sia, she said. Just rest, Mom, I said, as tears slid down my cheeks. Sanjay knelt down beside me, holding a glass of orange juice. Drink this. Mom sipped it slowly, color returning to her skin, but she was still ashen. Dad motioned for me to take his place, cradling Mom's head. Once I had her, he jumped up and gripped my uncle by the lapels of his suit coat. You did this! This was you! He screamed. I saved us! Uncle Samir screamed back. We were going broke. I had to do something. It would have been fine if Sia hadn't. Dad reared back his fist at the mention of my name and gripped my uncle by the collar. Do not blame Sia. It is here because of you, he yelled. He was much bigger and stronger than my uncle. Samir recoiled, shielding his face with his arms. Sanjay grabbed his dad's arm. Dad turned to look at him, and then lowered his fist. He stalked away, kicking a chair in frustration. Uncle Samir straightened his suit, letting out a sigh of relief. Mom, I said, what was that thing? She looked over to Dad, who nodded. Oh, God. Brahmadaksha, she said quietly. What? A demon, Sanjay said. The damned soul of a Brahmin who misused their knowledge for dark purposes. Brahma cursed them, turning them into demons unable to achieve peace even in death. But if you earn their favor, they can grant you great riches, Uncle Samir said. Which is what happened today. All of those customers, where do you think they came from? Dad wasn't having it. You never should have done this. Look at what your actions have done. Look at my wife. Dad turned to Uncle Samir with his fist raised. Sanjay stood between them, doing his best to hold them back. Stop fighting, I screamed. She needs a hospital. Dad turned, looking at me, then to Mom. He nodded and approached Abby, who was still in shock. He snapped his fingers in front of Abby's face. Abby! 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 Abby looked up. Dad took his hand and dropped his keys in Abby's palm. Bring the car around. Abby nodded and headed out the back entrance through the kitchen. Before he even made it to the swinging door of the kitchen area, the bell clanged against the front door. Abby froze. We all turned towards the front door, and the Brahmadaksha had returned. She said nothing as we stared at her, all of us waiting to see what she was going to do. She looked each of us in the face and turned, then slowly walked between my uncle and Sanjay, who parted to give her a path, and she walked to her booth and sat down. There's nothing like the taste of blood to raise your appetite, she said, folding her hands on the table. Uncle Samir and my father shared a look, then nodded. Dad knelt down beside me, taking Mom's head in his hands, and kissed her. Sia, go with Abby. Take your mother to the hospital, he said, then kissed me on the forehead. What are you going to do? I asked. He stood up. I'll be in the kitchen. Dad nodded to Sanjay and motioning to the table. Sanjay hopped into action and brought over a fresh table setting, glass of water, and a plate for the Brahmadaksha. He didn't bother with silverware. She never used it anyway. She nodded, smiled up to him as she took her plate and headed to the buffet. She picked up the serving spoon for the goat curry, putting a large scoop on her plate. She skipped all the vegetarian dishes. Meat was back on the menu. I saw the headlights of Dad's Outback pull up in the front of the restaurant. Abby came in and helped me get Mom back on her feet. She was able to walk, but still very weak, so Abby and I held her up. I turned back to see Dad's head through the window of the kitchen as he fired up the burners. He waved for me to go, to take care of Mom. With me on one side and Abby on the other, we headed to the door where Uncle Samir waited, holding it open for us. Saya, he began, but never finished. Slip trembled as he looked away, stiffening his posture as he fidgeted with his bow tie. I wanted to scream at him, but now wasn't the time. On the way to the hospital, Mom and I came up with our story to tell the doctors in the emergency room. She was taking out the trash when she was bitten by a stray dog in the alley behind the diner. Abby and I stayed until she was admitted and stabilized. She needed surgery to repair the damage, but the doctors were optimistic that they could save it. I held her good hand until she fell asleep. I drove back so Abby could rest. When we arrived back at the restaurant, it was after 3 a.m., but she was still there, our best customer, still sitting in her booth. Her appetite had grown more voracious, piling her plate higher and stuffing her mouth with bigger portions. She was still in her smaller human form, but the constant feeding was reflecting on her frame as her stomach swelled to keep up with her consumption. Since she showed no sign of slowing down, the rest of the family huddled in the kitchen and came up with a game plan. We'd rotate, so there was always 3 people in the restaurant. 1 in the kitchen to cook, 1 on dish duty, and 1 out by the table to assist her if she needed anything. Dad stayed on with Sanjay and me the rest of the night, letting Samir and Abby take the first rest after they made the trip to the closest Walmart for sleeping bags and no-dos. We made a makeshift sleeping area in the back office. Going home cut into rest time. No one really slept that first night, or the second. During regular business hours, we were busier than ever, with more and more customers flocking in. By the weekend, we had amassed over 300 5-star reviews on Yelp, making us one of the highest-rated Indian restaurants in the state in less than a week. We had people coming in as far away as Chicago and Indianapolis just to eat here. We were finally a success, but all the profits went to feeding our hungry, ever-present customer. We were still barely staying afloat. We had no choice but to stay open for customers so we could afford to feed her. When Mom was released from the hospital, we set her up in the back with her own cot. Her hand was healing, but she was still one-handed. The plan for her was to work shorter shifts to relief out front until she got her strength back. Uncle Samir avoided me as much as possible. After that night, the Brahmaraksha attacked my mother. He would never stay in the same room as me if we were alone. If I entered the kitchen, he would go to the front of the restaurant. If I went to the office, he would find a reason to leave. We never slept at the same time, and he did his best to stay on opposite shifts. I still wanted to scream at him, rip off that fake bow tie from his neck and cram it down his throat. But we had bigger, hungrier issues to contend with. My issues with my uncle had to wait. I'd stopped going to class. No time for it now that we were working around the clock to feed an insatiable monster. With all the dried food that missed her mouth and crusted over the front of her pantsuit, she was beginning to smell foul. At least, I thought it was the food. Her body swelled the more she ate, going from a tiny thin old woman to a short fat one. The wrinkles on her face and hands smoothed out as she grew more and more plump, her spring roll wrapper skin still as transparent as ever. We are all weary and tired, all of us except for the Brahmaraksha. She's always hungry and always eating. Father says if we keep her happy and keep her fed, she'll move along on her own. But it's been 2 weeks, and her appetite shows no sign of slowing down. We're all so very tired. I don't know how long we can keep this going. Yeah, the uncle made a bargain with a demon to make the... There's actually a part 2, and I didn't know that. I didn't see this earlier. Yeah. Ooh, it's basically just as long. Oh, and there's a part 3. Holy moly, team! I like this story. This is pretty good. Oh my gosh. There we go. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely getting to the top. Old demon, always hungry. There we go. It eats for 3 parts! 3 parts! It's a trilogy! Yeah! Maybe longer. I didn't yeah, my family runs an all-you-can-eat buffet update. Okay. I didn't realize it was a series. That's kinda cool. Ugh, hold on, I'm getting a water. Ugh. Gotta make sure my throat don't get dry, team. Sorry if I'm like messing up a bunch of the Indian words, by the way. I've not really any experience with the Indian language at all, so I am winging it, basically. I wonder if they could kill it by constantly fitting it to like... Well, I mean, it's a demon. I don't think it actually dies. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Did they say the name? The name of what? The demon? I'm part Indian, so no worries.
You're watching the demon channel.
It's all good, I don't even know the words either. My family is Indian. Well, to be fair, I mean, India's a big place. There's probably a lot of different, how do I say? Like how there's, like, Mandarin and Cantonese for, like, China. Is there, like, stuff like that for Indian as well? I know nothing about India. Oh, the name of the restaurant.
What's up, nerds?
Yeah, they
Lay
did.
Smug, I'm here to bang your mom's lay smug, lay sip, lay sip, lay sip.
You're watching the demon channel.
They did. It was in the... Oh
Eat my
shit,
food.
I already closed the first
Have
one.
this.
Hold on.
Eat it. Eat it.
I'm sorry that it was rude you woolabed.
Huh?
You're watching the demon channel.
Huh? What's up, nerds? I'm here to bang your moms. I'm sorry that was rude. Why'd you say it? With chemicals subbed with a prime. Thank you for the sub, my dude. Actually, I don't know why my camera's over there. Russell gifted a T1 to Whoopsie Blush. God damn it, I'm gonna have to wait a month again. Kier VR resubscribed with a T1 for 16 months and said, wow, very nice. Yee! Love you, Kier. Regina Chap cheered 95 bits and said it's my birthday. Hey! Happy birthday, Regina. Love you guys. Thank you guys for the follows while I was reading. Oh, you live. Yeah, I am. I like how some of you guys request on me when I usually am streaming. And then you're surprised when I'm streaming. I have the same schedule every time. I don't know how you guys, like... I don't know. Okay, Kier. I'll be on tomorrow because I'm gonna be doing a whole bunch of climbing maps too, so I'll definitely do that. Who's hyping?
It's not my birthday, but I want you guys to cheer like it is Pog. I'm not extra at all, lay sip.
You don't even know how fast
What?
I am.
No, it's Regina's birthday.
Boy.
Exiled Mine resubscribed with the T1 for 14 months. Hey. Oh, were you part of the game jam, Kier? Fuck. Fuck yeah, dude. There's way more people than I realized were involved with that. I have no concept of time. I woke up from a nap. Aww. You and Sketchy made one? Oh shit. Well, I will see it tomorrow. Yes. How did you injure yourself? What were you doing? What do you mean you don't know? Is that why you... Go fucking hurting yourself over here? The Chana Rasoi. C-H-A-N-A space R-A-S-O-I. That's the name of the restaurant, apparently. Anyway.
Oh, and Lay. I don't know if I've ever told you, but I love you. 3 big yays, leg pats, leg pats, leg pats.
Mm-hmm.
So according to Wikipedia, India may or may not have 122 major languages and 1,599 other languages, Monkomega, but it is hard to tell because it mentions that it is hard to define them as a language or a dialect.
Ah. Like, yeah, because it's like, when does it change from a language to a new language to a dialect? Because it's like, is it these many words have to be different from... you know, the standard? Or it's like, oh, so they say different things, but do they say enough different things to be considered something new? Yeah, like well, no, not like Portuguese and Spanish. Portuguese and there is so many different fucking things with no, Portuguese is a completely different language from Spanish. Fuck you guys who keep thinking that I'm going to understand a Portuguese person. That's not how that works. It's a different fucking language. They share some nouns. That's it. Even their spelling is different in how they pronounce things. I would liken it more to like Spanish and Italian, because at least those are kind of similar. Spanish from Spain and Spanish from Mexico, though, those are still dialects. I can understand a person from Spain just fine. There's like some things that are different. There's some how they do like their verbs and stuff is a little bit different, and there's some other words that are different, but it's kind of like for like Spanish from Spain and Spanish from Mexico is basically exactly like English and then American English, like those two differences. Anyway, how about... okay. How about... one second. I read the next part of this. So... when we last left off... oh boy. Oh, that was weird. My game just completely shuttered there for a minute. So where we last left off, Sia, our protagonist... she, her uncles invited this demon called the Brahmaraksha to help with their failing business in Indiana. And unfortunately for Sia and her cousins, they didn't know what the lady was, and Sia accidentally insulted her. So the demon changed in front of her eyes and, you know, broke her mother's hand and sucked a bunch of her blood. And now she's just sitting in the restaurant, eating constantly. She's been there for 2 weeks. She reeks. Her body is like expanding because she keeps eating and stuff. So, yeah. Fun times. Alright, so here's the next part, team. Move this camera out of the way so I don't accidentally. Alright. She doesn't eat. She consumes. It's been over a month since the Brahmaraksha first visited our restaurant. Since then, we had fed her non-stop, around the clock, 7 days a week. I withdrew from my college classes. I had missed 3 weeks already, and even though I had been given a medically excused absence after my mother's injury, there was no way I could catch up and still maintain my shifts at the restaurant. The days of doing homework at the host station were long gone. My parents protested my decision at first, holding on to optimism that the Brahmaraksha would soon move on and life would go back to normal. But ultimately they agreed it was my decision to make. I agreed that I would return to school once she was gone, which we all hoped would be soon. Even though I dropped out, Avi and Sanjay continued with their schooling. Sanjay was a senior and was only months from graduating. Avi was only a sophomore, but a prolonged absence might arouse suspicion and draw unwanted attention to the restaurant. Not that we were lacking attention. We were now taking reservations due to the overwhelming popularity of our restaurant. There was a line when we opened in the morning, and a line when we closed every night. We even received an inquiry from Guy Fieri's producer about filming a segment of his show at our restaurant. Dad turned it down, obviously. Demons in Flavor Town don't mix. How gaining the Brahmaraksha's favor had translated into more customers was beyond my comprehension. But there was no other explanation for our spike in business. I didn't question it. I had already learned not to question things after what happened to my mother. We split the schedule so my Uncle Samir and I worked the day shift while Mom and Dad covered the night. Avi and Sanjay worked relief in the mornings before school and again in the evenings after they were finished with school and homework.
The Demon Channel.
I wasn't happy about working with Uncle Samir. I still blamed him for putting us in this situation. It was here because he invited it. But staying busy meant we could avoid speaking to one another. Although he never spoke to me, Uncle Samir and the Brahmaraksha spoke to one another like old friends. He greeted her every day when he arrived with a bow and a smile, showering her with praise and adoration. She would smile back at him and they would chat as if everything were normal. It wasn't just my uncle. She would frequently ask my mother to sit with her and talk about life back in India before she came to America. She would ask Avi and Sanjay about school. She would sit with Father and talk to him about his recipes. She spoke with everyone. Everyone except me. I was fine with not having to sit with her. I hated her. I hated how my parents and uncle catered to this creature's needs so willfully. Not having to sit with her also meant I could avoid smelling her up close. She had taken on a new odor from the crusted lines of dried food that accumulated in the folds of her pantsuit as she ate. The acrid, sour smell fought to overtake the garam masala and curry spices from the buffet table. At a shift change one night in the kitchen, I even suggested to Dad that we try to move her to a new booth so the smell doesn't cause issue with the other customers. We do not want to upset her again, he said. We are in her debt, so she is an honored guest. An honored guest who smells like soured milk. Quiet, child. He raised his hand as if he was about to backhand me across the face. I locked eyes with my father. His face showed no anger, only terror. His hand trembled as it fell back to his side. He took a shuddered breath before returning to cooking. His voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible over the sizzle of vegetables frying in the pan in front of him. What happened with your mother was only a warning. We dare not upset her again, Saya. It hears and sees more than you know. I nodded, then turned to look through the kitchen window. The Brahmaraksha was staring back at me from her booth. She had stopped eating and watched me with a grin too wide for her face, showing far too many teeth. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Early the next morning, I was mopping in the dining area. She grabbed my wrist as I passed her booth. She held my arm firmly, not enough to hurt, but enough to keep me from moving. I froze, unsure of what to do. I looked up at Abby, who was watching intently through the kitchen window. When I turned to look, her sweet old lady face looked back at me. "Amaya," she said, "sit with me." She gestured to the opposite bench. It was the first time she had addressed me since the incident with my mother. My heart leaped into my chest as I stood there frozen, staring at her. "Sit, please," she restated. "I promise I won't bite." A sheepish smile spread across her face. I heard a loud clatter from the kitchen. I looked up to see Uncle Samir pushing an armful of pots and pans into Abby's arms, beckoning him away from the window as I took my seat across from her. We sat in silence as I watched her empty 2 plates of tikka masala before tucking into a 3rd plate overflowing with goat curry. I love my father's goat curry recipe, but after watching her pour it down her gullet by the gallon these past weeks, the sight of it turned my stomach. She picked up a piece of naan, ripping it with her hands as she finally spoke to me. "I am your guest here," she said as she dredged the curry in search of tender pieces of meat. "Do you agree, Amaya?" I nodded. She stuffed the goat curry, laden naan into her mouth. A rivulet of sauce poured from the side of her mouth, landing in her crusted lap. My stomach churned, but I didn't look away. When she finished chewing, she spoke. "There is a saying in the old country. Oh God. Atithi Devo Bhava? Are you familiar?" I shook my head. I expected as much from your behavior. It is a Sanskrit phrase, meaning the guest is equivalent to God. What do you think this means? I cleared my throat before speaking. It means to honor your guests and treat them with reverence and respect, as if you were welcoming God into your home. Good, good, she said, clapping her hands. Her fingers were stained orange. You are learning, Amaya. I was invited here as the guest of your family. Your parents, your uncle, even your cousins welcomed me with their attentive service and courtesy. You did not. She pointed to the host station where I used to do my homework. You sat there, head buried in your books, barely acknowledging me when I arrived. And on top of that, you disrespected me with your words. I did not know. I jumped back as she pounded her fist on the table. Ignorance is no excuse for insolence. That was the first lesson, Amaya. Do I need to teach you again? I shook my head. No, please no. She made a massive rice ball in the palm of her hand, using it to scoop another hefty mouthful of curry to her face. The skin in the corners of her mouth ripped as she spread her jaws wider to fit it all in. It sounded like denim jeans tearing. She swallowed with a loud gulp, dabbing the bloody corners of her mouth. Atithi Devo Bhava. It is important to keep these traditions alive, even in this country. Yes, I said. I felt queasy at the sight of her torn mouth, but I dared not look away. Thank you for this lesson, Guruvu. She chuckled. Teacher. I am not your Guruvu, Amaya. Apologies, but I don't know what to call you. You haven't given me your name. Nor have you asked for it, Amaya. It is polite to introduce yourself to your guests. She gestured to me with her sticky orange fingers. Go on. Introduce yourself properly. Was this her game now? To teach me about the old country as I took etiquette lessons from a demon? I played along, not that I had any choice in the matter. Yes, of course, forgive me. I put my hands together and bowed. Namaste, my name is Sia. She put her hands together and returned to bow to me. Namaste, Sia. You may call me Shirin. She smiled at me, but it was different from how she smiled at me before. She appeared genuinely pleased with me. Shirin, I replied with another bow. I decided to lay it on thick. It is my honor and pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now that we have met one another properly, I have a question for you, Sia. She leaned forward, lacing her fingers together as she placed her elbows on the table. Would you like me to leave? I wanted to say yes. Yes, please and thank you. Kindly do us the honor and pleasure of getting right the fuck out of town, you blue-horned devil bitch. Leave and never come back. But I knew it was a trap. Her smile turning more mischievous, she watched the wheels turn in my mind, contemplating the proper answer to her question. I chose to play along. I put my hands together again and bowed. "You are a guest, Shirin," I replied. "It is our pleasure, no, our honor to serve you. Atithi Devil Bahava." "Atithi Devil Bahava," she repeated. God damn it. She smiled as she mopped her plate with a piece of naan, scouring the edges for the last drop of sauce before popping it into her mouth. The plate was as spotless as it was when it first came out of the dishwasher. "Shall I get you some more clean plates?" I asked, looking for my opportunity to end our discussion. She slid the pile of plates towards me. "Thank you, Sia. I think we understand one another now." My knees shook as I stood from the table. Giving her a bow as I left, I took the plate into the kitchen, depositing it into the dirty dish bin on the counter next to the dishwasher where Avi was rinsing. I leaned against the wall, taking a moment of calming breaths to wash the fear away as I resettled myself. "What was that about?" Avi asked as he offered me a glass of water. "Atithi Devil Bahava," I replied. Uncle Samir looked up from the slicing the naan as I said the phrase. He nodded, tossing the naan into the buffet tray. "You did well, Sia," he said. It was the first time he had spoken to me since my mother's accident. "This proves what I've been saying. If we honor our guest, she will leave on her own. That is all she wants." Uncle Samir disappeared through the swinging kitchen door, with the tray of naan and a couple of clean plates. I heard the two of them chatting cordially as he tended to the trays in the buffet, prepping for the first customers of the day. They prattled on like old friends. "Ha! What did she tell you to call her?" Avi asked. "Shirin," I replied. "Why?" "She told me to address her as Mahesh," Avi said. "For Sanjay was Chandra." "Why is that, do you suppose?" I asked. "Father said the names we are given are names from different incarnations. Perhaps that is why she favors us differently depending on the lives she lived under those names. She is cold to you, indifferent to me. And Sanjay?" Avi laughed. "Fuck, she loves Sanjay. He's her favorite. She brags to father about him all the time, saying he's built like a true Telugu warrior. I don't think she means the cricket team. She says he's going to break so many hearts." I hated admitting it, but perhaps my uncle was correct. At this point, how we got into this mess didn't matter. What mattered was getting out of it. Surviving. I could play the game. Give Shirin, Mahesh, Chandra, whatever the fuck it's called, the dog and pony show. Bow, curtsy to the demon. All the while putting on a smiley, friendly face while she shoveled copious amounts of food into her gaping maw. Bow, namaste, smile. "Can I clear your place setting, Shirin?" Bow, namaste, smile. "Would you like a fresh glass of water?" Bow, namaste, smile. It became my mantra. At that point, I truly believed that things were going to work out. Every morning when I arrived, I would bow, tell her what an honor it was to have her there. I began dressing more traditionally, showing up to work in a sari or a langavani. She would compliment me and speak to me cordially. Other than the long work days, I almost forgot I was addressing an evil entity in the disguise of an old white lady. Each day, without fail, she would pull me aside and ask me the same question. "Saya," she would say, "do you want me to leave?" And each time I would respond the same way. You are honored guest, Shirin. It is our pleasure to have you." She would bow and I would bow. Namaste, namaste. I don't remember the time it was when I heard the scream. All I remember is that it was still dark and I was asleep in the back office when a blood-curdling cry bolted me upright. Avi was asleep beside me. I left him there and ran through the kitchen where I heard the pleading cries of my uncle coming from the front of the restaurant. I pushed through the swinging door. Both of my parents turned to me, their faces masked with horror. My father held me by my shoulders, blocking my view of the woman's table. Behind him, I could hear my uncle wailing. "Sia, go back to bed," my father said, his eyes pleading. "Please." As I turned to leave, it hissed my name. "Sia!" His voice had shifted from a deep guttural growl at the monster. I saw the fear in my father's face. I gave him a reassuring nod as I put on my most pleasant face and smile. "Namaste, father. Our guest is calling," I said, giving him a bow. My words dripped with sweetness, like cold maple syrup. Dad's hands shook as he put them together, bowing to me. "Namaste, Sia." His words were barely audible. He released my shoulder so I could approach the table. As I walked past him, I let out a whimper as I took in the scene. Uncle Samir, prostrate on the floor in front of the table, weeping uncontrollably as he begged in the old tongue with words I didn't understand. The Brahmaraksha in full demonic form with horns, teeth, bluish-hued skin, as she had revealed before, hunched over the table with strips of flesh hanging from her lips, a pool of blood dripping from the edge of the table, and next to it Sanjay. The gash in the side of his neck pulsed blood through his fingers onto the table. His skin had taken a grayish hue as he looked at me with glassy eyes. A cold shiver ran down my body. "Sia," Sanjay said. His lips were trembling and blue. "Sia, help me." I felt myself on the verge of tears, but I swallowed them down. I slowly turned to the creature, placing my hands together as I did a shaky bow. "Namaste, Shirin," I said, my voice cracking. On the floor beside me, Uncle Samir bellowed out for mercy. "My son, please, not my son. Take me. Take me, I beg you." The Brahmaraksha roared as it kicked Samir in the stomach. He flew across the floor and landed with a thud against the buffet. The creature growled my name as it turned to me. "Sia, Sia, Sia." "Yes, Shirin," I answered. I masked my fear as I stared directly into bulbous, ink-black eyes of the creature. I blocked everything else out. My only hope was to appease it by playing the etiquette. "How may I be of service to our guest?" I smiled into the face of the monster, as the coppery smell of Sanjay's blood filled my nostrils. I had no idea if my ploy was working, but it was the only card I had. Placate it, make it feel welcome. Bow, namaste, smile. "Who am I?" the creature asked. "You are Shirin. You are a guest." The creature's nostrils flared, blowing back my hair as its deep breath swashed over my face. "Do you wish me to leave, Sia?" I looked back to my parents, then to the creature.
Watching the Demon Channel.
"Oh, thank you for the follow." I bowed again. "You are honored guest, Shirin. It is our pleasure to have you." She let out a deep growl as she plucked Sanjay from the table, holding him like a rag doll. Thank you for the follow. "I wish to feast on your cousin. What do you have to say about this?" Behind me, my mother cried out as she buried her face against my father's shoulder. Sanjay blubbered tears of panic as he hung in the creature's claws. "No, no, no, God, no, please, Sia. Sia, help me," Sanjay pleaded. "Sia, please." On the floor next to the buffet, Uncle Samir stirred. He gasped out a pleading cry to the Brahmaraksha, but the question wasn't for him to answer. "What is your answer, Amaya? Speak." I felt a single tear roll down my cheek as I looked Sanjay in the eyes. My bottom lip quivered. I turned to the creature, bowing my head. "Atithi Devil Bahava." Sanjay barely had time to let out a scream before his head disappeared in the Brahmaraksha's mouth, biting it clean from his shoulders. The room filled with the sound of crunching bones and sinew. Up until that moment, it was the worst sound I had ever heard. Then I heard the wail of my Uncle Samir. There aren't words to describe the sound of a parent crying in agony over the loss of their child. I dropped to the ground and cut my hands over my ears. I cried, screaming until I was hoarse. Anything to block out the horrid, mournful sound coming from my uncle. I don't know how long I carried on that way. I only remember the old woman lifting my chin in her hand. "That is enough, Sia," she said. I quieted down, looking over to my parents who were consoling my grieving uncle. His face was blue from crying. I stole a look at the table. Sanjay was gone. She didn't leave anything behind, not a single drop of blood. As I said, she doesn't eat. She consumes. The bell on the front door chimed. I looked up to see the woman standing there holding it open. She smiled, her eyes still ink-black and unblinking. "You have the next 24 hours to grieve. Expect my return at this time tomorrow." She bowed. "Namaste." My father, mother, and I bowed back. "Namaste." She closed the door behind her. She was gone, at least for now. Sorry. I think Sanjay didn't do anything. Sanjay didn't do anything. I think she just liked him. So she was like, oh, I'm gonna eat him. I mean, she is a demon. Yeah, the fucking uncle brought her there. Was like, oh yeah, just treat her as a guest and then she'll leave. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely cracking my jaw open, 100%. Alrighty. Sorry, I just had to drink some water. My throat was getting really dry. The door closed behind her. She was gone, at least for now. I ran to my mom and dad, hugging them close as I cried against them. There was nothing I could do, I cried. There was nothing I could do. Dad cradled my head as he squeezed me tight to his body. I know, Sia, I know. I looked up at my parents. What happened? Why did she do this? I don't know, my mom said. She was talking to Sanjay cheerfully. They were both smiling and laughing. Then the next I saw, she lunged at him and tore a chunk out of his neck. Then Sanjay screamed. Uncle Samir stood up. His eyes were bloodshot from crying as he looked at me and my father. This is my doing. I killed my son. Dad? We turned to see Avi standing in the doorway of the kitchen. Oh no! Sobbing overtook him as the revelation of the night's events became known to him. I was thankful Avi arrived when he did. Without him, I don't know if my uncle would have survived that night. He had lost Sanjay, but Avi gave him purpose, a reason to live. I sat with Avi in the restaurant while our parents huddled in the kitchen, discussing what to do next. We leaned against one another, both staring blankly out the front window at an empty main street. We were exhausted, mentally, emotionally, and physically. You know, she was right, Abby said. What do you mean? Sanjay did break hearts. He fell into my arms, bawling. I'd lost track of how many times I cried that night, but Abby and I watched the sunrise through the front window through the tears in our eyes. It was around 7 when our parents joined us in front of the restaurant. Dad put the keys to his Subaru on the table and slid them to me. What are you doing? I asked. We have decided for you to take the car, he said. You and Davy take it and drive. He pulled out his wallet, handing me all of his cash and credit cards. Uncle Samir did the same to Abby. Use the cards first. When the cards stop working, use the cash, but get as far away from here as you can. Dad, no! I'm not gonna leave you here with that thing. This thing is our burden, Uncle Samir chimed in. Tell that to Sanjay, I yelled, immediately regretting it when I saw the hurt look on Uncle Samir and Abby's face. Sia, enough. It is decided, Dad said. Dad, Samir Chanana, this is a supernatural creature from India, I replied. From fucking India. Do you think a few 100 miles of highway is going to make any difference? Or 1,000? If it wants us, it will find us. Dad and Mom both shared a look, then hung their heads. It's all we can do. We cannot bear to lose either of you, so please honor your parents' wishes. Drive, and don't come back. There were no more arguments to be made. Their minds were made up. What are you going to do? Abby asked. We will stay, Uncle Samir answered. We will close the restaurant and feed it until we run out of food, and then we will see what happens. My mother reached for my hand, holding it tight. We will call you if anything changes, but do not return on your own. Can you do that for us, Sia? I nodded. If I learned anything from my month of demon etiquette lessons, it's how to lie about how I truly feel. The walk to the car was another somber one. No one spoke until we said goodbye through tears. How we had tears left that morning, I have no idea. Every time I thought I had cried them all, but there were more to be found. I drove. Abby was too tired and too drained for driving. Truth be told, so was I, but I knew I had to be the strong one. Luckily, the roads were empty. As I scrolled on my phone in my lap, looking for a specific destination, I know dicking around on your phone while driving is bad, but we were short on time. We drove past the mom and pop diner on our way down Main Street, where the farmers were already gathered in their mesh hats discussing whatever fresh hell Fox News was serving up to them that morning to go on with their black coffee. I envied them in their troubles. We drove out of town, putting the quiet Indiana burg in our rear view. We rode in silence until we reached the on-ramp to I-70. What are you thinking, Sia? East or west? I put on my indicator, merging eastbound to Indianapolis. Why east? Avi asked. We're going here, I said, as I held out my phone, showing Avi our destination. Avi squinted as he read the screen. The Hindu Temple of Central Indiana. Why are we going there? I flipped down the visor as he drove to the morning sun. I reached out and held his hand as I gunned the engine. To get some answers. I don't know how just yet, but we're going to kill that bitch. Yee! Woo! She's gonna try and kill the demon! Hey! That was the end of part 2, by the way. Ah, yeah, time for a demon killing. Thank you for the follows, by the way.
Doom guy opens his closet and loads his super shotgun. He said, or gingerly, here we go again.
You even know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
What?
I wonder if this one has a part 4. Hold on. They're kind of long, so I gotta scroll a little bit. Oh, okay, there's one part after this, but it says it's the final update. Oh no. Oh no. Buttons. Buttons, please. Get off. Get off. Get off. You keep messing up my trackers. I can't really...
Uncle should have realized his only son was collateral. You get what you wish for. Was it worth it? Idiot.
Yeah. I know. CP Dolly! Resubscribe to T1 for 12 months. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. A whole fucking year. Hey. Love you, dude. Astro Puppy said, normally I listen to the stream while I sleep. Somebody please help. I'm gonna have nightmares, but I still want to listen. Oh no, Astro Puppy! I could shoot 100 biddies and said Uncle should have realized his only son was collateral. Or, it wasn't his only son. He had 2 sons, Sanjay and Avi, but yeah. Yeah. His eldest son was taken. I knew it was a bad thing for the freaking demon to like you. I'm just like, that's not a good thing that she loves this boy. She's gonna fucking devour him. And she did. Called it. Called it! I should have just said that as I was reading it, to be honest. Hold on, I'm gonna get a little bit more water. And by a little bit, I mean like the rest of the water. Alright. Any sippers? I don't think she likes the main character because she was like all laughy and joking around with the other one and treating them as good friends. She likes bossing around the main character.
Demon be like, I want your flowers, proceeds to eat you.
Oh gosh, you can hear that. Hold on. Moving my mic around. Okay, good. Good. Alright. I mean, at least she learned from a demon. Lol. Sort of. I mean, you don't learn good things from demons. Let's just say that. Alrighty. Next one, team. You ready? She's got a plan. So just to recap for those who've showed up, this Indian family moved to Indiana, to a small town. They opened an Indian restaurant, but it wasn't going too well. They get a strange visitor who likes the food, and then suddenly they're getting like tons of business, and their business isn't failing anymore. But it turns out that the strange visitor is actually an Indian demon that her uncle invited to help with business. But as it turns out, demons aren't good. And it's been eating nonstop at their restaurant to the point where she had to quit school in order to help her family. The demon ends up eating her cousin because it's a demon. And so her parents and uncle tell her and her remaining cousin to get out of town and just to drive far away and to get away, and that they'll call them if, you know, anything happens. But then she gets a bright idea to go to the Hindu temple in Indianapolis to try and get help, because she wants to kill the demon. But I guess we'll find out what happens. It's funny, because I had buttered chicken before this. I didn't realize this was an Indian cafe. This was the last story I picked, and I just picked it on a whim. I was just like, that's kind of cool, like a demon that doesn't want to leave a buffet. This is actually a really good little story, though. At least we got 350 stars on Yelp. Anyway. My family runs an all-you-can-eat buffet. Second update. We drove to Indianapolis in silence. Avi may have fallen asleep for a bit. I knew he was exhausted, and truth be told, I was too. But I was fueled by adrenaline and revenge, which is like an espresso and Adderall smoothie when it came to maintaining focus. Although our family wasn't religious, the temple was the only place I could think of that might be equipped to deal with this supernatural. Sure, we had passed by many churches along the way of varying Christian denominations, but this wasn't a Christian demon. It was an Indian one. It reminded me of my 10th birthday when my parents bought me my first big kid bike. I picked it out myself from the store, but they didn't have the color I wanted, so it had to be delivered to the house. It arrived the very morning of my birthday, a pile of bike parts in a box with nuts, screws, bolts, and an assembly instructions. I watched excitedly over my dad's shoulder as I couldn't wait to ride it. Slowly as he assembled my bike, Dad grew increasingly frustrated as his socket wrench kept slipping as he tightened the bolts. When my dad launched into a vanity-laced tirade over my partially assembled bike, Mom pulled me aside and informed me that it might be a little longer before I could ride. His tools were metric, the bike hardware was in imperial units. He eventually figured out which sizes were similar enough to get it assembled, but it took much longer than it should, and some of the bolts required further tightening with the proper tool. If you shouldn't use a metric socket to tighten an imperial bolt, you probably shouldn't use a Christian priest to exorcise a Hindu demon. Knowing that our parents' lives were at stake, I wanted to make sure we returned with the right tools for the job. I pulled into the parking lot of the Hindu temple just after noon. The exterior facade was ornately decorated in traditional Indian ornamentations, giving it the look of an old-world Indian shrine, which looked a little out of place nestled between hayfields and across the street from a Baptist church. On our way to the front entrance, we drove past a covered carport where a priest conducted Vahana Puja, or vehicular blessing, on a young Indian woman's new Kia Soul. The priest was shirtless, wearing only a braided diagonal sash across his chest called the Janhayamu, or a sacred thread. His forehead was marked with 3 white lines, with a red bindi in the middle. The priest chanted a prayer as he walked around the vehicle, dabbing his fingertips into a small bowl as he anointed the steering wheel, hood, tires, and bumpers with a mixture of what looked like turmeric powder and water. After After the circling of the car, he turned to the woman and offered her a box of matches, which she used to light incense sticks for the priest. He took the sticks and picked up his chanting as he resumed his blessing on the vehicle. When he circled around the rear bumper, he stopped chanting and looked directly towards me. I smiled, but the priest did not smile back. His eyes moved from mine, gazing above my head, his brow furrowed as he stared. Worried that I had interrupted the ceremony by gawking, I continued on our way to the temple entrance. Once inside, we met with the receptionist, where I tried to explain the situation as best as I could without sounding fucking crazy. "How may I help you?" she asked, and then smiled warmly. "Hi, yes, we need help exorcising a shape-shifting demon from Indian folklore that is terrorizing our family," I said, completely straight-faced. Turns out there was no way to explain this without sounding fucking crazy. And the receptionist's smile didn't break as she processed my words. Then after a moment of contemplation, as expected, she said, I'm sorry, what?" "You are in danger," a voice said from behind us. Abby and I turned to see the priest, the one who had been conducting the Vahana Puja in the parking lot. "A darkness follows you," he said, pointing to me. "I can see it in your aura. It is clouded by an ancient evil." He pulled us aside and led us back to his office. Much to the relief of the bewildered receptionist, he cleared a pile of books and papers from the chairs in front of his desk and gestured for us to sit. "So tell me, what is this evil that clouds your journey?" he asked. He folded his hands on his chest and listened intently, nodding as I told him everything that had taken place over the past few months. How it arrived, what it did to my mother, to Sanjay, and how it was still tormenting my family. Everything. "This Brahma Rakshasa your uncle invited to your home?" the priest asked. "To our restaurant," Avi replied. "That's where it took my brother." Avi's eyes welled up, but he held back his tears. This was a grave mistake indeed. A Brahm Rakshasa is a vengeful spirit. It was a foolish endeavor to invite such a being into your establishment. "He wanted to help our business thrive," I said, although it felt awkward defending my uncle to the priest. "We know it was a mistake, but we are running out of time." "The Brahma Rakshasa," the priest corrected. "The Brahma Rakshasa. Does it matter?" I continued. "We didn't come here for a vocabulary lesson. We need to know how to get rid of it before it kills our family. We don't have much time. Can you help us or not?" The priest narrowed his eyes at me, leaning forward. "It is fixated on you, has it not?" he asked. I nodded. "You are quick to anger," he said. "That is why it chose you. The Brahma Rakshasa feeds off discourse. You stoked its flames like kindling to a bonfire." I jumped up and smacked my palms against his desk. "It hurt my mother and killed my cousin. I am fucking justified to be angry." The murmur from the lobby fell silent as my voice echoed down the hall. I took a deep breath and slowly, calmly sat back down in my chair. Another priest, much older than the one we were talking to, popped his head into the office, and the two of them conversed briefly in Hindi, sharing a small laugh and smiles. The second priest looked at me and smiled as well. As he did, his eyes drifting upwards. Above my head, his smile dissipated. He nodded to his counterpart behind the desk as he pulled the door shut behind him. "Our parents are still in danger. Help us get rid of it," I said, and then quickly added, "Please." The priest leaned back in his chair, looking back and forth between Abby and me, and after a tense moment of consideration, he reached into his lap drawer, pulled out a legal pad and pen. He scribbled together a list as he spoke. "I will try to help you," he said, "but I will need supplies." "Supplies for what?" I asked. He continued writing. "For the puja. The temple has some items here, but we will need others as well. You will need Bhasma to protect yourselves from the Brahma Rakshasa. Are you familiar with it?" "Sacred ash," Avi replied. "Tata used to wear it, but he called it Vibhuti." The priest nodded. "There's an old story of a yogi who was beset by a Brahma Rakshasa that intended to feast upon him. But the demon did not see that the yogi wore a tripundra of sacred ash on his forehead. When it attacked, it came in contact with the Bhasma, and at that moment the Brahma Rakshasa was cleansed. Touching the sacred ash had removed the demonic evil nature of the spirit as it simultaneously experienced all of its past lives at once. So we rub some ash on ourselves and get this thing to touch us and it goes away, I asked. The priest shrugged. I cannot say for certain.
Watching the demon
Thank you for the
channel.
follow. The story is a legend, passed down for generations. As long as you wear the Bhasma, you will be protected. But I cannot say if it will do more than that. It is also said that the Brahma Rakshasa can be exorcised by reading from the Bhagavata Purana. I will give you scriptures to recite in its presence. The combination of the two will be enough. Words and dust. It's all we have to fight this thing. Words and dust. It was growing less hopeful than that we'd return with the right tools for this job. How do we know this will work? I asked. I wish I had more hope to offer. But if we are to believe the stories about them, these are all you will need to send it away, the priest said. However, do remember that you are dealing with the twisted spirit of a Brahmin. It has knowledge of the Vedas and the Puranas. It will know the legend of which I spoke, and it will not easily be tricked to touch the Bhasma. You won't catch it by surprise. We appreciate all the help you are giving us, Avi said, a moment of graciousness as my mind grappled with fighting a demon with nothing more than a few lines of poetry and a handful of magic dust. Yes, thank you, I said flatly. We must hurry, though. She's coming back tonight. The priest nodded as he handed me the list of ingredients he needed for the Bhasma. Lotus flowers, ghee, cow dung, milk, and a laundry list of spices and herbs. Of all the items, the cow dung stood out most to me. Cow dung? Where do I get cow dung? I asked. The priest chuckled. This is Indiana, child. You won't have to drive very far to find a dairy farm. As for the rest, Whole Foods is a good place to start. He smiled. Good luck. Evie and I both bowed as we exited his office and hurried back to the lobby, catching the side eye of the receptionist as we passed her desk. I looked up the nearest Whole Foods on my phone, while Abby looked up local dairy farms on his. We decided to do Whole Foods first, figuring we'd be able to get some gloves and containers while we were there to handle the aforementioned cow excrement. We found most of the items from the list at Whole Foods. The rest we found at a nearby Indian grocery store. Why the priest never mentioned this place is beyond me. It had everything we purchased at Whole Foods and then some. While we drove to the dairy farm, I tried to wrap my head around going after the Brahma Rakshasa armed with only poetry and dust. It didn't seem like enough. What I wanted was something we could use to defend ourselves if shit went south. I came for a weapon, not words and sacred dust. That's the place, Abby said, pointing to a wooden split rail fence just up the road. Up there on the right. We pulled up alongside a pasture where a group of cows grazed lazily. We flipped a coin to see who would hop the fence to grab the final ingredient. Goddamn tails. Watch out for that wire around the top, Abby said through a grin. It was good to see him smile in spite of all we had been through the past day. That one's electrified. Abby slid to the driver's seat just in case we needed to make a fast getaway. I'm guessing there's not much a penalty for stealing cow dung, but we don't have time to run in with law enforcement if I was caught trespassing. I hopped the fence, careful to avoid the humming wire as I jumped down, and made my way towards the herd. The cows were graying or lying on the ground and didn't take much notice of me, which was good. No bulls, thankfully, or at least I didn't think so. None of them had horns, but I've been around enough farmers to know that dairy cows get dehorned so they are easier to load into milkers. It's a dairy farm, see ya, I said under my breath. You can't milk bulls, idiot. One of the cows closest to me stood up from her resting spot, arching her back and shaking off the dirt. She turned, lifted her tail, and dropped a massive plop of shit. She looked back at me, then lumbered away. Thank you, I said. Even with the gloves on, it was not pleasant scooping up warm excrement. I grabbed 2 handfuls and dropped them into a gallon Ziploc bag, which I then bagged a second time. It was late in the afternoon when we arrived back at the temple. The priest was waiting for us outside as I drove up. He smiled, then I handed him the ingredients. To prepare them for the ceremony, he said. Do you have a change of clothing? You will both need to bathe before you can enter the shrine. I nodded, gesturing to our hastily packed clothing pile in the back seat. He led us to the washroom so we could clean up. The water was cold but refreshing on my skin. It was my first real shower in a long time since before we were forced to keep the restaurant open 24/7. After dressing, I looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes were puffy and tired as I braided my hair. The long hours at the restaurant had aged me 10 years. When this was finally over, I was going to sleep for days. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror.
You even know
Like
how
a
fast I
shadow.
am. I'm
Turned
fast as
around.
fuck, boy.
I turned around expecting to see something behind me, but there was nothing. I looked back at the mirror, focusing on the area where it had seen before. As I focused, a wispy gray and black cloud appeared over my head. Not just over my head, it was all around me, pulsing as it encompassed my head, my shoulders, even down my arms. I felt cold and my ears rumbled as I watched the growing darkness that enveloped me. Was this my aura that the priest spoke about? My focus was broken by a knock at the door. The rumbling in my ears stopped, as well as the sound of the sitar music over the temple intercom returned. "You ready, Sia?" Abby asked. "Be right out," I replied. I gave the mirror one last look, again trying to focus. Nothing. Maybe I was just tired. Abby and I joined the priest in a private shrine where he had arranged the ingredients in a square brass bowl known as a havan kund, or a prayer altar. This is where the offerings would be made to the gods. The priest gestured for us to kneel on either side of him. Once there, we rang a bell and chanted as he lit lumps of ghee that were arranged in the altar. Smoke swirled up from the fire as the priest alternated between chanting and ringing bells. The sweet smell of spice and herbs wafted from the fire as the priest's chanting grew louder. My head lolled back as I watched the smoke swirl and shift above us. As it shifted, it began to take shape. I glanced over to Avi to see if he was watching, but his eyes were closed in meditation. When I returned my eyes to the altar, an image of a white bull with long black horns manifested from the shifting, swirling cloud of smoke above it. The bull's coat was shiny ivory sheen against the dark ebony horns. Golden bells hung on a cord between its dark horns, and a wreath of lotus flowers draped around its neck. It spoke to me in a language I did not know, and to my surprise I felt words forming in my mouth, answering back in the same tongue. Was I dreaming? Did I doze off? The bull beckoned me to follow him. I felt myself rise from my spot at the priest's side, although when I turned back to look, I saw myself still seated beside him as he chanted and rang his bells.
The Demon Channel.
Thank you for the follow. The fire rose higher in the altar. I stepped through the flames, following the bull. On the other side of the flames, I was standing at the edge of a bamboo forest. In front of me was an elaborate, ornate white marble staircase that led up the side of a mountain to a great temple that stretched up and touched the sky. When I looked away from the temple, I saw that the bull had transformed. He now had the body and legs of a man, but with 4 arms. His head, however, remained as a bull. He spoke again in a tongue I did not know, but still understood as he pointed to the steps. I bowed to him as I walked past, making the climb alone. I did not know how long I climbed, but when I arrived at the temple door, I was above the clouds. This has to be a dream, or maybe a hallucinogenic effect from the smoke, I told myself. Even though I could feel ice particles from the clouds melting on my skin as the wind whipped my hair from my face as I climbed higher. Up and up I went, further up the mountain until I was above the clouds. There I found the carved marble door of the temple adorned with tigers, lions, monkeys, and elephants. The temple door opened and a rumble before me. I felt my heart thud in my chest as I entered. There was no one to greet me as I stepped through the temple door. The inside of the temple was empty except for a single marble throne, situated with its back to the door. It faced an open terrace revealing a beautiful sky full of stars, planets, and all sorts of celestial bodies dancing in the sky. I stepped closer, in awe of the view from the top of the temple. The full moon, stars, planets, comets, all were visible from this vantage point above the clouds. The sky was limitless. I don't know how long I stared before I realized the throne beside me wasn't empty. Her skin was the same deep dark blue color from the morning sky just before dawn. Her unkempt hair hung down below her shoulders. A golden jeweled crown sat on her head as she looked at me with eyes as red as the blood that stained each palm at the end of her many arms. A necklace of human heads. Is it Kali? The necklace of human heads that hung around her neck was the only covering for her otherwise naked breasts, and she wore a skirt of human arms around her waist. Her tongue unfurled through her fanged teeth as she spoke with a voice that rumbled in my chest. I recoiled in fear as she stood up, brandishing a golden-handled scimitar as she approached me. Her voice grew to a scream in my mind. I covered my ears as I felt words I didn't understand rising from my throat in a raspy reply. I knelt before her, cowering in her mighty presence, which was limitless as the sky. The next thing I remember, I was Avi's hands on my shoulders, shaking me. "Sia!" Avi yelled as he shook me. "Are you okay? Did you see it? Did you see her?" I asked. Her form still burned in my eyes, wreathing the light of the night sky in her temple. "See what?" he asked. I looked from Avi to the priest. The fire in the kund had extinguished, leaving only ash. The ceremony was over. "Nothing," I replied. I must have dozed off. The priest's gaze lingered on me and again to the area above my head as he did before. He turned back to the ash pile on the altar, filling a mortar with it and grinding it into a fine powder. He dipped his finger in the ground powder, saying a prayer as he drew 3 horizontal lines across Avi's head, and then did the same to me. He then dipped his finger in turmeric and placed a red bindi dot in the center for each of us. "You have both been marked with the tripundra of the Basma," the priest said. "It shall protect you in the presence of evil." We bowed to the priest, who bowed to us in return. I looked to the mortar, seeing a small pile of Basma still inside. I caught the image of a sharp, blood-red fingernail extend from a blue hand, tracing around the rim. "We should bring that with us," I said, "so we can protect the rest of our family." The priest fixed his gaze on me, staring intently for an extended moment before nodding. I filled the Ziploc bag with powder, taking as much as I could before we left. He gave me a printout of lines to read from the Bhagavata Purana, all in English, thankfully. It was after dark by the time we left the temple. We still had a 2-hour drive ahead of us before we would be back to the restaurant and our family. By my best estimate, the Brahma Rakshasa was not due to return until 2 in the morning, which was my best guess as to the time when she had devoured Sanjay. Oh fuck, Sanjay. With all of our errand running today, the shock of Sanjay's death had almost gone away. Thinking about it hit me hard. My cousin, Avi's brother, was dead, murdered and eaten by the Brahma Rakshasa. I felt like ages ago. It hasn't even been a day. A tear fell from my eye. "Are you okay, Sia?" Avi asked from the passenger seat. "Yes," I replied, wiping my eye. "I was just thinking about Sanjay with everything that's going on. It feels like we're already forgetting him. I don't want that." Avi nodded. "What happened to you during the puja, Sia?" Avi asked. "What did you see?" I considered telling him about the blue woman sitting on her throne looking at the stars from the top of the temple, but now wasn't the time. "I dozed off," I said, with what felt like an unconvincing shrug. "The shower made me sleepy." "Your eyes were open," Avi said. "You were talking, Sia, and it wasn't English, or Telugu for that matter." "What was I saying?" I asked, genuinely curious because in my trance state I did not hear or understand the sounds that had formed from my lips. "I don't remember all of it, but I was shaking you. You repeated the same words over and over." "What were they?" "Kali," he said. "Kali Ma. You know who that is, right? The blue woman." "It's nothing, Abby." I'm sure it was just a dream. I look up to see the white bull for my vision, standing in front of us, blocking the road. I slammed on the brakes as the car screeched to a halt. "What the fuck, Sia?" Abby said, massaging his shoulder where his seatbelt had dug in. I saw... I trailed off as I pointed to the road. It was empty, only pavement illuminated by headlights of the Subaru. Whatever I had seen, it was gone. The car idled as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. "Maybe I should drive," Abby said. Ahead, just out of focus in the shadows alongside the road, I could make out the outline of her. The blue woman. One of her many arms was stretched out towards me, beckoning me to follow. I put the car in gear, ignoring Abby's offer. "Okay, fine, you drive," Abby said in a huff when I didn't reply. "Just be careful, we didn't come all this way just to die in the car." God, you know what I have right now, team, that I really want? I have none. Like, sitting right here. I'm gonna eat some. Hold on. Give me some naan. I turned on the radio to break the silence of our drive back. Oh my gosh, sorry, it's wrapped in tinfoil. Okay. Oh. Mmm. Naan is good. It's like an Indian tortilla, I approve. Mmm. Sorry, my throat's just getting dry already. Mmm. Mmm. I actually want some tikka masala right now, despite the creepy story. Well, whenever I clicked on the story, I didn't realize it was an Indian restaurant. I thought it was just like a buffet. Because I didn't read over this one specifically. All the other ones I kind of looked at really quick. And it was like, oh. Yeah, the story's less creepy. But I'm like invested, I want to find out what happens. It's not a very creepy story anymore though. The beginning was good. With the demon being there for 2 weeks. Like, if it ended there, that'd be awesome.
You even know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Aww.
Just stepping out of the cage to say hi, Lay-R.
Love you, Bait. I'll catch up after the story, though. I'll catch up after the story. Alright. Alright. I turned on the radio to break the silence of our drive back. When we reached the main road back to town, I again saw the shadow of the woman. But she wasn't leading me to the restaurant. A word whispered from my lips as her hand beckoned me to follow. Gramu. What, Abby asked? I turned the car to follow where she was leading me. Home. We need to go home first. Why? What's at the house? I didn't answer. I drove to her house, which we hadn't lived in since our customer had set up camp in her booth at the restaurant. Along the road, I caught wispy visions of her outline, guiding me. When I pulled into the driveway, she was standing at the front window inside the house. A lone red fingertip curled as she beckoned to me. Wait here, I said as I exited the car. As I entered the house through the kitchen, the smell of spoiled food hit me hard. I hadn't lived here for almost 3 months, only stopping in from time to time to grab clothes. On one trip's home, Dad threw the main power switch to save on paying the electric bill. No sense paying for something we weren't using, especially since all of our funds went to feeding the Brahma Rakshasa. The dishes from our last breakfast in the house were still in the sink, all coated in green and brown fuzz. I heard the sound of fingernails trailing down the hall paneling. I followed it, seeing her palm just as it turned the corner. As I turned the corner, the hall closet door opened before me. I looked inside, finding what she intended me to find. Uncle Samir's shotgun. I found his target loads for skeet shooting in a box in Uncle Samir's closet. Although I can't really say I found them, I only followed where she led me. I felt her hand guiding me back to the kitchen where I grabbed the knife before heading to the kitchen table. I had no idea how I knew what to do, what I was doing, only that she was guiding my hand as I carefully pried open the crimped edges of a shell. Little metal shot pellets poured out into the table and bounced onto the tile floor. Once empty, I filled the shell with basma from the bag in my pocket and carefully recrimped the top. I repeated this 2 more times, loading up 2 more shells with what was left of the ash. She's gonna motherfucking shoot this thing, dudes! Kali approves of guns! Yeehaw! I must have been a sight walking down the front walk with a shotgun over my shoulder. Abby's eyes were wide with shock as I approached the car. Dia, why do you have a gun? He asked. The priest said. I cut him off. I know what the priest said. This is extra protection if reciting poetry doesn't work. He looked at me, tilting his head as I tossed the shotgun in the back seat and fired up the car. You saw something in the ceremony, didn't you? He asked. As I opened my mouth to speak, the blue woman appeared just outside of the car window behind Abby. Kali Ma. I watched as she put a long, blood-stained finger to her lips, shushing me. Abby's eyes followed where mine were looking. As he turned his head, she disappeared. I shook my head no. If we can't get the Brahma Rakshasa to touch the Basma, we need a way to make the Basma touch the Brahma Rakshasa. I filled the shotgun casings with the sacred ash. Now we can kill it without getting close. Is there any left? Again, I shook my head no. All the basma. You used all the basma, Avi asked. Why would you do that? How will we protect the rest of our family? I gunned the engine, peeling out as we sped away from the house. The clock on the car dashboard hit midnight. We had 2 hours before the Brahma Rakshasa returned. I have an idea for that too, I said. But no one's going to like it. Ooh! Kali? She's not like a demon. She's more of like a god, but she is not. She can be nice, sort of. She's kind of scary. Kali's scary. The only reason I even know even a little bit about Kali is because like, video games and stuff. Yeah, but she's you don't want to fuck with Kali, basically. Like, the mythos of her is, like, crazy. Or not mythos, because she's still worshipped even today. I don't know what to call that. When it's still a current religion. Spite's one of them. I used to play another game with a bunch of gods in it, too. When I was little. None is good. Yes. The non's helping my throat, actually, so I'm kind of okay with this. This story went from, like, chaotic neutral. Yeah, she's not a demon. But she's definitely... as the story goes, this represents a great battle in which she destroyed the demon Raktabija.
Been listening to this story for so long I didn't even notice my shift for work was over and I was done with what I was doing.
You're silly, Miku. Yeah, she's a goddess. She's not a demon. Kali. But it's like one of those gods where they're like, "Oh, don't do certain things or else she's gonna kick your ass." She's like one of those gods. Yeah, it's turning into a demon killing story. I mean, it isn't spooky, but I kind of like this story anyway. Anyway, let's finish up the story, because this is the last part, team. This is the last part. Let's see if it works out as planned. Maybe we'll get a happy ending. I don't know. I mean, I have no clue. Oh, is Terror from the Vault, is that a monster one? It's a long one, but it has some quality nightmare feel in there. I'll look it up. I'll look it up, my dude. It'll be on the VOD. I'll look it up if it's a monster one, because I love monster ones. Just a suggestion? Kali approves of shotguns. Yes, she does. You're on a website talking about Kali. Got it. Oh, the shitty copy pastas are pretty good. He hates people with a high ego. Well, I mean, it's Kali. Why would you act like you're more confident than freaking Kali? She's like a super badass. She'll appear in a fearsome form. A mature soul who engages in spiritual practice to remove the illusion of ego sees Mother Kali as a very sweet, affectionate, and overflowing with incomprehensible love for her children. Interesting. The more you know! We learned about Hinduism today, team. Alright, let's go with the final part, team. Hold on, what was that other one? It was Terror from the Vault, you said? Terror from the Vault. I'll look that up afterwards. Alright. I filled Avi in on the plan as we drove to the restaurant. We would go with our parents to the temple while I stayed behind to face the creature. As the priest had said, the Brahma Rakshasa had fixated on me, so me staying behind was the safest bet for the rest of the family. Plus, I seemed to have a spiritual guide watching out for me. Whether or not she would intervene during my confrontation with the Brahma Rakshasa was yet to be seen. At the very least, she had answered my prayer for a weapon during the fight. We made a pass down Main Street before pulling up behind the restaurant, just to confirm that she had not yet arrived inside. I could see our parents getting the buffet ready for her return. The buffet trays were piled high with biryani rice, naan, curry, tikka masala, and many other dishes. As we discussed the previous night, they had made all the food using up everything in the cold storage room. A stocked buffet, our parents, but thankfully no Brahma Rakshasa, My mother was the first to see us when we entered back the restaurant through the kitchen. "Sia!" she yelled in a mixture of excitement and fear. Her eyes moved from the tripundra on my forehead to the shotgun hanging off from my shoulder. "Sia, what is all of this?" I gave her a hug, taking care not to smudge the ash on my forehead. Dad and Uncle Samir rushed in shortly after hearing my mother's explanation. Samir hugged Avi to his chest. Avi melted into his father's arms and didn't think either would let go. My dad, however, grabbed me by both shoulders and tried to shake some sense into me. "Why are you here, Sia?" he asked as he gripped my shoulders. "You were supposed to leave. You were always disobeying. Why did you come back?" Before I could speak, he pulled me tight against his chest, hugging me. He then saw the tripundra on my forehead. "Where did you go?" I filled him in on the trip to the temple and our discussions with the priest and how to deal with the Brahma Rakshasa. I left out the part about my vision during the puja and the presence of Kali Ma guiding me. That would only lead to more questions, and those are questions for another time when we had more time. When I told them the plan to seek refuge at the temple, both Dad and Uncle Samir refused. "No, Sia," Dad said while shaking his head. "Tell us what needs to be done, and we will stay and do it. It is too dangerous for you to handle alone." I pointed to the tripundra on my forehead. "It has to be me, Dad. I'm protected. It cannot touch me as long as I have this, but it can hurt you, Mom, Samir Chanana. You must leave while I do this." "Sia, you can't." "It chose me, Dad," I yelled back, interrupting him. "I pissed it off. It won't leave because of me. It's never going to leave. I have to be the one to end it. Me, not you, not Mom, not Avi, not Samir Chanana. Me. It has to be me." "Saya," Mom began as tears formed in her eyes. "Saya, please, please, no, not this. Anything but this." "There's no other way, Mom," I answered. I felt my own warm tears dripping down my cheeks. I angrily wiped them away as I yelled. "No, I've cried too much today. I'm done with crying." This only made my mother cry harder. I took her hand, the one that bore the scar from the bite she endured when I first angered the Brahma Rakshasa. Looking at it brought back the memory of the popping sound of the teeth biting down through the bones of her hand. "Does it still hurt?" I asked. "It aches all the time," she said. "I don't think it will ever go away." I brought her hand to my mouth and kissed it gently. "This happened because of me. I will make her pay for doing this to you." She nodded, but it did little to stop her crying. My dad, Uncle Samir, they were all exhausted. They'd been up for 36 hours straight, if not longer. As much as I'm certain they wanted to argue more about my plan, the haggard look on their faces told me how much they wanted this to finally end. They were already prepared for it to end, resigning themselves to bear the brunt of the Brahma Rakshasa's rage when the food ran out. In my plan, at least there was a glimmer of hope. It was that hope that finally swayed them. I hugged Mom and Dad one more time besides the car, promising to be safe and not take any unnecessary risks besides the one that I had already agreed to take. The sights aim a little high, Uncle Samir said, and then hugged me tightly. Like me, I'm certain he was dealing with his own guilt regarding the Brahma Rakshasa. Him for bringing it here, me for pissing it off. I insisted on Avi driving, which after some hesitation, my parents and Uncle Samir all agreed. If Avi was driving, I had more faith that they would arrive safely at the temple and not try to return and interfere. I watched their taillights disappear down Main Street, then went back inside to wait for my guest. Oh boy, she's gonna be there by herself. She's fighting a raid boss on her own. Also, thank you for the follow. Alright. I prepared her booth as I always did. Nice new linen tablecloth, a paper placemat drawing of India, highlighting the different regions and a list of fun facts about the country. A fresh, clean plate still warm from the dishwasher. A linen napkin, a knife and fork, even though she never used them. Once her table was ready, I unlocked the front door and hid under the table behind the half-wall opposite of her booth, and then I waited for her arrival. I took the safety off the gun, holding it tight against my body. My plan was simple. Wait until her back was turned at the buffet. Stand up, aim, and fire. If for some reason that didn't work, I still had the printout from the Bhagavata Purana in front pocket of my pants as plan B. Plan A, however, was blowing her fucking head off. Dude, it's a freaking demon. It's gonna know you're there. I hadn't had a glimpse of Kali Ma since she shushed me from revealing her presence to Avi earlier. I was beginning to doubt if I had seen anything at all, or if it was simply a manifestation brought on by months of sleep deprivation playing a cruel trick. It wasn't the most reassuring thought to have moments before facing off with an ancient demon. Up until today, I can't say I believed in the existence of any god, let alone the one who I had seen earlier. But now I needed her very much to be real, and to protect me. In a hushed voice, I offered up a quick prayer. Om Krim Kali. No sooner had the words left my mouth, the bell on the front door rang, announcing the arrival of the Brahma Rakshasa. I stilled my breath, holding it as I heard her walk towards the buffet. Her feet shuffled across the floor, then stopped just in front of the buffet. Namaste, Sia, said. Stand up, Amaya. I know you are there. So much for the element and surprise. The priest said you couldn't surprise it. It's a fucking demon. I stood up from my hiding spot, leveling the shotgun so it was aimed at her chest. As she eyed the gun, a smile spread across her face. What game are you playing, Amaya? This is foolishness, too. Her eyes drifted up to the gun to my forehead as the realization set in. Her expression shifted. The smile faded as her eyes expressed an emotion I had yet to see from her. Fear. Amaya, you've been busy today. I have, I answered, looking back. I probably should have pulled the trigger right then, but after all the fear, pain, and suffering she had caused my family, I wanted that fear she was feeling to linger a bit longer. I wanted her to suffer. No! 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 You don't let stupid reasons get in the way of whatchamacallit. Don't let stupid reasons get in the way of, you know, revenge. Yeah, Doom Guy does not hesitate. You should not hesitate. If you are faced with literal demons, you do not hesitate. You go bang, 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 and then double tap, and then we're good. But I guess she's got to do a monologue, so let's read her monologue. I didn't know it yet, but even if I had fired then, it would have made a difference in how things played out. The rest of your family, they're gone, I take it? Yes. So what happens now? Now you pay for what you've done to my mother, to my cousin, and to my family. Are you forgetting, Amaya? I am your invited guest. You are no longer welcome, I said, moving my finger to the trigger. Although she wore the visage of an old woman, the creature moved lightning fast. Before I could pull the trigger, she spun around and picked up a plate from the stack near the beginning of the buffet and flung it at my face. I just barely managed to get my hands up to deflect the blow, feeling a crunch as it shattered the bones in my left wrist and the gun slid from my now useless fingers as my wrist swelled. A volley of plates followed as I dove for cover. Ooh, we action film now, team. A second plate caught me in the side on the way down. I wheezed as I felt a crack in the side from where the plate struck me in the ribs. My breathing sputtered as I hunched down as low as I could to avoid her dinnerware artillery. My left hand hung limply from my wrist. I could barely feel it throbbing. Making matters worse, the printout of the Bhagavata Purana was safely tucked in the left front pocket. I might as well have left them in the car. But use your other hand! Foolish, stupid Amaya, she hissed. Just because you can't touch you doesn't mean I can't hurt you. I cradled the gun in my lap, and I pressed my elbow against my side where the stabs of pain labored every breath. I could no longer grip the barrel, so I laid it in the crook of my elbow, readying myself to blast her. I stood up, leveled the gun at her, but she whipped another plate at my head before I could get a shot off. I ducked back down behind the booth, watching as the plate embedded itself in the back wall of the restaurant. I jumped up and fired before she could send another plate my way, and that's when the world exploded. When I think back on that moment, I can vividly still see it all happening in slow motion. The fine cloud of basma powder erupting from the barrel of the gun, and the crackling of static as the fine particles dispersed in the air. The fire from the barrel traveling up an expanding cloud of dust, engulfing it as it erupted into a massive fireball. In the months recovering from the encounter, I learned that there are anywhere from 3 to 5 grain elevator explosions every year due to combustible dust. There have also been multiple incidents where warehouses of sugar and flour are leveled to the ground by a cloud of dust and a small spark from a frayed electrical cord, or even a small discharge of static electricity. Living in Indiana, around all these silos, you'd think I would have known something about that. Oh boy, you're watching the Demon Channel. Okay. The fireball expanded, enveloping the Brahma Rakshasa as the blast shattered the glass sneeze guard in the front windows of the restaurant. My body was thrown backward like a rag doll into the back wall of the restaurant, where I collapsed through a table. Debris from the explosion rained down on me, burying the lower half of my body. The shotgun lay useless at my side, trapped between my arm and leg under debris from the explosion. I coughed, but I couldn't hear it over the ringing in my ears. I felt a warm trickle of blood down the left side of my face. Around me, the world had taken a greenish, out-of-focus hue as my vision came back. I didn't hear the roar as much as I felt it in my chest. Across the restaurant, I could make out the outline of the Brahma Rakshasa, now transformed to her full height and terror. The blast had charred her skin, curling it up in spots like burnt paper. Other than the burnt skin, the basma had no other impact on her. It must have been consumed entirely by the fireball before touching her. I had to scramble to my feet, but my legs were trapped under the debris of broken tables, chairs, and benches. I tried pushing myself up, but my equilibrium was still fucked from the blast. My hearing was slowly returning in my right ear. In my left ear there was nothing but silence. Seeing that I was trapped by debris, the Brahma Rakshasa entered the kitchen. I thought perhaps she intended to escape, but she soon returned with something unexpected. A pitcher filled with water. Uh-oh! Oh, no! Saya, 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 she hissed through shredded lips. You truly are as stupid as my... She stepped onto the debris that pinned me to the floor, a safety barrier from my touch. I cried out in pain from her weight as I reached for her wildly with my free right hand, but she was still too far away. Slowly, water rained down on my face. I thrashed, knowing that once the Tripundra was gone, I was proper fucked. Over the shoulder of the Brahma Rakshasa, I saw the image of Kali Ma looking down on me. Her head tilted as a worried look overtook her face. "Help me!" I cried out to her. "Please!" She slowly shook her head. "There's no one to help you, Sia," the Brahma Rakshasa growled to me. She stepped closer to the Brahma Rakshasa, close enough to almost touch it. She extended one of her many hands out towards it, pointing her finger as if it were a gun. She then flicked her thumb down, firing. I have to get closer? She nodded. I slid my right hand under the debris, trying to reach the shotgun. There was still a small gap where I could reach through to touch it, but it was trapped against my body. Fuck. With my left hand, I slowly worked my fingers under the forestock to grip the fingertip grooves. My hand was too weak to grip the forestock, but the weight of the debris held the gun in place. I whimpered in pain, coughing and choking on the downpour of water as I grit my teeth, feeling the forestock slowly slide upwards with a hollow clink. The spent shell ejected onto the floor, and a live round moved into the chamber. Not that it mattered. The gun was trapped. I had to get it out. And to get it out, I had to get her off me. I worked the forestock down and racked the gun a second time, expelling a full cartridge into my waiting right hand. I clutched it between my fingers and smacked it against the jagged wooden edge of the table on top of me. As the final drips of water from the pitcher fell on my face, I smelt the smooth powder flowing freely from the hole cut in the side of the shotgun shell. I shook it until powder filled my palm, then worked my hand out from under the debris pile, careful not to spill the basma. The Brahma Rakshasa grinned down at me as it wiped my forehead dry with a pile of napkins. Then with a bony fingertip, it poked me in the center of my forehead. Foolish, foolish Sia, she hissed through a smile. You will die slowly, painfully, and for nothing. I will hunt down your family one by one, feasting on their entrails while they still live so they will feel all of it. All because of you, Maya. She slid her thumb down the side of my face, through the trail of blood from my eardrum. She curled her thumb up to her mouth, tasting her fingertip and shivering with delight. Your family makes such tasty things for me, Sia. I took a deep breath, cupped my hand to my mouth, and blew the basma directly into its face. The dust enveloped her head as she stumbled backwards, scurrying on her elbows and knees as her hands gripped at her throat. Red blossoms of embers sprouted on her skin everywhere the sacred ash touched. She gasped, swatting her arms at the dust cloud, which only further covered her in the basma. Her throat made a sickening sound as she gasped for air. Smoke sizzled from every spot touched by the holy ash. I managed to roll onto my side and wiggle myself out from under the debris that had pinned me down. I pulled the shotgun free as well, holding it up as I limped over to where the creature lurched and writhed on the floor. I swiped my forehead with 3 fingertips coated in basma. As I approached her, the look of fear returned to her face, but not because of me. I felt a reassuring hand on my shoulder as I turned to see a smiling Kali Ma. The fear of the creature's face grew to abject terror as it locked eyes with the goddess Kali. She spoke in a voice that can only be described as infinite, limitless. It wasn't loud, but it blocked out all other sounds. The Brahma Rakshasa shrieked in terror. Kali turned to me and nodded. I placed the gun squarely in the center of the creature's chest and pulled the trigger. There was no explosion this time. I watched as the Brahma Rakshasa's body shifted from monster to the old woman, then shift again into a grass-skirted warrior. From there, the transitions continued to a turtle, to a stately Indian woman, to an early 1900s yogi, a bear. Over and over, her body shifted, never fully fixing on one form, a constant transition from body to body as all of her past lives manifested at once and overtook her consciousness. The hole from the blast glowed white-hot like embers at a campfire, spreading across the creature's entire body until it was all licked with fire. The heat from the blaze took my breath away and quickly ignited the broken tables and debris on the floor of the restaurant. I turned away from the fire, towards Kali. She nodded and smiled as she pointed to the front exit of the restaurant. With that last gesture of salvation, she was gone. I limped through the shattered front door and collapsed on the sidewalk. Moments later, my dad's Subaru pulled up in front of the restaurant. Dad rushed out of the car to my side, followed by Avi, Mom, and Uncle Samir. Tia, you're safe! Thank God you're safe! I hugged him tightly. It's over, she's gone! Besides us, the fire in the restaurant roared, curling up the front windows as it burned through the front awning. Dad carried me to the car, laying down the front seat so I could relieve some pressure on my broken ribs. He closed the door and leaned in through the open window. Take her to the hospital, Dad said to Abby. Samir and I will stay here and wait for the fire department to arrive. I gave Dad's hand a reassuring squeeze through the open car window before we drove away. Once we were on the road, I looked over to Abby. You were supposed to take them to the temple. You were supposed to take them to the temple, I said. I tried, he said. But just as we were about to get on the highway, I saw something in the road. What was it, I asked, already knowing the answer. A white bull, he said. It was blocking the on-ramp. No one else saw it but me. I nodded. We arrived at the same ER that had treated Mom after her injury. I was admitted with 2 broken ribs, a ruptured eardrum, and a shattered wrist. When the town's volunteer fire department finally arrived, the building was beyond saving. They controlled the blaze to keep it from taking down the rest of Main Street, but by the time the fire died down, the restaurant, my family's business, was gone. The official cause of the blaze was given as an explosion caused by an unattended gas burner left open on the stove, for the simple reason that it had to be. Same goes for the remains they found in the ashes of the fire, burnt beyond all recognition. It was Sanjay. No other explanation fit. It wasn't that the fire chief was against doing a thorough investigation, just that with 1 injured, 1 dead, and no insurance claim on the building, there was no motive to investigate any further. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital recovering from my injuries. Although I was able to get out to attend Sanjay's funeral, they even closed the school as most of the town attended. For all the ilk that the small Midwest towns get in the news, they have a way of gathering as a community when a family is in need. For Sanjay's funeral, we buried an empty urn. The fire department had given us what they thought was Sanjay's remains, but we didn't bury those. In fact, I kept them. The ashes of the Brahma Rakshasa are sealed in a jar in my closet. Every day I get the urn out from under my bed and contemplate what might happen if I dip my fingers in and draw them across my forehead. Maybe nothing, maybe something. My life was saved by ashes. I don't toss them away so easily now. Monka S, dude! Yeah, right, give it to the priest, holy... This is the spooky part. She becomes the new demon. Once my wrist healed enough for me to drive, hold on. After the outpouring of support we received from the community, we decided to stay there. Dad and Uncle Samir both found local jobs. Mom hired on at the local diner. Now she slings coffee to the men in mesh hats every morning while holding spirited discussions on the merits of cricket as they educate her on the rules of American baseball. Once my wrist healed enough for me to drive, I paid a visit to the Hindu temple to tell the priest about my experience. I told him about my vision at the puja, how Kali Ma had guided me to the gun, showed me how to weaponize the bhasma, and most importantly, how she watched as the Brahma Rakshasa almost devoured me. She helped me so much, but when I was pinned down by the Brahma Rakshasa, why didn't she help me then, I asked him. Why didn't she intervene? The priest smiled. Kali Ma is our divine mother goddess, Sia, and as our mother, she protects us and watches over us. But I was on the ground, trapped under a table. I wasn't sure I was going to get out of there alive. Then perhaps you should have as much faith in yourself as she does in you, he replied. I can't say I know you all that well, Sia, but in our short time together, you never struck me as the type of person who would let her mother fight her own battles, divine or otherwise. I nodded. I never thought of it that way. Honestly, I was expecting you to give me the Hindu version of "The Lord works in mysterious ways." He chuckled at that. "The Lord works in mysterious ways?" he repeated, laughing. "That is a good one indeed." Seeing him laughing made me laugh as well. I laughed until I cried. It was a good cry, from laughter. "Farewell, Sia," he said, shaking my hand and bowing to me as I was about to leave. "I hope you will visit me again soon." The priest was subtle about it, but I caught his eyes glancing above my head as I walked away. His smile wavered. His smile wavered, but he said nothing. She's got the fucking ashes at home. I tried focusing on my aura many times since the day of the puja, but I haven't been successful. I've stared at myself in the mirror for up to an hour, right up to the point my ears begin to rumble, but before the aura manifests, the rumblings stop and I'm overcome by a throbbing headache. Maybe if my body has fully healed, I'll be able to focus better. Part of me believed that my aura was blocked by her, my divine protector. It was her way of telling me I should take it easy for a while. I should trust that she is watching over me, and trust that if the need ever arises, she'll let me see when the time comes. I guess it's time for me to start listening to my elders. Nice! Nice! Too bad nobody told. Well, I don't think you would dump the ashes, but she should definitely give them to the priest. It's obviously affecting her. She kept them in her fucking closet and takes the urn out every day. It wasn't really a spooky story, that's for sure, though. It was at first, but then, of course, the parts it was just like, oh, action, action, action. Oh, happy birthday, Dex! Feels birthday, man. Love you. It was like Bollywood Supernet. It was with demons and shit coming out. Yeah. Yeah, it's always like that. It's as soon as they get more detailed and they're like explaining everything, it goes from creepypasta or spooky story to just regular ass story. Ugh. He's not scary, team. It's not scary to explain your monsters. Don't explain your monsters if you want them to be super creepy. The Brahma Slayer. Oh, it does. Sorry. Stairs were more creepy. And they were stairs! Those are the least creepy freaking things in the world. All in all, I want Indian food now. Right? I put my leftovers. I only eat about half, and I put my leftovers in the, whatchamacallit, in the fridge. But I could definitely go for some more Indian food. Oh, it shows the day now! On OVR Toolkit. It says it's Monday. It says I've had it open for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Interesting. I like how, Oh, see you, Joshua! Have sweet dreams, my dude. The Rakshasa. Yeah. But it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Like, terrible. It wasn't, like, to the point where I'm just like, this is horrendous. Like, it was good writing, but it wasn't creepy. Hold on. Let's look up that thing.
You're watching the Demon Channel.
Come here. Come here. There we go. Error from the vault. The vault. Vault story. Let's put that. Oh shit. Story. Oh, there's horror from the vault. Well, I'm not here to watch a YouTube video. I'm here to read. bunch of movies from the vault. Beep, beep. Pasta. Yeah, I've read the story about. I read it on stream. The Horror from the Vault by Horror from the Vault. The Horror from the Vault. Ash Cloud. I don't see Terror from the Vault. I see Horror from the Vault. Horror from the Vault. Horror from the Vault. The Horror from the Vault. The series of horror fiction written by Isaac Bossonu. It's not creepypasta. Like, Terror from the Vault creepypasta just doesn't come up. And it's a book series. Which, that's great and all, but that's not really what I'm wanting. I'm looking for short stories, not like actual long-ass books. Either way. Yeah, sorry, it's Horror from the Vault. I got it mixed up. Yeah, and it's a story. It's not a creepypasta. It's an actual, it's written by like, you know, it's a published book. Nah, it's not a pasta, it's a book. Ugh. Granted, all of these have authors, obviously, but they're like little short things, so. Oh man. Nom nom nom. Oh, oh my. There's another 5-parter right here that I have, but I think this one's short. Pretty sure this one was pretty short. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we should have explained that, sorry. Oh, about it needing to be like creepypasta and not like fucking. Like, I'm gonna have read streams. I was thinking I could do read streams on the 26th of every month. Maybe? Something like that. Yeah, more Sherlock Holmes. And don't worry, I got stories here, team. I was just taking I just like suggestions, and then I look them up. But I have stories here to read, so there's no issues. Alright, and of course, as always, if you do have a story to suggest, I am following a theme today. It is monsters. If you have anything to do with any sort of monsters, that would be greatly appreciated. And they have to be creepypasta, like, short story. Try not to give me ones that are series, because I've picked out some that are series already, and they're a lot to read. So just having like a little short story every now and then is pretty good. Yee yee yee. Another thing to remind me about? What? Huh? Oh, read streams? Yeah. Zayla's been pretty good about reminding me about these, for sure. Alright. This one is titled, My Son Asked Me to Check the Closet for Monsters by... Oh yeah, I didn't even read that other one. Shit. The other one... Oh my god. The other one was by Chris Wright. And this one is by Grology? Grology. People got some weird ass names, dude. Oh, see ya, Canadian Muesli? Canadian Muesli? I'll see you, dude. "24-hour story time." I can barely do it for this long. Oh, and thank you for the follows, my guys. And let me see here. Weirdo C19 resubscribed for T1 for holy shit, 12 months, dude. Holy cow. Love you, my guy. I could write you cheered 100 bits and said, "Demon, be like I want your penis," proceeds to eat you. Bait105 resubscribed with a T2 for 18 months and said, "I'm just stepping out of the cage to say hi." Wow! Yay! Am I angry? Hold on. There we go. Mikusun did a 69 resubscribe with a T1 for 13 months. Hey, she said, "I've been listening to the story for so long I didn't even notice that my shift for work was over and I was done with what I was doing." Oh my goodness. Miku's silly. Big mouth. It is a big mouth. You know, sometimes you're just really hungry. And you want to eat a whole person all at once. Yeah! Pretty good, my guys. Anyway. Anyway, this one's called "My Son Asked Me to Check the Closet for Monsters." I didn't need to. I recently went through a pretty nasty divorce, but I got the only thing that mattered out of it. Full custody of my 4-year-old son. Lost nearly everything else in the process, so we had to relocate to a new house with barely any luggage or furniture. Truly a fresh new start. I heard him call for me during our first night at our new home. It was a little after midnight, I think. I went to check on him to see what was wrong, and I sat by his bedside. He was wide awake and asked me to check the closet for monsters, which wasn't surprising given the circumstances. He was still just a little kid, and without even taking into account all the crap he's been put through thanks to my shitty marriage, moving into an unfamiliar, barely furnished home must be a lot to take in for someone his age. And you know how they say about your brain always stays half awake when you're sleeping in a new environment, right? That's all pretty much what went through my mind in a flash as soon as my son spoke. It was no big deal. It was all normal, I thought. But something else almost immediately clicked inside my brain before I even got to look at where my son had pointed to while he made his innocent request. Something was wrong. I turned my head and looked. It took everything I had in me not to give in to fear and terror, all for the sake of my son. When you become a parent, you have to protect your children no matter what, always putting yourself in harm's way if necessary and spare them any and all kinds of things that might hurt them. That's why I didn't freak out. I couldn't. Not when we had just barely started our new life. I had to protect him. And at that point in time, as I sat on his bed, I only knew one thing. We had to leave the room, and we had to leave the house. Immediately. "Alright, champ, of course," I said, faking bravery. Then I made a request of my own as I lowered my voice and got closer to him. "Hey, how about you step outside for a minute? And if there's a monster in there, I'll have to kick its butt all over your room." He chuckled and said, "Okay." I made sure to put some extra emphasis on the word "butt" because it's something that always cracks him up when I say it. Fortunately, he got stuck on that, not the fact that I was indirectly admitting to the possibility of there actually being a monster. As soon as he left the room, my mind raced and started to put together the best and most efficient route to take him out of the house while picking my car keys and phone on our way out. When I heard the closet door slowly creaking open behind me, I knew it was time to go. I jumped out of the bed, exited the room, grabbed my son when we were out the door and inside the car and moving in under a minute. I told him I couldn't sleep, so we were going out for some ice cream to celebrate. He was a little taken aback and asked, "Celebrate what?" To which I replied, "Just us two together. I love you, buddy." It was by no means a lie, but I just had to make sure that he was alright and wouldn't think of anything else as we literally fled our new home. As I mentioned earlier, the house is a new environment for the two of us. I'd been there a couple times before, cleaned it all up by myself, and assembled what little furniture we had. So I knew for a fact what belonged where and what didn't. And I know his room didn't have a closet. Right? That's a good story! That's a good story! It's short and simple, gets to the point, doesn't answer any stupid questions like, "Oh, I went to the library and it turns out there were Satanists that used to live there, and they summoned a closet, and it was actually a portal from hell." Like, that stuff is dumb. What you confused about? Man door, hand hook, car door. But a hole? How does a closet appear out of nowhere? I don't know. Does it matter? It was there. It was there. Like, that's kinda spooky. Like, it doesn't matter how it got there, just that it was there. And it's scary. So I have many questions. About what? Alone in bed. Blanket shifts. Yep, time to move out. Yeah, man. First it's stairs, and then it's closets. So you have closets that appear in the forest. Or, I mean, stairs that appear in the forest, and now you have closets that appear in rooms that don't have closets. I mean, if there was a new door in your house that hadn't been there yesterday in your child's room, you wouldn't be spooked? Yeah, I'd be fucking... Nope, getting out of there. That's fucked. Not to mention it was opening on his way out of the room. Fuck that. Hold on. I'm gonna get some more water, too. Exactly! Especially if it's in my kids. Just like the closet, the sun.
You're watching the
Or it's just like
channel.
the closet, the sun. I'm so confused. Huh? Okay, well, to explain it to you, a father and son moved into a new house. The son goes, "Hey dad, can you check my closet for monsters? I'm scared." And the dad's like, "Oh. The dad's like, "Oh no." He tells his son, "Hey, why don't you leave the room for a minute? Because I'll need to kick the monster's butt, right?" Like in a joking manner to get the little kid out of the room. He immediately is like, "I need to get us out of the house." So he makes his way to the door. As he's making his way to exit his son's room, the closet door starts opening. He quickly grabs his son, grabs his keys, and they go out for a drive. And they're like, well, time to run away now. Because there's not supposed to be a closet in the son's room. Monster's like, "You gonna 1v1 me, bro?" Well, the thing with that, with Mike and Sully, is that they went through doors of closets that already existed. They didn't make closet doors appear. So, yeah. Okay, it makes sense now. Yeah, the whole premise of the story was they didn't want to do the reveal until the very last bit. That's probably what confused you. You're just like, what the fuck is going on? Why is he running away from a closet? Because the room wasn't supposed to have a closet in it. Your foot's falling. Are you sitting on your foot? Don't sit on your foot. I know I have another short one here. Hold on. Ah, yeah. This one's called Greta. I think this is a one-parter, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Oh, sorry. Ugh. It's my... I'm wearing pajama pants, so I'm starting to heat up a bit. Okay, Hectic Fur. Yeah, this one, it's one story. It's not too short, but it's one story. This one, I guess, is the best of from 2017, apparently. It's by Roth-Regar, and it's called Greta. Gotta watch out for those random appearing closets. Exactly. Exactly, team. What are you gonna do if a closet appears? What are you gonna do? You're gonna take some ash, put it in a shotgun shell, and then shoot the monster. Anyway, this story's called Greta. Alright. Every community has an urban legend. The ominous lore surrounding a strange house at the top of a hill, a ghostly covered bridge, or the dark woods at the edge of the city limits. You're watching the Demon Channel. Thank you for the follow. Even the small, secluded farm town I spent the first 18 years of my life in had its own legend. Ours centered around the eccentric Strauss family and their even stranger daughter, Greta. I find myself unique compared to most. This, unfortunately, is because I am a first-hand witness of what so many generations whispered of behind closed doors, around the campfire, and at night to scare children. On one fateful evening, I found myself in the Strauss family home. I can say with brutal honesty that the horror I experienced on that night led to countless therapy sessions, bottles of little white pills, and new life in a large city. With the nearest farm 100 miles away, I found it best to begin with retelling of my story by passing along the original legend the same way it was told to me by my peers. Thanks for the follows. That is the legend. Oh, you guys are silly. The Strauss family moved to the United States from Germany in the early 1900s and settled on a large plot of land in central Illinois. People aren't sure why they chose to leave Germany or why they decided to buy 300 acres in the middle of nowhere. We did, however, know a few things about them. They were very wealthy, self-sustaining, and refused to leave the family farm. All of their food was either harvested, fished, or slaughtered. The children were homeschooled, and the deceased were laid to rest in the family cemetery. Their property was littered with ominous signs written both in German and English, expressing how they very much wished to be left alone. There are more than a couple of rumors from townsfolk witnessing door-to-door salesmen walking onto the property, but never off of it. Rose Lane was the only road that ran along the Strauss's property line. It served as the looking glass for the rest of the community, allowing an opportunity of 10 seconds or so to catch a glimpse of the massive, eerie home. Over the years, the Strauss became more and more reclusive. Months would pass without seeing a single family member. Once in a blue moon, someone would spot out the Strausses wandering the property or staring at cars as they sped along Rose Lane. It was like winning the social lottery. The most common sightings were of the mother and her father, whom we simply referred to as Mr. and Mrs. Strauss. People would gather around the lucky individual and eagerly interrogate them as to whom they saw, and what an odd thing they were seen doing. The most famous Strauss, of course, was Greta. Everyone knew her name thanks to our town's gossipy postman. Greta earned the coveted title as the strangest Strauss, due to her morbid choice of clothing and frightening appearance. Greta's sightings were seldom, but always similar in their retellings. She dressed in black and only black, regardless of the season or of the time of day. Greta would be draped from head to toe in an ink-colored gown. Even stranger, her head was always hidden beneath a dark veil. No one in town had ever seen her face, not even a glimpse. Many years ago, as the story is told, Greta was working in the stables. Instead of focusing on the task at hand, she began to dance and play about as most children do. In a split second of wavered attention, she startled a young colt and was swiftly kicked in the jaw. To teach her a lesson, the elders of the Strauss family kept Greta from receiving medical attention she so desperately needed, which in turn left her face a mangled mess of broken bones and cartilage. Growing up, my friends and I would scare one another with stories of Greta. Whenever a dead animal was found on our property, we'd say that it was Greta sending a warning. Whenever we were lying in bed at night and heard the floorboards creak, we would whisper that it was Greta lurking in the shadows. Personally, I had never actually seen Greta. Despite the countless trips I made down Rose Lane, I had only heard the stories. As the years passed, the Strauss sightings went from seldom to non-existence. The grass on their land grew long, and the lights inside their house ceased to glow at night. Eventually, it was assumed that the Strausses had packed up and moved without notice. The bank couldn't sell the house, claiming a relative in Germany still had ownership of the property and was wiring full legal payments. We simply put the Strauss family farm out of mind until the night we decided to break in. John, Carrie, and myself were 18 at the time. We had just finished high school and would be attending different colleges in the fall. Like most guys our age, we spent the days and nights hanging out, drinking, saving up what little money we could. The summer was our time together and we're flying by in tandem, nearly at the end. So we decided to make one last memory. The three of us were sitting on John's porch, watching the sun go down and throwing back some beers we had paid Carrie's older brother way too much money to buy for us. John ignited the conversation that would change our lives forever. He still hasn't forgiven himself for it. He talked about how he was driving down Rose Lane earlier that morning and thought he had seen someone in the third-story window of the Strauss house. Carrie and I told him he was full of shit. We conversed and shared our theories about what we thought was inside house looked like. Carrie suggested that it was full of forgotten German treasure, and that we could be rich if we broke in. No one would ever know since the Strauss family had been gone for so many years. We smiled greedily at one another. Before we knew what hit us, the alcohol and excitement had us on our feet and walking towards the Strauss farm in the twilight. As we strolled through the woods, we talked about all the things we would buy with our soon-to-be wealth. The sun had finally set as we reached the edge of the property, and it looked as though the monstrous house was glaring down upon us. We stopped for a moment as we finished the last few drops from our can of liquid courage and debated for a few minutes on how we should enter the home. Eventually, we concluded that the door in the back was the best option since it could not be seen from the road. The three of us shuffled as quietly as we could down the gravel path and onto the wooden porch. My heart pounded in my chest as we got closer, but my feet continued to move towards the house. We pointed our flashlights at the dirt-stained glass of the back door. Carrie and John silently decided what was in silently decided that I was in charge as they prodded me forward. I grabbed the old iron doorknob and turned it and looked back in disbelief. It was unlocked. These guys are assholes, team. They're like, oh, no one will know. They're not gonna go to anyone. They don't go to cops or anything. We're just gonna go in and steal from them. Ha ha ha. Pretty sure booze in general led to the death in most cases, but it makes for good fish and chips. Casual teenage breaking and entering. This story's over on a copy of the movie Bleeders. I haven't seen that one. Anyway, as I pulled the creaking door open, a wave of musty air from within the house flew past us with a whine. Looking back at that moment, I wish we would have turned and ran back to John's. Instead, we crept inside the darkness of the Strauss home and shut the door behind us. We stepped into the kitchen and began rummaging through the drawers. Apart from a few broken dishes, some dusty utensils, and a couple of ancient appliances, the kitchen was virtually empty. The Strauss home wasn't living up to the horrific reputation we had collectively built for it over the years. It was indeed old, massive, and a bit eerie. Oh my god. I'm gonna sneeze. But nothing more than what you would expect from any other abandoned home. Everything seemed to be undisturbed. It was as if the Strauss had simply stopped their daily routine, packed up a few belongings, and left the home forever. The three of us searched through the rooms, opening drawers, moving furniture, and scouring through cabinets. Our respective alcohol buzzes in hopes of finding treasure began to fade. But as it did, an uncomfortable feeling of dread and paranoia washed over us. We decided that this whole idea was a waste of time, and that going back to John's to smoke some weed would be a perfect end to the evening. We backtracked through the home and into the kitchen towards the back door. Just as we were about to step outside into the freedom of the night, Carrie's voice broke the silence. Blah. Guys, look at this. John and I turned and pointed our flashlights back toward Carrie, who was standing against the kitchen wall. He was running his hand along the edges. We looked at him curiously, and I asked him what he wanted. Just then, he pulled on one of the mounted wooden shelves, and it swung open. A new entrance had appeared before us, one that we instantly knew was constructed to be secret. We adjusted our flashlights and stared at the staircase that descended into the dark depths below. The three of us knew that if there was anything of value left behind, it would be at the bottom of these stairs. Once again, John and Carrie nudged me forward as we crept down the stone staircase. The temperature dropped significantly as we reached the stone floor of the cellar. It was damp, dark, and I could hear the faint sound of dripping water and scurrying rodents. We started our search, exploring the outer walls, gasping with excitement as our dreams of wealth were back in full swing as our flashlights illuminated glimmering metal stones, jewelry, vases, paintings, swords, and coins filled numerous tables and cabinets within the cavernous room. We frantically filled our pockets and rumbled on about how we would come back in the morning with our trucks for the rest of the loot. What the fuck? They found pirate treasure, team. And also, yeah, stairs. All these stairs. Yes, the treasure room, mate. They got the treasure room. Why is this a best of? Why? Hold on. I gotta blow my nose. 1 second, team. Ah. There we go. That's better. Sorry, guys. I was, I needed to sneeze, but I didn't sneeze, so my nose just got runny. Thank you for the follow. And then they died. Me booties me mateys. German pirate treasure. Gotta have a treasure room. Yeah, this is weird. Alright, let's keep going. Alright.
Watching the Demon Channel.
As we made our way to the far corner of the cellar, we noticed something we very much did not expect to see. A large wooden door. Why wouldn't you expect to see a door? As to why it was barred from the outside with a metal rod, we had no idea. But in the moment, we didn't care. If the cellar was full of valuables, then whatever lay beyond the door would have to be even better. John lifted the iron rod and set it on the ground. I pulled the door open and my stomach turned. The air was pungent with the sour smell of decay. We illuminated the room with our lights and my brain attempted to comprehend the scene before me. Mutilated animal remains were scattered across the floor. A pile of old newspapers and rag formed a wadded nest in the corner. Against the far wall was a mattress covered in torn, stained sheets that were covering a large lump. I looked to my friend as I covered my mouth and nose with my shirt, turning my back to the room. I'd said something about leaving just before I saw the horror in Carrie's eyes as he pointed behind me. I jolted back and pointed my flashlight towards the bed. The lump beneath the torn sheets on the bed sat up and turned towards us. Well, it was nice knowing them. When's the Greta jump scare, though? Time to go! Time to close the door and bar it again! Ha ha ha! Wait, I don't have a treasure room in my house. These kids aren't going to college. I wonder if this story is titled Douchey Drunk Teen Burglars Get Big Spooked. Right? I feel bad for Greta. She's been locked in a freaking cellar. Initially, my body refused to move. The figure rose from the bed with an awkward, twitching movements. I heard its bones creak and wet skin smack against the stone floor. After what seemed like an eternity, I was able to move again. I stumbled backwards, falling into John and Carrie. We ran to the stairs like animals, thrashing about and knocking over everything in our path. John was the first to reach the base, and I was a few feet behind him. Carrie had fallen behind. John and I raced up the stairs towards the hidden entrance. I grabbed his shirt tail and yelled that we couldn't leave Carrie behind. We heard his panicked voice. He was close. We turned our flashlights downward and could see Carrie at the base of the stairs, and for a brief moment I felt relief. My moment of content was ripped from me when I witnessed a figure appear behind Carrie. Its skeletal hands sunk its sharp fingers into his face as he screamed. The beam of our flashlights highlighted the horrific scene like a spotlight on a stage. Greta's mangled, decomposing face stared at me between the torn shreds of her dark veil. Her dislocated jaw hung by a few strands of flesh. Her nose and eye socket were crushed, and her head was cocked to the side as if her neck had been broken. Even with her deformities, Greta seemed to smile at me as she pulled my screaming friend into the dark abyss of the cellar and tore into his flesh. The next few days were a blur of police interviews, search parties, and devastated parents. The Strauss property was turned into a crime scene and ripped apart. The police discovered the hidden cellar John and I had described. They found evidence of torture and human neglect in the barred room. The only problem, however, was the lack of bodies. Carrie was never seen again. The only evidence found were his flashlight and the remains of his clothes. They had been ripped into hundreds of pieces. I have a theory that Greta had always been a monster, and over time she became uncontrollable. The Strauss attempted to do what they could with her before abandoning their home. Eventually they resorted to locking her away in a makeshift dungeon to rot. But that's the problem with the worst kind of monsters. One very important thing the Strauss family neglected to consider is that some creatures, the ones urban legends are written about, refuse to die. That was kind of lame. Who wins? One group of drunk teenagers or one skelly boy? Yeah, it was totally flat. Oh no, we went back and she was gone. Meh. It was so scary, guys. Carrie's dead. Carrie's a dead boy. Yeah, big setup and just nothing about, like, they couldn't find her. And what would be cool, right? What would be cool to end with? Like, let's think about this, right? So, they're like, oh shit, and they let her out, right? And Carrie doesn't die. They all get out, They close the door and they get the fuck out of there, and they're just like, fuck that, we're never going back there again. But she's not trapped anymore, right? So they all go back home, they go back to John's house to smoke some weed or whatever. And they start hearing noises coming from outside. She followed him. She followed him home. And they call the cops and they're like, dude, blah blah, this and this happened. But the cops don't believe them because they're fucking hoodlums. Because they aren't nice people. They decided to break into a house to steal. Or like, they're just like, oh, people's pets start going missing. And then, like, oh, they find like a nest of dead pets with like their flesh torn off and stuff. I don't know, there's so many better ways to end that. Why was this a best of? That's so dumb. That and like, oh, Greta was a monster. What do you mean she was a monster? The only things that we know about Greta, alright, is that as a child, she was kicked by a horse, and her family refused to get her medical attention. And then they locked her in a cellar. That's like so sad. How does that make her a monster? Oh, she looks weird and scary, so she's a monster now. It doesn't make a monster. The real monster was the friends we made along the way. I don't know. It's just dumb. Oh. Oh, yeah, I do have a sunflower. Yeah, her story was the monster in this story is the parents, for real. We're all victims now. Either way. That one was pretty lame, not gonna lie. Why? Slenderman stories are a dime a dozen. And they're not even good. Slenderman stories aren't even that good. Alright, let's see. What other one? Here's another short one that I thought seemed like it was okay. Alright. This one is by Blair Daniels from 2 months ago. They found no blood, only bits of clothes. Maybe Carrie and Greta hooked up right now and found lewd true love. Right? Maybe he was into that. He's just like, I love monster girls. You look like a zombie, let's go. I'm eating none. I had some butter chicken earlier. My throat's a little so I'm just eating some food to keep my throat, like, not gross and dry. Looting in the loot room. Ah, yeah. Anyway, this one's called My New House Has Really Strange Homeowners Association Rules. This house has an HOA? I stuttered. The real estate agent nodded. No, I'd heard the horror stories. Fines for walking your dog, fines for the wrong color curtains, fines for obscenely shaped stains in your driveway. A homeowners association was just about the worst thing a house could have. Do you have a copy of the HOA agreement? The real estate agent avoided eye contact. How do you like the house? She asked, trying to change the subject. I'd like to read the HOA agreement, I please. After reading through some drawers, she pulled out a thick stack of papers. Here you go. With a heavy heart, I began to read. Pelican Peak Homeowners Association Rules. Your garbage must be kept closed at all times, unless you are currently entering or exiting the house. The community has a strict curfew of 10 p.m. You may not make any noise between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., and you must also keep all the curtains closed during this time. Food scraps cannot be mixed with regular trash. We have a compost bin. Discarded food scraps in the red plastic bin provided to you, and leave it on the curb on evening shortly before curfew. We will pick it up and bring it to the compost bin. Do not attempt to bring it to the compost bin yourself. You must always wear neutral-colored clothing when exiting or entering your home and when walking around the development. That's where I raised an eyebrow. What? Neutral-colored clothing? I looked down at my own outfit. Aqua blue jeans and hot pink glittery top. What is this? Some kind of dystopian nightmare making us conform to all look the same in these cookie-cutter townhouses? So, I wouldn't be allowed to wear this outfit, I asked the real estate agent. She hemmed and hawed. Well, probably not, but you know, you can just get one of those long duster cardigans or a jacket in a neutral color and wear it when you go out. It's not a super strict rule. You can have some color showing. Not a super strict rule, I repeated, pointedly nodding in her direction. I see. I continued to read. Never knock on a neighbor's door unannounced. Similarly, never answer the door if you aren't expecting anyone. As a community, Pelican Peak values privacy and safety above all else. When walking your dog, keep him or her away from the cul-de-sac on Petunia Lane. The compost bin is back there, and sometimes animals are triggered by the smell. Never leave children that weigh under 50 pounds playing unattended outside. The homeowner's dues are $150 a month, due on the first weekday of every month. I stared at the sheet. This is pretty restrictive. But look at what you're getting for the price, she said. Granite countertops, mahogany cabinets, stainless steel appliances, a rain shower in the master bathroom, all for under $200,000.
You're watching the Demon
I did
Channel.
love rain showers. You could just install that. I made an offer the next week. Several weeks later, I was moving in, along with several new black cardigans and jackets. My corgi, Buff, seemed to like the place well enough. She liked watching the squirrels run by, something she couldn't do from the window of my 11th floor apartment. The first night I followed the rules to a T.
Demon Channel.
Thank you for the follows. The first night I followed the rules to a T. At 9:47 p.m., I put my food scraps out, chicken bones, kale stems, and an apple core. At 9:58 p.m., I locked all the doors, drew the curtains, turned down the radio, and settled into bed. I wasn't going to sleep, of course. It was just time for my 3-hour Seinfeld marathon before bed. Around 10:15 p.m., Buff started growling. Brrr. Groan, paused the episode, walked to the second bedroom. Buff, shh, I hissed, remembering the association rule. She didn't even turn around. She just sat at the front window, her head poking around the curtain, hackles raised, staring out into the darkness, growling like mad. Buff? My fingers fell on the curtain's edge, but then I stopped. Keep curtains closed after 10 p.m. That was the rule. But does that mean I'm not even allowed to take a peek? What if it's some crazy guy sitting on my porch or something, or a rabid squirrel? I pulled back the curtain. At first I just saw darkness. Amorphous blobs of townhouses stuck to each other, speckled with blocks of hazy golden light. Everyone had their curtains drawn. The street was empty. No cars, no people, no squirrels. What? Wait. The street wasn't empty. A tall figure stood on the sidewalk, right in front of my house. The light from my window barely illuminated his form, but I could still make it out. He picked up my red plastic bin. But there was no garbage truck or wheelbarrow or anything around to dump it in. Where's he going to dump it, I thought? Is he just going to carry the bins one by one to the compost? That's really inefficient. He hoisted the bin up. His mouth stretched open, far wider than I've seen any mouth open. Then he poured the contents in his mouth. A light cracking sound emerged from the darkness as he chewed up the bones. I stared, horrified. Buff did too. Then she began to bark. Ruff, ruff. The thing froze. Shh, I said, patting Buff's head. Please be quiet. Ruff. He snapped around, ran towards the window at full speed. A flash of gray, wrinkled face, hollow black pits for eyes, a gaping mouth, and somehow no teeth or tongue. I let the curtain fall. I backed away, hugging Buff, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when the knocking started. And I remembered perhaps the most important rule of them all. Never answer your door if you aren't expecting anyone. Bork, bork! I'm a dog! Bork! Knock, knock, open up the door, it's real! Knock, knock, open up, FBI! Yeah, that one's pretty good. That one was decent. Nice little short story. With the non-stop, these appliances are stainless steel! Stainless steel appliances, team. Wouldn't you put up with that for stainless steel appliances? Blech. Wait, where'd my naan go? Did I didn't eat it all, did I? No, I didn't. Ah. I shouldn't be laughing, but I am.
I'm best as fuck, boy.
Not sure why this is popping up. My subs running out.
I don't know. Twitch is weird. It's how it do sometimes. Delicious. Should I do another short one or should I do another 5-parter? Aw, thank you, Valkyrie Knight. It really do be like that sometimes. Oh, thank you for the follow. We can do the long one, we can do the long one. Although, I will warn you, usually the multi-parters, some of them are good. I think the ones that are like, various stories are good. Like, maybe it's like, oh, stories about a certain area, and they just have different ones, versus the ones that are like, oh, I'm going to the abandoned hospital tonight. And I'll tell you what I see, and then, oh, this happened at the abandoned hospital. I'm going back tomorrow, and then they write another story for the next day. And then they go with friends, but then a friend goes missing, and then they go back home, and then it describes all that, and then they go to they go to the library, and they find information about a crazed killer on the who was housed at the penitentiary, but he still lives there. Ooh, weird shit I've seen as a Marine. I've read that one, Dubbin. That one's good. That's the one where they're in Afghanistan, right? That one's good. Ooh, I can do army ones. There's some good army spooky stories. Maybe I'll do that next month. Like, army and, like, armed forces, like, spooky stories. Yeah, explanation's the worst. Which at least it's working. On like Mixer, I can't use it as a platform. It's a broken mess. Oh jeez. That sucks. I don't fucking trust Mixer, dude. I think it's because, like, I would get those fucking Mixer bots in my chat, like, a couple months ago. Or, actually, I think longer than that. But I remember seeing the fucking scene... Oh, wait, no, it wasn't Mixer! Wait, it wasn't Mixer, never mind. I'm wrong. They've never sent bots to my chat. The other place did. What were they called? Oh, I can't even remember. It's so terrible. Like, who cares? It was, like, actually a scam. No. It was some place where they don't pay you in real money if you're a streamer. They pay you in cryptocurrency. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's totally a good idea. Definitely not a scam. They would advertise in chat sometimes. I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Go away. Anyway. And then I saw them at PAX, and I just like, I want to give them a fucking piece of my mind. And be like, stop spamming people's chats, you assholes. Anyway, let's start with this one. It's a 5-parter. It is by someone named Darkhawks. With a Z at the end. Oh yeah. Darkhawks, not cocks. Hawks, like a bird, team. Darkhawks. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's how you know it's a serious story. I prefer cocks. Anyway. Alright. This one is titled, There is Something Very Strange Going On with My Wife. I feel like maybe I might have read this before. Like the wife is a Selkie or something? I don't know, let's find out. This is my first post on No Sleep, but I feel you guys should know about this. If you want to get to the meat of the story, you can skip ahead to the 4th paragraph. Growing up, I always feared monsters. Even in college, which most would consider to be the time when you can be called an adult. My greatest fear was monsters under my bed, in the closet, or at the window. I would always tell myself how silly this was, seeing as I was an adult at this point, and I was still afraid of something I knew did not exist. That was until I met my wife. But before I tell you what happened, let me elaborate on how I met my wife to be and how much she means to me. I met Natalie in college. I was a nerdy guy, yet she saw in me something that no other girl in my life had. She was an extremely kind person, who always had the sweetest of intentions. As I spent more and more time with her, I realized how many things we had in common. To me, she was the most beautiful girl in the world, and I could stare into her green eyes for the rest of my life. And that's what I chose to do when I proposed, and we finally got married. Fast forward to married life, and I'm working now. While she is working on an online master's degree, life is good. Life is actually perfect. Too perfect. Time to put the tinfoil hat on, team. Too perfect. It's gotta all go bad. She saw something no one else had. My dick. Ever since we got married, I've told her everything. My deepest secrets, my deepest feelings, and most importantly, my deepest fears. I remember when I first told her about my silly fear of monsters. At first she laughed it off, but over time she noticed how I would sometimes shiver in bed, lying awake in fear. Being the sweetheart that she is, she would hold me, tell me it would be alright. My wife became my protector. She became the one to keep my fears in check. Her face became that of an angel to me, one that would protect me from whatever scary things life had in store for me. I came to trust those beautiful green eyes. Every time I saw her, I knew that I was safe. Now to the more weird things that have been happening of late. The first incident that I can recall that could be defined as strange happened at 3 a.m. one night. I woke up feeling extremely thirsty. And being the fearful guy that I am, grabbed the flashlight to go get some water. As soon as I turned on the flashlight, I noticed my wife wasn't in bed. I looked over to the bathroom, the light was on, and I could hear water running, so I assumed she was there. Half asleep, I walked downstairs to the kitchen and almost had a heart attack when I saw my wife standing in a corner drinking water. As soon as I saw her, though, I felt safe. She smiled at me as she sipped the water from the glass. I was too tired and I mumbled something about how hot it is and I got some water. She continued to smile at me as I finished my water and headed upstairs. As I walked back upstairs, I called out that she should come back to bed, seeing as it's so late. When I get back to my room, there she was, sound asleep. This was the moment I became wide awake. I could have sworn she was downstairs having water. Afraid to go back downstairs, I woke her up and told her what happened. Half asleep, half upset, she comforted me and told me to go back to bed. The next morning she joked about how I'm so afraid of the dark that I see her everywhere as my protector. Besides, I was just using the bathroom when you thought I was out of bed, she claimed. With that warm smile, how could I think otherwise? A week later, another strange incident. This was in broad daylight. Well, on Saturday morning, Natalie woke me up at 11 a.m. and told me she was going to get groceries. At around 11:30, I finally got out of bed and dressed up for a late brunch with my beautiful wife. I went to the kitchen and found her drinking a glass of water. I smiled and said, "Back so soon, honey?" She didn't reply. Just smiled as she sipped on her water.
You're watching the Demon
Before I could
Channel.
approach her, the doorbell rang and I immediately went to go see who it was. I opened it. Yes, it was my wife, back with all the groceries. "Oh, help me with all this, will you?" she jokingly snapped as she put down the paper bags by the door. As soon as she saw my color-drained face, she knew something was wrong. She sat me down, got me some water, and I told her what happened. This time it was in broad daylight, and I knew what I saw. As much as I had come to adore her beautiful green eyes, for the first time I saw in them a strange fear. My wife was the strong one, never afraid. She told me there is something she should have told me a long time ago. She said she had this happen to her as a kid, a lot, where her parents and siblings would see her in places they knew she wasn't. They could never explain these occurrences, but seeing as it caused no harm, they came to live with it without really questioning these encounters. Huh. Lots of water sipping. Oh, speaking of water, let's get some water, team. Where's my water? There it is. Hey. And some more naan. Give me the naan. Nom 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 naan. And she whispers, "Happy Prime Day." What the fuck? Hydration bot has gained corporeal form. Oh my god. You have no water paused? That sucks. Anyway. It took me a few months to process everything she had told me, but I started to live with it also. Like I said, my true perception of fear was monsters, not my beautiful wife. Several similar incidents happened. For instance, I would see her sitting in bed only to find her cooking in the kitchen downstairs. And in all these instances, when I would interact with this entity that I still saw as my wife, she would smile and not say anything. I actually came to find comfort in seeing my wife all the time. Always smiling, always happy, always perfect. It is important to note, however, that in all these incidents there was never any overlap, meaning I never saw her in two places simultaneously. I guess any sane person would have called out their wife when they thought they were seeing the entity, but like I said, I found comfort in her green eyes, in her smiling face, so honestly I didn't really care. Then today, everything changed. My wife told me she was going to visit her grandparents who live an hour away from where we do. She invited me to go, but seeing as it was a Sunday, I just wanted to be lazy. I told her to go ahead without me. This is when it finally happened. The overlap. I was in my living room watching TV when I got up to get myself a Coke. There she was, my wife again, sipping water from a glass and just smiling. I was so used to it by now, knowing this was the entity. I smiled and said, "And it is nice to see you're still watching over me." She smiled and continued to look at me with those beautiful green eyes I'd grown so fond of. That's when the phone rang and I turned away from the entity to pick it up. "Hey sweetie, I'm going to run a little late since Granny insists on me staying for lunch." It was my wife. As soon as I heard her voice, I heard a glass shatter, which my wife on the phone also heard. I turned around and saw that the entity was now glaring at me, and the smile no longer there, but rather a very disturbing grin. She was pointing at me with her head tilted to a perfect 90-degree angle. That wasn't what disturbed me. It was her eyes. They were no longer the green that I had found so much comfort in. They were pitch black, like those demons in movies. I stared at her as I was in a complete loss for words. "Honey, is everything okay? Did you drop something?" my wife asked on the phone. I whispered back into the phone, "I didn't." She did. At this point, my wife screamed into the phone, "Hang up and look away!" I don't know how I found the strength to do so, but I did exactly what she said. When I opened my eyes a split second later, she was gone. Confused and scared, I called my wife back, who said she was already on the way. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have overlapped. They said it wouldn't. They said she was harmless. I'm too scared to just sit around and wait. I still keep looking over my shoulder. My wife should be home any time now. As soon as she gets back, I will ask her who she meant by they, and what the hell is going on. She knows something, and I have to know what it is. Never did I think that the one I hold so near and dear to my heart was the one who protects me could become the monster that I fear the most. Spoopy lady, ooh! But she wasted water, what the heck? So spoopy! Maybe they should get a water bed. Spoopy water wizard lady. The face with no caller ID. Well, I think it was one of those things where he didn't know that it was bad if the thing heard her on the phone. Get the holy olive oil. Novi. I like it when there's no answers, but I think we're gonna get answers, whether we like it or not. And then they're gonna load a shotgun full of ash, and then they're gonna shoot her. If you haven't read the first part of my story, you should check out part 1. For those of you who are already aware what's going on, let me get to it. When my wife Natalie finally got back, she came in crying and wouldn't stop. She kept saying, you don't deserve this. We don't deserve this. You weren't supposed to overlap. I love you. I care about you. Your family. You shouldn't have overlapped." At this point, I was really confused.
Watching the Demon Channel.
I comforted her, held her until she stopped crying. Then, when she finally settled, I asked, "Love, you're not making any sense. Who is she? Are you referring to the entity?" She told me she doesn't have a name for it, and that she's never actually seen her. Only others around her can sometimes see her. She's always been described as someone who looks just like her. The same radiant smile, the same lovely green eyes. But when you screamed in the phone earlier, I knew what I was seeing. You knew that I was seen, didn't... What? But when you screamed on the phone earlier, you knew that what I was seeing... You knew what I was seeing, didn't you? Jesus, he worded that weird. How? She looked at me and started crying again. I only kept it from you because I didn't want to freak you out, she said. It's alright, just tell me everything. This person who wrote this, whenever they're talking, they don't make a new line, so it's hard to know who's speaking. Some grammar up in here, boys. Then she told me the story of the last person who overlapped, meaning saw her and the entity at the same time. When Natalie was in high school, her family, namely her parents and 2 brothers, were used to seeing it, as I call it, for the lack of a better word, around the house. She was always described as a smiling girl who would usually just be sipping on water. This occurrence only seemed to happen in her house, never at school or outside. Her parents, knowing the situation, would never allow her to bring any friends over for fear that they might freak out over what they see. But one day, upon her insistence and arguing that seeing it has never done anyone harm, her parents let her bring over a friend, Natalie and her friend Chris. They were working on some homework when Natalie decided to go down to the kitchen and grab some snacks. While she was coming back up, she heard Chris saying, "Very funny, but you're weirding me out with that smile." Natalie stopped dead in her tracks. But it was too late. The door to her room was open, and she was in direct line of sight of Chris in the hallway. He turned to look at her, his face completely pale. As Natalie heard glass shattering, she was completely in shock. Chris was looking at them simultaneously, staring wide-eyed in the corner of the room. She heard him say, "What in the..." Natalie ran towards her room, but the door suddenly slammed shut. She started banging on the door. "Chris, don't look at her! Just don't!" She screamed across the door, but silence. The door opened 5 minutes later, and she found him unconscious. After taking him to the hospital, they found out that Chris went blind. Doctors could not explain it. When they asked Chris to describe the last thing he saw, he struggled for words. That grin. Those eyes. Black eyes. And her head, oh God, her head was tilted 90 degrees. I never had thought such a beautiful face could be so twisted. Yeah, he definitely saw that while he was having, like, a freaking, episode in the hospital. Definitely said that. People are too chatty when they're like, oh no. In shock. I hate that shit. There we go. He's fine, just overhydrated. Lol. She thinks the only reason I can still see is because the overlap happened over the phone, so I wasn't able to feel the full effect. Whatever that means, I was surprised that another overlap like this hadn't occurred throughout her life. That's when Natalie told me that they said she was harmless, and will not actively try to overlap. So then I inquired about the they that she mentioned. Well, when I was a kid, my great-grandparents knew something about this. They were very hush-hush about it, but apparently it had happened in the family once before, so it was clear then. We needed to go see her great-grandmother. Oh, never mind. So it was clear then. We needed to go see her great-grandmother. It was the only one left who could provide us with answers. Natalie called her mom and told them that they hadn't been in contact with the great-grandmother for the past 2 years. Oh my God, this paragraph is horrendous. Ever since her husband died, she became depressed and asked not to be contacted and broke off all ties. She lived out in the country by herself, secluded from the rest of the world. It's going to be a 3-hour drive, so we decided to attempt to get some rest before our drive the next day. We barely got a few hours of sleep in. My wife woke up this morning telling me, "Breakfast ready?" as she walked downstairs. I noticed both of us must have missed our alarm since it was 11 a.m. already. The first thing I checked when I woke up was the bed to make sure I wasn't seeing it. When I finally went downstairs, I nearly fell backwards when I saw my wife sipping from a glass of orange juice facing the kitchen entrance. "Jeez, don't do that!" I snapped. She came rushing towards me. "Sorry," she mumbled. I walked over and gave her a hug. It's alright, we're both on edge. We'll work through this. After breakfast that neither of us had the appetite for, we hit the road to find some answers. As we were driving, my wife held my hand, and I felt safe once again. It was a strange sense of security because even after the crazy events, bright and sunny outside, and I was peacefully driving away with my wife. She smiled at me. I smiled back, looking at her beautiful green eyes, while fighting internally to take the image of the twisted entity off my mind. We remained quiet for most of our journey until I finally reached the house. The house was located deep off the small highway. On a narrow dirt road, there was an old van parked, but it didn't look like it had been driven for weeks. The house also looked like it had been abandoned for a while. My wife reached out and I held her hand. "Let's hope for the best and see what we find," I said. But before I could open the door, my cell phone rang. The moment the first ring sound broke the quiet air, my wife clutched my hand just a bit tighter. She was on edge, I could tell. I looked over at her and she was smiling ever so slightly. I pulled out my phone and looked at the caller ID. It read, Natalie. Uh-oh. 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 Hold on, before we head inside, we should drink some water. Uh-oh. Yeah, let's drink some water, team. Okay. Yeah, that hits the spot. Yeah, Natalie's the name of the wife. Yep, called it. That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, she knows how to speak like the wife now because she's heard her enough. The grip of the hand that I was holding started getting tighter and tighter. I suddenly got the feeling that I was not with my wife at all. Call it a gut feeling. I picked up the phone as I realized the person in my peripheral vision was changing their expression. The breathing also got heavier as I heard the neck starting to turn. With what little bravery I had left, I turned away, not daring to see that twisted face. "It's not me," Natalie yelled from the phone. The instant her voice reached my ear, I felt the glass shattering sound and a burning pain on my hand that lasted for a split second. I recoiled in pain, responding, "I know, I think it's gone now." I looked over to see, and sure enough, she wasn't there anymore. I breathed, "Don't hang up, and drive over here. We need to see this thing through." On her drive over, she explained how when she woke up, she was seemingly stuffed under the bed, as if someone knocked her out and slid her under the bed. When she woke up and realized that I wasn't there, she knew something was up and called immediately. At this point, I was freaking out a lot. Wait, she was knocked out and stuffed under a bed? Just put a paper bag on the monster, then you can have two wives. Okay, here you go. Boop. Threesome with the demon. Oh god, I just read ahead a little bit and it's funny. Okay. As if somebody knocked her out and slid her, and when she woke up, she knew something was up and called immediately. At this point I was freaking out a lot. So many questions rushed to mind. It talked. It acted just like my wife. How was it holding my hand? How in the world did it get out of the house? Most importantly, how do I tell it apart from my wife? That's when I remembered the stinging pain and looked at my hand. There was a very clear Lucky burned into my hand. Lucky? While I waited for my wife to drive over. It wrote Lucky on his hand? Lucky? Oh, okay. I mean, alright, I guess. Sure. While I waited for my wife to drive over, I started thinking the entity said, "Breakfast's ready and sorry. Why in the world was it sipping orange juice? Is it evolving? Is it learning how to fool me? It's evolving." I mean, they're all made up. I don't think this one is, like, trying to make it out to be, like, well, it might be? It might do to making out like it's real. The other one with, with the buffet, that was for sure, like, they were just writing a story. But I mean, they're all fake. They're all fake, but there's like some with the intention that it's like, oh, it's like a real. It's based on. It's a real story. It's my perspective of this real thing that's happening to me, and I need I need answers. I like those where they come to the internet and they're just like, I don't know what to do, guys. I wondered for a long time what all this meant until my wife finally arrived at 5 p.m. It's getting dark. I wanted to go find a motel and come back tomorrow. But my wife insisted that we at least check to see if someone even lives in the abandoned house. Before she got out of the car, though, she took the cigarette lighter from her car and burned it on her hand. I got very upset when she did that, but she said it might help me tell them apart. At this point, any idea of rationalizing this fear sounded great. Went and knocked on the door as the doorbell seemed broken. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? My wife looked at me terrified. Hear what? I wondered. The scream. It sounds like someone is in pain. My instinct was to back out. I really wish I had. But before I could do anything, my wife was opening the door, leading me in. I held her hand while keeping one foot in the door. I was all too familiar with the classic door slams behind you in a creepy house to walk in completely. Oh yeah, happens to people all the time. You walk into a house and then suddenly the door slams behind you. Definitely really common and not something that just happens in movies every now and then. I feel like there could have been a way better strategy to tell them apart. Right? I mean, we're talking about a thing that looks like her and acts like her. I'm pretty sure it could and it grows. Like, it looked like a child and now it looks like adult her. Like, I think it could make a burn mark on her hand, but whatever. Red eggs with the Sharpie, man. Easy. Burp, burp. Yeah. Okay. Inside, everything was dusty and full of webs. It's also unnervingly dark. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed that the house was completely trashed, with strange symbols scratched into the walls, and on the broken furniture in the shade of red. Just then, my wife started feeling lightheaded and began to fall. I feel so dizzy, she mumbled. I immediately caught her as she passed out. Then to my horror, as I looked up, I saw her in the hallway. I could barely make out her figure, but her finger was pointed at me with her head tilted at that unnatural angle. I did not need to stand there until I saw the rest of her creepy figure. I immediately turned around while dragging my wife with me. The door behind us slammed shut, but luckily my foot was in the door. I groaned in pain from the impact. Oh yeah, it happens all the time. Those doors slamming shut on their own. I groaned in pain from the impact and lunged towards the barely open door and crashed outside with my wife. I looked back wishing she was gone, but she was still walking towards us, very slowly and deliberately. The next moments are kinda hazy as I was full of adrenaline. I somehow managed to throw my wife in the car and get in. As I looked in my rearview mirror, I saw her. Her mouth was now wide open as she screamed. As I hit the accelerator, I heard what sounded like the windows of the house smashing. I drove half an hour to a small motel to rent a room for the night. At this point, my wife is asleep, and I have not slept at all. I dare not look away from her. What does the message on my hand mean? Is it toying with me, telling me I'm lucky my wife called to save me? Should I go into the house again with someone else? I typed up this update for you guys, and in a little bit she'll be up and we'll decide what our next move is. Any suggestions are welcome. Maybe like call her phone first? Oh right, she didn't have her cell phone obviously. The real one had it, but now the fake one knows, oh, I need the phone. So she could just steal her stuff. Yeah, I think this one's written with the intent that, ugh. Okay. Next one. Part 3. Part 3, team. Alright. Remember, people, his horror stories are always dumb. Yeah, they are. Huh? Her name's Natalie. He's called her by her name. If it's supposed to be realistic, it's asking far too many what the fuck is going on and who laced my water with LSD. Yeah, people usually don't jump to the paranormal immediately. Like, that's not a thing normal, rational humans do. Hmm. Natalie, the most evil name. Hmm? What do you mean, Ko? Ko hasn't been here. What are you guys talking about? What? Nobody's been in this room with me. What are you guys on about? Like, I would have saw her if she was in here. I have my camera, like, right here, pointing towards me. I would have saw her. Okay, let's continue this dumb story. It's only gonna get worse. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my body. If you've not read part 1 and part 2, please do so before proceeding. For those of you who have been waiting, I apologize. The last couple days have been a little crazy to say the least. Read on and you'll see what I mean. When my wife woke up, we had a long discussion on what our next step should be. While we were talking, I casually glanced at her wrist and noticed the burn mark was still there. She saw me looking, and her usual radiant green eyes became dull. It is me. I wish I could tell you not to be afraid of me, but I don't trust myself anymore. Tears started running down her face, and I gave her a hug and comforted her. Without responding, she was right. I was starting to doubt the one person I trusted to protect me in any situation. Dude, she has a doppelganger. Of course he's gonna fucking check to make sure it's the right one. Casual burn marks are casual.
You're watching the Demon Channel.
You guys are silly. Aw, thank you for the follow. Alright. Though I took some solace in the fact that she was still the one who saved me twice from the twisted entity. Besides doubting ourselves, she did come up with a few theories that seemed to make sense in light of recent events. First, it seemed that the entity is unable to appear in my wife's presence, proven by the fact that the moment she passed out, I was able to see it. Second, the entity is either evolving, since it was able to speak and move out of the house, or there might be multiple entities, as some of you suggested. Third, technology could potentially be a weakness for this thing, as the phone call has saved me twice now. Finally, there's something very wrong with that house, and the entity definitely doesn't want us there. The house is something that is to be explored. It's too dangerous to just go back without any further knowledge, so we decided to talk to the other person in Natalie's life who had experience with the overlap. Her high school friend, Chris. After making some phone calls, we found out that Chris lived in a nearby town, become a support group speaker to the visually impaired. It turned out he was actually speaking at 11 a.m. Still had enough time to be able to make it. Got to the small community hall just in time as they closed the doors. Most of Chris' speech was very uplifting and full of emotion. Talking about all that he had achieved in life, he ended his speech by saying, The day that I lost my vision was the day that I truly stopped living in fear. We stuck around, and when the hall had emptied, I approached Chris, who was standing next to his wife, whom he had introduced earlier during his speech. I didn't know how to even begin to ask him about his vision loss. But before I could say anything, he pointed to me and said, "Ah, so the overlap happened. Oh, so the overlap happened. She said you would come." He then went on to tell us that ever since the incident, Natalie's great-grandmother had been in close touch with Chris. Of course she did. Of course. Of course she did. Drowned twin plot? Maybe? I don't know. She felt very guilty about what happened and was determined to find as much as she could. She also insisted that it was only a matter of time before the overlap happened again. Natalie and she wanted to find a way to stop it. When we told Chris about the condition of the house and about the symbols that I saw, he became very serious. Then she tried to do it. She tried to bind what holds the sisters together to her house. "I'm afraid she may not have survived that," he said quietly, as I yelled it. I was really confused at this point. "Did you just say, sisters?" I asked. Chris then told us to follow him home as there was a lot that needed to be discussed. Called it! Yep, sisters. Yeah. Fucking Aunt Jorna. It's just like, I swear. Nah, Jorna called it first. Sister, sister. One's dead, one's alive. La 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 la. They were twins who looked exactly the same. Oh, oh. What? What? You're watching the Demon
Thank you for the
Channel. Follow after my dumb song. Okay. Excuse me. Genetic clothes. Oh yeah, sisters, time for some intense threesome action. Wow. Anyway. While Chris's wife cooked his lunch, he told us about the day he lost his vision. So I never told anyone this to anyone except your great-grandmother. That day I lost my vision, before I passed out, I'm pretty certain I saw a second entity behind the one that was staring at me in disbelief. And as I drifted into unconsciousness, I heard a whisper, "Feed." He went on to explain that Natalie's great-grandmother called the entity sisters, since she was certain there was more than one of them. Oh! Not Natalie's sister. The entity has sisters. He went on to explain that Natalie's great-grandmother called the entity sisters since she was certain there's more than one of them. Additionally, she believed that they feed off our fears. And not just fear, but the greater the fear, the more attracted the entity becomes. This made sense, seeing as I have been afraid most of my life, and now I'm at the peak of my fear, since the one that I saw as my protector has become the subject of my fear. After years of research into ancient lore, demonology, mythology, and family history, Natalie's great-grandmother found a way to pin the sisters. That has to be why there were strange symbols in the house, and why the sisters didn't want us going near the house. She must have found a way to bind them there. However, seeing as the entity still appeared and drove with me in the car, that means they're still able to move freely. They might have a vulnerability in that house. All of this was progress. Why didn't the grandmother say anything all these years? Or Chris. This was just negligence on their part. They could have taken care of it before it was a problem. Anyway. What? You're watching the Demon Channel. Thank you for the follow after my dumb song. Okay. All of this was progress, yet the thought of not knowing how to deal with these sisters was quite troubling. "Lunch is ready," called out Chris's wife as he made our way to the kitchen to enjoy a much-needed meal. Chris wanted to end this as much as we did, so he insisted that we spend the night with him for our safety. Considering I had not gotten any sleep lately, I welcomed the idea. We all stayed in the living room, and... "What are you doing, kitty?" And Chris's wife and I took shifts staying up to make sure nothing happened. I woke up at 3 a.m., feeling thirsty yet again. I laughed at myself as I thought maybe I have a medical condition of waking up thirsty in the middle of the night. Yeah, you know, that medical condition where you just wake up thirsty all the time. It's called wake up thirsty at nightism. So one thirsty boy. Yeah, that one medical condition, dehydration. Just drink water before bed, Christ. Then you'll just need to get up to pee. I looked over at Chris's wife since it was her shift to be on watch. Sure enough, she was awake and looking over at me with a gentle smile. I whispered, "Water?" As she pointed to the kitchen, I walked over. Half in fear of seeing the entity again, the kitchen was thankfully empty. As I went to look for water in the fridge, darn, no cold water in the fridge. I figured they might have some bottled water in the pantry. When I opened the pantry, I saw that it was very spacious and dark. I went to turn on the light and saw something very unexpected and horrific. In the corner lay Chris's wife, tied up, seemingly unconscious. Then it all hit me. "Lunch is ready!" Those were the only words spoken by Chris's wife that day. I was so caught up in figuring out what was chasing us that I missed that fact completely. I rushed back to the living room to find my wife missing and Chris sound asleep. What ensued after is beyond bizarre. Wait, okay, hold on. We got a problem, right? So first off, we're quite aware that the thing can say more than that. He drove all the way to what's-her-face's grandmother's house. Right? And like, it wasn't mimicking it from the wife saying lunch is ready on the phone. I'm pretty sure. Because she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna stay at my grandmother's house." Why does it say lunch is ready? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, and it had to mimic Chris's wife's voice, and all of this is dumb. No, he's saying that lunch is ready because the other entity told him lunch is ready, or breakfast is ready, or I don't fucking know, dude. I'm so confused. Oh, are you guys saying because it didn't, because she was replaced so she was silent? Ah, okay. She was replaced so she didn't talk. Okay, that makes more sense. This doesn't seem like a loss. These things can cook. He's basically just Kree from Marvel at this point, but so they're basically just Kree from Marvel at this point, but more stupid. Hey, QV. Anyway. Alright. I woke up Chris and called the cops immediately. I knew they must have taken her to the house. I didn't have time to tell them my wife was missing, so I rushed out the door and headed for the house. Yes, I know this was very stupid, but we do stupid things when our loved ones are in danger. That's just human nature. Despite the drive, I kept asking myself, how did I miss that? Why is the entity evolving so fast? It took another form. Is it because I was not supposed to survive an overlap, much less twice? Is it hunting me down? But why take my wife? I'm the one they want. Finally reached the house. It was now 6 a.m. in the morning. Before I could step outside my car, my phone rang. It was Natalie. "Hello? Honey? Are you okay? Where are you?" I yelled as I picked up. I'm so confused. I thought we slept at Chris's house. I'm home. I'm home. Please just come back." Now I was really confused. Is that... Or wait. God damn it. I'm so confused. I thought we slept at Chris's house. I'm home. I'm home. Please just come back. Now I was really confused. Is that still my wife on the phone? Honey, your wrist. Before I could finish, she replied, yes, there's a burn mark on my wrist. So I decided to drive back. Okay. I won on my... As I started reversing, I saw it, standing in the window of that decrepit house, sipping water from a glass, smiling at me with eyes shining greener than usual. I left for home, frustrated and not understanding any of what was going on. On my drive back, I wondered. It knew I was going to go back to the house to look for my wife. It wanted me to see, but why? When I got home, Natalie came running and gave me a hug. I felt cold-hearted for doing this, but I immediately pulled out her wrist to see the burn mark on it. She looked up at me in disappointment. It is me! As I finally looked into her eyes, my heart stopped. Her eyes, they were dark black. The iris of her eye was no longer the beautiful green that I had come to find comfort in. They were deep black. Natalie has been crying a lot since she looked in the mirror, and I'm still processing all of what just happened. It's been a complete day since her eyes changed color. There have been no more sightings of the entity. Life is seemingly normal. Not perfect anymore, but normal. Natalie is still herself, but seems to be a lot more of a serious person now. I spoke with Chris on the phone, and he told me that him and his wife are doing okay and have not seen the entity since. At this point, I am writing this update, and I'm not sure if I should go back to the house and investigate. I can't help but think it wanted me to see its eyes that day at the house. It wanted me to know what it took from me. I don't even know if destroying the sisters will bring back Natalie's beautiful green eyes. That said, I'm keeping a close eye on her. What? Why? Oh, okay. She has black eyes now? It took her eyes? What? Fusion completed. This is dumb. Alright. Part 4, team. Part 4. You guys, I must apologize for the long wait. If you haven't already, read my previous updates before proceeding. Oh my god, there's like a piece of... Hold on. There's like a piece of hair on my nose. It's driving me crazy. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna drink some water before I read this. Get that water. Get that water. I guess the demon wanted her green eyes. Fuck if I know. It already did though. It just took them from her. I don't fucking get it, dudes. Did I eat all the naan? Did I eat the last of the naan? I ate the last of that. I only have one naan left. Well, half a naan. Half a whole naan. I feel sorry for the confusion as usual. Yeah. He was just trying to be confusing as fuck on purpose. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. This is the not okay. So you know how I'm like, okay, open-ended things are good for stories. Yeah, open-ended things where you ask questions is good. Confusion, general confusion, is not good for a story. I fell asleep halfway through, so I'm real confused. That's much more naan than we have. Oh, night, Russell! Love you, dude! This is the only one that had a huge exposition dump that made us even more confused. I know! It's like, what the fuck? What's behind me? What? Is it in the window? I don't know what you guys are on about. Anyway. Alrighty. Alright. Just when I thought maybe I'd found peace. Just maybe I could move on with everything. Things got weirder. So Natalie's eyes remained black. And after a couple weeks of pretending that things were okay, I tried talking to her about the whole situation. But she would always find a way to skirt around the conversation. Things have never really been the same. We eat dinner in silence. I wake up at night and find her staring at the ceiling, but enough was enough. I couldn't continue to live on like this. I needed to find a way to fix things. The only way I knew how was to go back to that disturbing house. I sat down with Natalie and we had a long conversation about everything that had happened. She reluctantly agreed that we needed to go back to the house. Whatever these sisters were, we needed to confront them. So before we headed to the house, we came up with a plan. A lot of you guys suggested that mirrors might help, so I made sure to bring a mirror with me. I have one strapped to my back, my front, both my hands, my shins, and my pelvis, just in case. Sorry, that was made up. So I brought a mirror with me. I mean, at this point, why not? Additionally, knowing how dark it was inside the house last time, I brought some night vision goggles. Not a flashlight or a lantern. I brought some motherfucking night vision goggles. Why is he bringing night vision goggles? Oh my god. Who is the bunny ghost thing? What bunny ghost thing? There's no bunny ghost in this story. What? What bunny ghost thing? There's like portraits up here and stuff. There's a quiche, but I don't see any bunnies. Just anime girls. Just anime girls and a cat girl. I'm gonna line up my camera. There we go. Like, seriously, they're trying to punk you. Huh? Either way, he got some fucking night vision goggles. This fucking dude. Now the question about whether Natalie would accompany me on the trip or not. Considering she has been my savior every time, we decided it would be best that she went with me. However, I was not going to let her enter the house under any circumstance. I have also taken your suggestion on making sure that it is her. Even though Natalie has been significantly quieter than before, I make it a point to ask her numerous questions and expect answers to make sure it's her. I can see the sadness in her eyes. Now she knows that I have lost the complete trust I used to have in her. Bitch, you have a doppelganger walking around. Of course he doesn't trust you. Like, actually. Where? Like, through the window? There's nobody behind me! Like, this is just— oh, I sat on the chair. Like, this is just a backdrop. There's no rabbits or anything. Anyway. Ugh. We decided it was best that she went with me. Oh shit, I read that part. I can see the sadness in her eyes. But she complies in response to my questions, knowing that it's the only way I can keep a straight head in this entire situation. We arrived at the house at 11 a.m. in broad daylight. Not that it made a difference since the house was dark as ever inside. Since it was a pretty remote area, I didn't feel bad hooking up a chain to the front door and pulling it off with my truck. I wasn't letting any door close on me this time. You know, as the door will slam behind you at all times. What's Miku into? Ah. Yeah, Benny wouldn't lie to us about how he loves being in cages. Definitely not. And how he's a degenerate. Definitely not. I had Natalie stand about 10 feet away from the door frame so that she could still see me as I walked in. My theory was that these sisters seemed to be unable to face her. So long as I maintained a good line of sight with Natalie, I half-heartedly hoped they wouldn't appear. With my night vision goggles activated, I stepped into the house, with Natalie nervously calling out from behind, "Be careful, honey!" Even though so much had happened, I still found a sense of comfort in her voice. "It'll be alright, I promise. We'll fix this," I called back. The air was heavy inside the house, and I found it slightly hard to breathe, but nevertheless I had planned for this trip for quite a few days, and I wasn't about to back out. I saw the symbols again on the walls, and I pulled out my phone and took some pictures. Everything in the house was trashed and dusty except for a small cupboard on the wall across the living room. So far I had been walking in a straight line, maintaining vision with Natalie. This cupboard seemed odd. How? You're wearing night vision goggles and she's standing outside. You would look at the door and then it would be completely flooded white light. Like... How? He needs more mirrors. Yeah, he needs more mirrors. But the cupboard seemed odd. It had too many symbols around it, and it was the only object in the house that seemed to be untouched. Oh my god. Why you do these, Matthews? We just relaxing. We can relax for like a whole month. Watching the Demon Channel. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow. But this it was the only object in the house that seemed to be untouched. There'd been no sign of the sisters. I'm going to check something out really quickly. I'll be right back, okay? I called out to Natalie, who shook her head. Oh, okay. Please just hurry. I want to leave already. I sprinted across the room and I looked through the drawers. All were empty except the last one, which had a small pocket-sized leather-bound diary. Oh, excuse me. I immediately put it in my pocket and started to head back. Just then, I turned around to find the smiling face of my wife with a glass of water in her hand and eyes that looked greener than ever. You're wearing night vision goggles. He's wearing night vision goggles. Yeah. Oh, I'm wearing night vision goggles. I can tell she has green... Fuck off. Honestly, for a moment I admired her beautiful green eyes that were completely obscured by the night vision goggles I'm wearing, only to immediately snap out of it and realize this was the entity I was facing. I slowly began to walk past it in an arc, just as I had passed her. "Is everything okay in there?" Natalie yelled from outside. The moment the sound of her voice reached me, I heard a glass shatter behind me. I knew what was going on, and in that adrenaline-filled moment, I said, "Screw it. I'm going to give this a shot." I pulled out the mirror, turned around, held it in front of its face. Now I could see her through the... What? Now I could see her through my night vision goggles. I turned around and held it in front of its face. I let out a scream and shattered the mirror in my... Okay, hold on. Hold up. Okay, let's reread this again. Alright. Her eyes looked greener than any. Honestly, for a moment I admired her beautiful green eyes, only to immediately snap out of it and realize this is the entity I was facing. I slowly began to walk past it in an arc, just as I had passed her. "Is everything okay in there?" Natalie yelled from outside. The moment the sound of her voice reached me, I heard glass shatter behind me, and I knew what was going on. And in that adrenaline... So, she's behind him. Okay, the entity's behind him. Okay. Alright. The entity's behind him. First off. I said, "Screw it, I'm going to give this a shot." I pulled out the mirror, turned around, and held it in front of its face. Now I could see her through my night vision goggles, head tilted and grinning. But if the entity's there, then he would be looking at his wife outside. What? pulled out the mirror, turned around, held in front. Now I could see her through my night vision goggles, head tilted, grinning. It let out a scream and shattered the mirror in my hand. I slowly began to back up towards Natalie's line of sight. Eyes closed shut. Just when I thought I was almost there, I bumped into someone. What? God, this is so fucking confusing. Night vision goggles cost $579, by the way. Jesus. I guess, fuck if I know, dude. And I felt a hand on my shoulder and a face right next to mine. You came back to us, it whispered in my ear. The most disturbing part wasn't that my eyes were closed, it was the fact that it sounded like 5 people were saying it at exactly the same time, with some deep and some higher pitched voices. Then I felt another hand as I was swung around to the ground with a force I could not comprehend. As I fell, I crawled towards what little light was coming through the door. I barely got far enough to see Natalie screaming outside and running towards the house. "Stop, Natalie! Don't come in!" I yelled as she halted a couple feet from the door, and my connection to VRC ran out? What? Am I still in... Yeah, I'm still in chat. I'm still streaming, right? Boofles. Oh yay, this is exactly what I wanted. Hold on. I'm gonna load back into that world really quick. New recent. I'm going to leave my camera there because it's supposed to be in that corner. Even VRC is saying stop with this awful story, please. Hey, we back, team. We back. Howdy. Okay, we back. Alright. Running towards the house. "Stop, Natalie! Stop! Don't come in!" I yelled as she halted a couple feet from the door. "No, no, no! Not you too! They can't have you too! They said they wouldn't!" At the time, I didn't really pay attention to what she said. I felt a hand holding my foot, knowing they were trying to drag me out of her vision. I noticed my phone had fallen out. At this point, I became very dizzy and I reached to unlock my phone. Why? 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 Why would he do that? I'm so confused. What, the entity got Co? Where's Co? He in here? Whatever. Co's in chat. Hello, Co. I didn't really pay attention when oh shit, hold on, I'm gonna turn off the lightning. Okay, I think the lightning's off now. Alright. I noticed my phone had fallen out. At this point I became very dizzy and I reached to unlock my phone. Even though it was dark, Natalie's face lit up on my phone screen background, her beautiful green eyes radiant as ever. I gave her one last look as I began to pass out, but right before I passed out, I felt a hand on my foot release. I woke up in the hospital. As my blurry vision became clear, Natalie jumped at me and gave me a hug. "Oh, thank God, are you okay? Can you see? Look at me, can you see?" As she moved back, the first thing I noticed were her green eyes. They were just as radiant as they used to be. "Your eyes," I mumbled. Natalie let out a scream of joy when she realized I could see. Yes, honey, my eyes are okay. I feel like myself now. Everything is okay." I had so many questions in that instance, but the doctor insisted that I rest. Yeah, I had so many questions, like how I could see so many fucking things with my night vision goggles on, like the outside, or with a fucking mirror, and her green eyes with my night vision goggles. How does that make any sense? Anyway. What happened to the goggles? The goggles, they did nothing. I had so many questions in that instance, but the doctor insisted that I rest. The next morning, while the doctors were completing all the paperwork for my discharge, I spoke to Natalie about what happened at the house. She explained that as I was falling unconscious, she ran to the house only to see that the sisters were staring at my phone screen. The instant Natalie saw them, they looked up at her. After a brief stare, they disappeared. She also told me that as she was pulling me out of the house, it started crumbling and collapsed to the ground as we barely made it out. Really? I thought to myself. Was it that simple? Then I remembered about the picture I had taken in the house, and I reached for my phone to look at them. What are you looking for, love? Natalie asked as she saw me desperately going through my photos. Took some pictures in the house, but can't find them, I replied as I wondered what happened to them. I don't remember you taking any pictures. She grabbed my phone and slid it into her purse. But we will worry about that later. I'm just so glad you're okay. And she gave me a hug. She was acting a little strange. Did she delete the pictures from my phone? I noticed my jacket hanging on the door, and it's the same one I wore when I went inside the house. I walked over to put it on. It's chilly in here. I smiled at Natalie. Then the doctor called for her to sign some papers, and she turned away. I immediately felt inside my pocket, and I could feel the small leather diary. Ever since we've been home, Natalie has constantly been by my side, quite literally. The only time I was not with her was when I went to use the bathroom. I pulled out the diary and looked at the first page. Herein lies what little knowledge we have gained over generations since the birth of the sisters. I was about to flip the page when Natalie started banging on the door. Are you okay in there? Yes, I'm fine, honey. I'll be out in a bit, I yelled back. I've got the diarrhea. Does he still have the goggles on, though? Oh my god, it's so... I wish he said he had diarrhea. That would make this worth reading, Jesus. Something's not right. She won't leave me alone for one bit. Not to mention what she said before I passed out. She knows something and won't tell me, but I don't know what to confront her just yet. I went to work today and tried to read the diary whenever I got the chance, but I had a busy day. The story's quite long, but I'm getting close to finishing it. Earlier today I left work a couple hours early and drove over to the supposedly demolished house. What I saw disturbed me. The house was burnt to the ground as if someone had deliberately set fire to it. Why would Natalie lie to me? Did she set the house on fire? I'm also starting to doubt. I'm also starting to doubt. What? I'm also starting to doubt a lot of what she had said recently. Sorry, I lost my place for a second. Natalie keeps calling for me to come to bed, and I am in my study writing this update. Keep lying, saying I'm writing something for work. I also told her I have to go into work tomorrow morning for a few hours to make up for the time I was in the hospital. She bought it, and I'll be going over to a coffee shop instead to finish reading the contents of the diary. I will update you guys real soon on the contents of the diary. Now, what would be good, right? What would be good? Because that's the end of part 4. What would be good is if there's a follow-up post and it's not written by him. Like, it doesn't seem like it's written by him. That would be pretty good. I have diarrhea with night vision goggles. Ooh, threesome part's coming up. Needs to put them goggles on again. Can he read on his lunch break? Right? You would think. You would freaking think. Not sure the story can be saved from this point, but we'll see. Yeah, because this is the last part. What happened to the mirrors and the goggles when he fell down? You're watching the Demon Channel. It is story time. The monster is hydrated, holds his hand, also has a great smile. I don't see the problem. I know. What's the issue? I don't get it. Again, guys, apologies for the delay, but A lot has happened in a short amount of time. You may want to
Even
read
know
through
how
my earlier
fast I
posts.
am. I'm best as fuck, boy.
Aw. Aw. Oh, wait. Bub subbed with a prime. Thank you for the sub, my guy. And actually, Matthew's gifted a T1 to Osnuat, Angel Beats, Star Mist, K Swift, and Modradormi. Ice Souls resubbed for 60 months in a row. Heck yeah, dude. Love you guys. Thank you so much for the subs. Alrighty. Let's continue. So I'll pick up where I left off. When I finished my previous post, I went to bed, ready to go to the local Starbucks the next morning to finish reading the diary. Surprisingly, I actually fell asleep. All the while, Natalie holding my hand and telling me everything was alright. I woke up at 3 AM again, feeling thirsty. By now I've realized that this is not really normal, but then again, nothing has been normal. I decided to go to the kitchen and get a drink of water anyway. As I tried to slip out of my hand from Natalie, she instantly woke up. "What's wrong, honey?" she inquired. Her eyes were not sleepy. Green water! Green water? Green water. I love you. Thank you for the lunches. But calm down, sir. Okay. It was as if she wasn't really sleeping at all. "Oh, nothing, love. I just need to get a drink of water," I replied. Before I even got out of bed, she was out of bed and ready to go down with me. She held my hand and walked me down to the kitchen. As I got a glass of water, she was being overprotective. Too protective. Mind you, there wasn't anything really wrong with her. She was herself, but I couldn't help but feel that she was making sure I never see the entity again. Which is why every chance she got, she tried to be around me. When we went back to bed, I fell asleep knowing that Natalie was probably not going to sleep at all. In the morning, she asked me several questions about why I was going to work. I made up some decent excuses. "Sweetheart, I will be fine. I thought you said it was over. They're gone," I told her. "Yes, of course. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to spend as much time with you as I can after all that's happened," she said with almost a sad look on her face. I arrived at the Starbucks, ordered some coffee, and without further delay, pulled out the diary and began reading. Before I tell you about the contents of the diary, I want to make some observations regarding the diary itself. It was very old, leather-bound, almost falling apart, with several different types of handwriting throughout, suggesting that it had been passed down, and multiple people had taken notes in it. The notes within the diary were scattered, and I have tried my best to piece everything together. The diary began by telling the story of two sisters, who were both born a year apart. The first was Madeline, born on March 11th, 1800, and a beautiful girl with bright green eyes. She was the first child to her parents.
Woo, I'm the first to pay my com fees.
Oh my god. No! Oh my goodness. Okay. The second daughter was born on March 11th, 1801. This seemed a little odd to the parents, but they didn't give it too much thought since their second daughter also had green eyes like her older sister Madeline. They named her Caroline. As they grew older, the parents realized that both Madeline and Caroline were identical. But not just identical twins, they looked exactly the same. It was only later that the parents realized not only were the daughters born on the same day, they were both born at exactly 3 AM. Wait, what? It was only later that they didn't remember what time of day and what their birthdays were? They did. Excuse me? Huh? Yeah, okay. Initially, they went and saw several different doctors, but none of them could explain this strange phenomenon. It's like they were sisters and they were related. Me and my sister look almost the same. And we're many years apart, so I don't understand where they're going with this. Like, me and my sister, the only thing that's different about us is, like, our hair color, and that's it. Her hair is lighter than mine. It's the only difference. Yeah, they were born at exactly 3 a.m. on the dot. That's how that works. Okay. Luke explained the strange phenomenon. All he could conclude was that this was a strange
You're
anomaly.
watching the demon
Eventually, the
channel.
entire family just accepted the strange phenomenon and continued on with their lives. Of the two sisters, Caroline, the younger one, was very lively and energetic. She had a way with words, and all the townspeople were very fond of her. Madeline, the older sister, was quiet-natured. She didn't speak too much, and over the years had come to envy her sister Caroline. Caroline would sometimes pretend to be Madeline to confuse people. For the most part, the sisters were like any other siblings with usual conflict every now and then. Now, this next part of their story takes a dark turn. Turns out that both Madeline and Caroline fell in love with the same man. Thomas was a very wealthy businessman, and they both got to know him because he worked closely with their father. Seemingly, Caroline admired Thomas's wealth more than anything, whereas Madeline was in love with Thomas. Thomas chose to marry Caroline, not knowing that her affection wasn't real. Being the quiet one, Madeline didn't say anything. On their wedding day, however, Madeline saw Caroline getting ready to put on her wedding dress. She couldn't contain her anger and frustration and confronted her little sister. In a heated argument, she accidentally pushed Caroline down the stairs, causing her to die. What happened next was even more bizarre. In a state of shock and emotional distress, Madeline hid her younger sister in the closet, put on Caroline's wedding dress, and proceeded with the ceremony. Madeline got married to the love of her life and proceeded to move forward with her life as if nothing had happened. A few days later, Caroline's body was discovered. The reason they knew it was Caroline is because the parents had secretly marked both sisters with 2 distinct burn marks on their backs. What? Okay, hold on their backs? You think they would have put it somewhere where... okay. Alright, sure. Sharpies! And did they have to burn both of them?
You're watching
Once
the
word got
demon
out,
channel.
Thomas left Madeline in utter disgust. Madeline realized that her life was now ruined. Realized that what she had done and hung herself. Now I realized that Caroline was always the one who smiled, and the one who talks, and the one who can imitate people. Madeline, on the other hand, is the twisted form of the entity. So at this point I asked myself, so that's it, they are ghosts haunting the family. Well, not quite. The diary continued to explain what happened next. A generation later, the family was blessed with another beautiful baby girl named Laura. As Laura grew up, the rest of the family couldn't help but notice that she looked exactly like Madeline and Caroline. Slowly, the family started to see the entity, and strange things began to happen. Now, the writer in the diary claims that they do not completely understand the origin of the overlap. However, they do know that it happens when the child experiences immense emotion. What? Now, I won't give you each and every detail from the diary, as the notes were quite extensive. The diary gave several accounts of different daughters being born in the family, every once in a while that followed the same pattern. They look like Madeline and Caroline, and things around them become strange. Over the course of the notes, the diary writer's understanding of the entity increased. All cases ended with the sisters taking complete possession of the daughter or anomaly child and disappearing. Over the years, the family figured out that the original burn marks used by the parents to mark the 2 sisters could shield items from the sisters. However, this did not work when the marks were applied on people. The notes went back and forth on what exactly the sisters were until I arrived to the last few pages of the diary, which were written by Natalie's great-grandmother. At least that was my guess. Turns out she was a neurologist. She theorized that the sisters were a part of the anomaly child? A part of the anomaly? This is why no one ever found a way to end the sisters. They reside within the mind of the anomaly child. This meant that part of Natalie was the 2 sisters. Natalie's great-grandmother continued by saying Natalie is not to blame. The sisters are able to communicate with her subconsciously. Therefore, she knows that they exist, but is not completely aware of what happens around her. To my horror, I turned to the next page hoping for a solution. The final words in the diary read, "It's her. They are a part of her." In every past case, the final stage was complete control of the anomaly child's body by the entity, after which the immediate people around the anomaly child would die and the anomaly child would disappear. The sisters are entities that feed off the immense emotion. Unfortunately, we have tried, but killing the anomaly child does not end the cycle. They will be coming for me next, as they have seen the diary in my possession. I'm hiding this diary under the prescribed markings. To whoever finds this next, I am sorry. Wow. Now, I wrote that last paragraph without telling you how shocked I was. Was this it? There was no solution? Is that why Natalie's been staying so close to me? Does she realize that she will eventually be lost to the sisters? How did she save me that day at the house? Did she actually interact with the entity? I closed the diary, my heart racing. I cannot lose Natalie. She is my world. She is everything to me. As I looked up, I realized it was almost dark. I'd spent nearly the whole day reading this diary. As I drove back home, I didn't know what to do. I did decide that I needed to confront Natalie and tell her about the diary. Even though that probably didn't sound like the best idea, but what other choice did I have? When I got back home, Natalie rushed into my arms, and I apologized for being so late. We had a nice dinner together, and afterwards she asked me if we could look at the stars for a little while. Considering all the weird things that had happened lately, I gladly agreed and finally do something normal with Natalie. Remember how we used to climb out to the roof in the engineering building on campus and stare at the stars? Oh shit, that was her.
This doesn't scare me, Monka.
Remember how we used to climb out of the roof of the engineering building on campus and stare at the stars? She asked, turning towards me.
Eat my food.
Oh my god.
Have this. Eat it. Eat it.
Bleed purple 100, 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 bonus 50. Mother, this is worker number 37, overseeing the renovations of the lurker cage,
Oh
and I am
God.
informing you that we have completed renovations of the lurker cage, and have finished installing the new beds in the pool.
Eat my food. Eat it. Oh my god. Yeah, and I still stand by what I said. I still stand by what I said. Why? Thank you for the 50 biddies. Matthews, thank you for the 500. There's no lurker cage. There's no lurker cage. Also, Flo! Flo resubscribed for 18 months.
Have this. Eat it. Eat it.
Doesn't scare me.
Bleed purple 100, 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 bonus 50. Also, I must inform you that during the renovations, workers number 2, number 5, number 58, number 206, and number 2,736,842 were unfortunately lost to the void below the cages. They were on a safety line together when they lost footing and fell into the abyss. They perished instantly.
There's no lurker cage.
I'm
Chizu! Chizu resubscribed for 16 months. Hey! Also, no lurker cage. Oh my god. Greenwater. You punk. I love you, Greenwater. But you're a punk. And you're also crazy. I love you guys. Alright. Back to this. Yeah, and I still stand by what I said then. I don't really need to look at the stars, and I can look into your beautiful love. I respond. Oh god. Ick. Ugh. Ugh. Any of you guys who think that's a smooth line, just fucking no. Just no. I responded. I love you so much. So much. Always know that. Oh, wait. I love you so much. Always know that, she said, and started crying. They don't break up when they're speaking. They don't, like, you know, how it would in a book, so it's hard to know who the hell's talking half the time. I held her as I couldn't help but think she knew what was going on. That night I went to bed, fully intending to confront her the next morning. I woke up at 2:45 a.m. to Natalie quietly kissing my forehead. I pretended to stay asleep as I heard her walk downstairs. Quietly got up and followed her down. Then I saw her holding a suitcase and walking towards the front door. Natalie, honey, what's going on? I called out. She turned, her eyes full of tears. I have to go. I'm so sorry. I have to go, please. I wasn't letting her go. I had gone through too much for her sake. Natalie, I know everything. I started, but she kept glancing at the watch. No, you don't. I asked them to. I told them to take me but leave you alone, she screamed. Now I was really worried. Natalie, what did you do? How did you get me out of that house? Natalie, I need you to be honest with me. For once, honey, trust me. She collapsed on the floor. I begged them. I begged them to leave you alone and take me. I've been fighting them for so long. I've been fighting to keep them away for so long. Half the time I don't even know who's in control. They agreed. They will leave you alone only if I stop fighting them. But it's too late now. I'm no longer fighting them in my mind. I've given them control of my body. Run. 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 She said her last words. I began to notice the strange inflections in her voice. Run, she screamed as she looked up, her eyes pitch black, her head starting to tilt, a grin slowly forming on her face. The clock behind her read 3 a.m. Because that's... you can't go back to being creepy now. All the creepy's over. You explained exactly what it is. I don't think she is a doppelganger. They're all in her. Like, they're her. What ensued was probably the craziest thing I had ever done, but in hindsight, these last couple of months have made me a lot braver than I ever was. As she stood up, I rushed towards her and gave her a hug. I know you're in there, love. I know you've been protecting me all this time. You've always been my savior. Now it's time for me to save you. Now it's time I protect you. Come back to me, Natalie. Come back to me. You are stronger than they are. Fight back. Fight back for me. Fight back for us. I love you and I cannot live without you. I held her, eyes shut closed. Remember the stars. Remember how we stared at them last night. Remember how we stared at them all those years ago. I still think your eyes shine brighter than any of the stars in the sky. In that adrenaline-filled moment, I kept talking on about our most cherished memories until I felt tears falling down my shoulder. I finally had the guts to pull away from her to see what she had returned to being my Natalie. Eyes shining bright green, full of tears. I'm so sorry, she said as I held her for a long time. I hope he dies. What is this guy in eyes? Hi, I'm 12 and what is this? I'm such a manly, loving husbando. Someone kill me? Husband, he's very into eyes. After everything that's happened, I've realized that I was so afraid of the world. I've always feared monsters that exist in my imagination. And the only person I saw that could shelter me was Natalie. Little did I know that all along, she was fighting against something much more scary. She needs me more than ever, and I've finally come to see that. I've realized that I have to fight for the one I care for so deeply. I believe that in the moment that Natalie gave the sisters control over her body, they became vulnerable somehow. They seemed to be trapped inside Natalie. Life is not going to be normal anymore, but I don't care. As long as I have Natalie, everything will be alright. It has been a week since the things started to normalize. Still, sometimes at night I wake up when I turn to look at Natalie, I see those pitch black eyes. But I hold Natalie's hand, and in the blink of an eye, her green eyes return, brighter than ever. What? I like how in the comments there are people who are actually scared of this. In And they're just like, oh, you're gonna still have to deal with trouble, my dude. And they're just like, oh, I can't, I'm too scared to go to the bathroom. Hand-holding cures possession. This is so dumb. They're like, oh, do you think you could have been Thomas in your past life? It takes a pretty bad story to make me speak out loud about it, but who cares at 3 AM? I don't know! It's the witching hour! Gotta include it in my scary story. Oh, here's another comment. I think there's something the diary missed. It has me fear for your safety. If the sisters were both born at 3 AM and your nighttime occurrences are always at 3 AM, something happened at 11 AM. What time was Caroline's wedding? Or more importantly, what time was your wedding? Now they're like, hey dude, you left this loophole here, but instead of going, hey dude, you shoddily wrote a story, they're like, something's happening! Figure it out! Well, I guess the power of love can stop demon possession. The power of cheesy, fake love. Nobody loves like that. I'm sorry, dudes. This ain't fucking, this is how it works in movies, not in real life. I apologize. So lame. Oh, I know, Adjorna! It could have been that! It could have been that! It could have been... He's like, oh, he gets out of bed. The wife isn't in bed, and he sees the bathroom is like, you know, like light in the bathroom. He's like, oh, she's in the bathroom. I hear the water running and stuff like that. Alright, I'm gonna go downstairs and get a drink of water. And he gets a drink of water, and he sees the wife down there, and he's like, oh, hey, you getting water too? She just, you know, yeah, and drinks her water, right? And he drinks his water. And he sees that she's still drinking, so he's like, oh, well, I'm gonna go back up and go to sleep, you know. Do sleep things. I'll see you in a bit, honey, right? And go back upstairs. And then open the door only to find her in the bed. And he's like, what the hell? Oh my god, Gammy. I'm gonna go to sleep upstairs. I'm gonna go to sleep with upstairs wife. See you downstairs wife. Do I need little hands on either side of it? Is that what you're telling me? Use sippers? Actually, I think I might drink some water. My throat is dry. Ah! Come here, man. Oh. I'd pay to see this portrayed on the big screen. Wow, please send off to Hollywood. This really has to be a movie. This is why terrible movies are made. It's because of people like this. People like this who like shitty movies and shitty stories. That's what we need, more C-rate horror. No, C-rate horror where the end love conquers all. I honestly wish you and your wife could visit me, unless something has happened, but I know a few things about these instances. I seek to help. Loved it. Well written. Kept me hooked from part 1. The thing I kept noticing was how you always woke up at 3 a.m. Isn't that the witching hour? Yeah, because as this author, he would definitely not know what that is, even though that's extremely common knowledge and a common trope in horror stories. But I'm gonna point it out to him and go, hey, that's the witching hour! So is this story real? Your story was truly breathtaking. A seemingly perfect blend of horror, love, and romance. A true tale of love and sacrifice. Bravo! I fucking hate these people. God damn. Oh, I like this guy. This was very dumb, and I hate that I wasted my time reading it. Agree. Thumbs up. I don't know what thumbs up is on Reddit, but thumbs up. Want to know the real spooky hour? Sunrise. Oh god. When you have school or work in the morning, right? And you've stayed up all night watching YouTube, and you're like, it's 10 p.m. I'm just gonna watch some YouTube and get to bed at like 12 a.m. And then you watch some YouTube, and then suddenly your room is really bright, and you're like, and you look towards the window and the sun is rising. That is scary. Watch late at 3 a.m. It's 3:33. It's been 3 a.m. Nothing creepy happened. Except for VR chat booting me. Did VR chat boot me at 3 a.m.? That'd actually be kind of funny. This is amazing. I could really see this as a movie. Have you ever considered pouring a glass of water before bed and keeping it on your nightstand? What is it, Santa Claus? Is it gonna come and drink the water? Shit, that was good. Jaw-dropping stuff. To be perfectly honest, you need to be rid of your wife. If you have kids, it could happen again, and no one deserves that. Here we go. I really did enjoy the ending. I skimmed through as much as it was really typical and cringeworthy. A mushing ending to an otherwise amazing series. It wasn't an amazing series. It wasn't an amazing series. The only amazing part was the first little bit. Not even the whole first post. Just the first bit. Uh-oh. Am I knocking my shit down? Don't knock my nan down. Keep hydrated, keeps the monsters away. Oh yeah, the ending is the worst. Wait, so I didn't get it. Do they still live inside her, or they had disappeared? They're inside her, trapped. Natalie offered them her body as a vessel, but only if they leave OP alone. OP then managed to bring forth the real Natalie. The sisters still somehow managed to slip through the barrier and take control, but are quickly diminished by OP's touch. These fucking comments! Natalie's a forehead, got it! I'm sorry, these comments are something else. Oh my god. People are so fucking... Good god. I'm so glad love saved you guys. It must be hard hiding a dark side of yourself to someone you love so much. But you overcame it, which saved her. And each day you are working on keeping things together while becoming better together is the key. Great job. I don't know if I got the message, but that's what I got from it when I wasn't getting creeped out and spine chills. Wish you guys the best. 14-year-old wrote this, and 14-year-olds are praising it, obviously. I would love to edit this and really make it sing. Yeah, it's called you take the first 2 paragraphs. Or nah, the first 4 paragraphs, edit them down, and make it a short story. Where he goes back upstairs and his wife is in the room, and they never know what it is. The other night, I felt a weight on my bed. Thinking it was my cat, I reached down to touch it. There was nothing there, but I still felt the weight right next to my body. Yeah, you can write a creepy story in like a couple sentences. Easy peasy. The fear of the unknown. And then I realized that somebody had taken a dump on my bed, and that was the weight next to my body. Lol. Am I the only one curious to why he wakes up thirsty every night? I think it has something to do with the fact that the sisters were born at 3 a.m. and he wakes up every night at the same time because of that. Also, he always finds them drinking water, so that is probably an effect from the entities. It sounds like he's magically dehydrated. Lol. The ambiguous endings are the best. Oh my god. The ending, it's just perfect. I hope to God your future child doesn't become like Natalie. Also, I hope Natalie's eyes don't turn to black when you have sex. You know, addressing the real concerns. So, your wife is being haunted by a bipolar ghost, and her great-grandmother discovered it because she's a neurologist and a ghostbuster. I like that one. Wake up at the same time in the middle of the night all the time. It's called a body clock. It won a competition? This won a competition. That's how I know the people at Reddit No Sleep are fucking hacks. Hold on. Did it actually? Hold on, I'm going to reload. I can't read the top. What is this? Oh, it's just archive. Let's go to part 1. It was the gold award on the post gives your week of Reddit premium? What? Oh, okay, it didn't. I don't think it won a competition. Thank God. I want to make a comment on this. God, that was terrible. Alright, we need a palate cleanser, team. We need a palate cleanser. I need something that's actually scary that isn't. We defeated it with love! And I love my wife and her green eyes that I obsess over, and the really, really hokey lines I tell her all the time that she eats up like a fucking moron.
Hi.
Am I in a Friends?
You were in a public.
Wow!
I was wondering why you were in a public.
Interesting.
I joined specifically to check whether it was a bug or not.
Nope, that is weird.
Yeah, you should probably move.
Yeah? Interesting. That is odd.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised nobody
Very.
joined. Well, it's a public, that's why nobody joined on me.
I'm shocked. Yeah. People are all afraid.
Yeah, people are afraid to go to publics all the time.
Guess it kind of works as a private
Weird.
almost. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you for letting me
Been in here for
know.
several hours now?
Yeah. Well, I
Sweet.
restarted, so it's been like probably at most an hour.
Oh, okay.
But thank you for letting me know.
Ah, okay, that'd be it.
Are you
yes.
messing around with the bot?
No, not really. I use this so that I can use my laptop to join. I am also on my main account Delver.
Ah, I see. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you for letting me know. Is that what you hopped on?
Wow. Yes.
Oh,
See
okay.
if it test because I had it happen before where people are in fact in privates, but it shows them
In a public. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh my god. My point hand is stuck again. Need to fix that. Anyway, thank you for letting me know. I will hop into my private world that was somehow made and is still listed with nobody in it. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go there. Hold on. Worlds? Yep, this is my invite world. There's actually no one in here, too. It still stayed open. Yep, my social list is empty. Well, that's interesting, team. What do you mean no Ko? Ko hasn't been here all day. Ko's like injured and stuff. She's not in BRC. She's taking it easy. Oh, in the chat. That's what I... Yeah. I mean, she was in the chat earlier. You guys are weird. She doesn't know. Or at least she said she didn't know. Although I am gonna take a quick break. Which is good that I wasn't in that public. But DOS saved us. Boop. Boop. So, feels good, man. But I will take a quick break because it is 3:40 and I'm actually hungry again. Because I ate before stream for once. I ate before stream, which is great because I usually don't. And I'm going to warm up my food and take a little breaky brew. Oh, then go to bed, Cosmic. But boop, should I? Why? Boop. Boop. Okay. No, why? Like, reads my heat signature or something. Anyway. I'll take a break. Should I do an ad? Should I do an ad, you think? I just woke up really early. I woke up at like 7, and I usually wake up at 8. So by the time it got to like 8:40, 9 p.m., I was starting to get hungry. Because I'm not hungry right when I wake up. Do an ad? Okay, I'll do an ad. I'll put the BRB screen. I'll do an ad, and we'll be right back. Yes. I'll just chill out on the couch.
You don't even know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Why, hello there. Hi. Howdy. That scared you? Oh no. Is this Lele or Black-Eyed Lele? Oh yeah, Gammy, you still in here? Proxy said he's gonna get Pocky tomorrow. So, he wanted to make sure you knew. Scattering! You dummies. Oh, where's my naan? Hold on. I can't eat this in VRC, so I'm outside of VRC right now. Or VR, I should say. My eyes are red. Yes. We are all good. I've got delicious rice, delicious buttered chicken, and naan bread. Oh, do I have the burn mark? I don't get burn marks. I'm a demon. God, buttered chicken is so good though. Am I right or am I right? Like, am I right or am I right or am I right? Let's be real here. I'm totally right. I'm completely right. Oh, one of my hands died. I heard it. It went boop. You're a nerd. How is chat being weird, Jamie? By chat, you mean Gammy? Was Gammy wanting to glue the cats again? I would hope that none of you would be dumb enough to go to Area 51 with a large group of people. And I'm hoping it's mostly a joke and people don't show up, because that'll be a lot of shot people. I'm dumb enough to go, why? If there's aliens, right? That information will be public eventually. You don't need to go to Area 51. I assure you. Just get shot for probably not aliens being there. Oh, they've already probably had multiple meetings about this. Because, like, there's one thing where it's like, oh, you're joking about it, and then another thing completely when, you've got people who are going to take it completely serious. Yeah. The only safe way to visit Area 51 is to be well outside the perimeter. And, you know, just taking, like, pictures of that sign that says, oh, you'll be shot if you try to go onto the property. There you go. There's your visit to Area 51. You don't try to go into the property. They will shoot you. You will be shot before you're anywhere near any sort of installation. It's a military base, but they do a lot of, like, secret stuff. So, they do, like, the super secret planes, military tech. Yeah, there's also potential landmines in that ground, too. They do other training for, like, secret things. But it's secret for a reason. Like, it's not just, oh, we have to make sure the public doesn't know because it's a huge conspiracy. It's more of, hey, we can't let this get into our enemies' hands. Or not our enemies, but other people's hands that might use it for bad. We have to be the bad guys. Or not. I mean, maybe a better way to put it. We don't want it in anybody else's hands because we don't know how they would use it against us. They got the cat girls, Gammy. Yeah, like, yeah, Stanley Kubrick's moon landing sets there. Elvis Presley still lives there with Hepburn. But imagine 500,000 people showing up to actually raid Area 51. 500,000 people are gonna be shot and go to jail. And blow up. 'Cause landmines. Huh? Not all of them would be dead. Yes, they can, Gammy. They definitely can. Yeah, they can. I think people don't realize how powerful, like, guns and bombs are. Yeah. Yep, I'll be back to scary stories in a minute, my dude. Just taking a quick food break. Then I'll hop back into VR. Sure, Gammy. Sure, buddy. God, butter chicken's so good, team. Same here, Core. I don't really want to hear about a bunch of idiots getting shot. As long as none of you guys go to that, I'm fine. Don't be that dumb. You too, Gammy, you're not allowed to go. Hmm? You hope they'll bring in some good souvenirs? They ain't gonna bring in any souvenirs. They're all going to be shot before they even reach any buildings. I'm gonna Naruto run my way through the field and throw an ender pearl over the fence. Well, obviously they have Mewtwo. In Area 51. That was delicious, team. I love butter chicken. Okay. I'm getting back into VR. Let me just take that off and turn this on. Or not turn this off. Switch this. I'm gonna switch this to that. There we go, team. Let's turn my hands back on. A. And A. Okay. We back, team. We back. We back in action. Ignore me phasing through tables. All right. Don't question the table phasing. Just accept it. Just accept it, team. Here we go. Ah, no. There we go. All right. Who's ready for another spoops? Who's ready for more spoop stores? Spoop stories. Spoopy doops. What are you doing, cat? What are you doing? What are you doing? He's getting so, like, my buttered chicken came in a little container, and so I covered it up just now, and I left it on my desk so I can throw it away later, and he's sniffing at it, but he's like scared of it, and I just poked him with my foot and he jumped up all scared. Okay, no more lightning flashes. What are you doing? Such a dummy. I love that stupid cat. Rory! Come here! Come sit in my lap! I can tell spoopy stories with a cat! Oh, you're behind me. Hi, you gonna sit up there? He's up here behind me now. Okay, you're gonna sit up there then? Alright. You stay up here then. Aww. Love you, buddy. Yeah? You're a cute cat. Oh, super cute cat. Don't be cute. Oh. Illumineko cheered 40 biddies and said, I'm comfy inside my lurker cage pillow fort. There's no lurker cage. There's no lurker cage. Bribsy resubscribed with the teeth one for 2 months. Hey! Thank you, Bribsy. Anonymous cheered 1 beaties. Thank you for the beaties. Like an actual person named Anani Moose. Or wait. Or not. Was it not Ghost Biddies? It is Ghost Biddies. Did it always have that icon? I thought it had a little ghost icon. Oh, was it Ghost Biddies? It was Ghost Biddies! Anyway. Let me bring this a little bit closer to myself. There we go, that's better. It's better, team. Well, the last story we read wasn't spooky, that's for sure. There was a lack of shotgun with ash in it. Night, hello! Have sweet dreams, my dude. Love you. Alright. So, we're still continuing with the monsters team. The monsters. Then a skeleton popped out. Okay. This one's called My Son Brought Something Home from the Woods. The music's not too loud, right? Yeah, we're good. We good. Oh my god, stop doing that. Whatever it is you're doing, stop. Lay down. My husband and I always wanted our son to be adventurous. We wanted to watch him grow up asking questions about everything, seeking out answers, and looking for adventure. It seems like whenever parents have a deep desire for how they want their children to be, their children instinctively know and go the complete opposite direction. As Sam grew up, he became very introverted and would actively ask when it was time for bed. He loved to sleep, and our doctor gave a lot of explanations. All the illnesses had been checked and crossed out before he said, I think he just likes to get away from reality. He likes his dreams more than he enjoys life. This was at the age of 8. This actually depressed us as parents. What could be so wrong, so uninteresting about his life that he would come home and just sleep? The doctor recommended that we plan family activities that were geared towards him as a way to engage him in life. Give him something to be excited about after school. So, for our very first trip, we decided we'd go on a hike. The mountains were about an hour away, and we considered this a mild introduction to our new family habit. When we told Sam where we were going, he was ecstatic. We knew then that hiking had been the right activity. On Saturday, we threw together some backpacks, lunch, water, even a magnifying glass so Sam could inspect everything closely. He was so excited the entire way there, we were all thrilled. When we parked at the trailhead, Sam leapt out of the car and almost ran up the trail without us. To call him back so we could keep an eye on him. The hike was short, maybe half a mile, but Sam tried to run it like a marathon. We kept calling for him to come back and check out this bird or this butterfly or the log that looked like Grandpa's face. He would come, look to humor us, and then run ahead. Eventually we gave up trying to point things out and let him just run through the woods.
Watching the Demon Channel.
Aw, thank you for the follow. We were pleased that he had taken so well to the trip. For once, Charlie and I felt like we knew what we were doing as parents. Anyone who's a parent knows how that feels. We got to the end of the trail and ate our lunch. We were at the ledge along the mountain that was more like a hill. The sun was high overhead and we could see over the trees for miles. Sam quickly downed his lunch and we let him run off into the trees. Not too far, I warned him. He obeyed and we could always see him from the rock where we sat. I watched Sam while Charlie went to the bathroom. I watched Sam pick up sticks, swing them at bushes, tree trunks, until the stick broke. Then he picked up another one. He picked one up that was too short to be swung, but he smiled wide at it and ran around with it in front of him using both hands. Finally, he ran over to me and said, Mom, feel this stick, it feels so cool. Oh yeah, I grinned, taking the stick from him. It was in the shape of a Y. And when I grabbed one of the sides of the Y, it was perfectly smooth. It looked like someone had taken a knife and whittled the bigger branch down into the smooth slingshot-shaped stick. The two sides of the Y were curved almost like bicycle handles. That's very smooth, I said to encourage him. He looked at me funny and then ran back into the woods to keep playing. We packed up lunch, stuffed everything back in the backpacks, and announced that we would be ready to hike back. Sam came back without a fuss and we began walking down the trail. Instead of running ahead, Sam lagged behind, still clutching the Y stick. He held it in front of him with both hands as before and was swinging it around slowly, as if it were a magnifying glass and he were searching for something. Come on, Sam, Charlie encouraged gently as he stood in one place for too long. We both had to stop because he had fallen so far behind. He was pointing his stick into the trees, arms outstretched. He kept looking from the stick to the trees, as if trying to line something up. We both waited patiently for a few seconds, but the heat was getting to us, and we were ready for an air-conditioned car. Sam, honey, let's go, I called. Okay. Okay, he called back, but didn't move. Charlie sighed and walked back to him. He put his hands on both of Sam's shoulders and guided him down the trail. The whole time, Sam kept both hands firmly on the stick and tried his best to point it back towards the trees where he'd been looking. He didn't point it towards where he had been standing, I noticed later, but at the spot past the trail, into the trees, always at one position. Charlie finally got him to where I was, and we kept walking. Sam eventually stopped pointing his stick and instead kept it down in front of him, both hands still being used to hold either side of the Y. We drove home, pleased that Sam was taking home a souvenir. Our day trip had worked. He was getting involved with life, and we were one step closer to our adventurous son. Over the next couple of days, lots of things started happening. They all seemed disjointed and not connected in the moment. Later, memory would connect them for me. Sam went back to his sleeping routine. He would come home from school, go into his room, play for a bit by himself while dinner was being made. I got him to work on homework, then served dinner when Charlie got home. After that, he went straight to bed by his own choice. This wasn't abnormal for him, so I wasn't any more concerned than usual. A few nights after he got home, I noticed that Sam's bedroom light was on even though he'd gone to bed hours ago. His door was closed, so I went to go and turn off his lights for him. I figured he might have left it on when he fell asleep or something. The second I opened the door, Sam leapt off the floor and jumped into bed like he knew he was in trouble. It was only 7 in the evening, and I wasn't about to yell at him for not going to bed when he said he was. His rapid jump into bed made me worried, though. "Sam, what's up?" "Nothing," he said in that kiddish tone that screams, "I didn't do anything." I looked around the room and I saw what I always saw. His toys were out and lined up in some game he must have been playing. Nothing was out of place or irregular. "He jumped up as soon as I came in. Is anything wrong?" "No." "Okay," I said slowly, sure what else to say. He looked at me with untold terror in his eyes. "Are you sure nothing is wrong?" I pressed. "I can hang out with you for a bit if you want." He stared right through me, his eyes wide. It took him a few seconds to reply. "No, Mother, I'm going to bed now. Can you turn out the light?" I blinked. He's never called me Mother in his life. I should have pushed myself in and sat on his bed and talked until he admitted what was wrong, but I didn't. Charlie called my name and it distracted me. I wished him a good night, turned off the light, and shut the door. Talking later on with Charlie about it, Charlie thought that maybe he had somehow discovered masturbation even at his young age. "When you rub around on the floor in the right way, it just happens," Charlie told me. Apparently that was how he had discovered it, so I chalked up the situation to that. Sam also kept carrying that Y stick around everywhere. He always kept it within reach. During dinner, he kept it on the table. When I told him that sticks don't belong on the dining room table, he kept it on his chair next to him. He took it to bed, he kept it next to his head, he even took it to school. I tried fighting him on it once, but he claimed he was taking it to show and tell. I was about to insist that he leave it at home, but he looked like he might cry. Might cry if I came down firm, so I let him on the condition that if his teacher mentioned it to me that I'd make him leave it home. He agreed. One day Charlie was taking out garbage, and the bag caught on the door jamb. The contents of the bag spilled all over the floor, and he quietly cursed and went to get another bag. That was when I found about 20 of Sam's toys in the trash. They varied from stuffed animals to action figures. Confused, Charlie asked me if I had thrown them away or was punishing Sam for something. I told him no and was equally puzzled. Sam, for some unknown reason, had been throwing his own toys away. Together after dinner, we sat down with Sam at the table to ask about the toys. We saw it as a cry for help. "They were selected," he said in response. "They weren't doing a good enough job, so they were fired. Their time was up." Charlie told Sam that he didn't throw toys away because they cost money, and we don't waste things. Sam nodded, but I saw his hands clutch the side of his Y-stick tightly under the table. He was stressing. Something was going on. We ended the conversation on a light note, and Sam understood why we were upset. He promised not to throw away any more toys, then ran off to bed. I just remember thinking how strange the sentence was. Their time was up. That was an adult's 9, not something you hear from kids. Sam's school sent an email to all parents about 2 weeks after our hiking trip. The principal pleaded with parents to not let the children come to school if their child was sick, as there was a very serious flu going around the school. He even admitted that 5 teachers and 30 students had been sick over the last week alone. I showed it to Charlie, but he didn't find it as weird as I did. Hand sanitizer breeds superbugs, he shrugged. Just tell Sam to wash his hands more often. The final straw for me came a few nights later. It was Wednesday night when I woke up for no reason. Charlie was snoring next to me, but in a lull between snores, I heard a whisper. Fear seized my throat, and I lifted my head off the pillow slowly to peer at the bedroom door. Someone moved in the dark, stumbling along. Someone small and short. Sam! Irritated, I got up and walked to the door. I I saw Sam skip away as if he were crossing a field of spiders and was desperate not to get any on his shoes. "Sam!" I whispered, walking out after him. I turned the corner into the family room, but he wasn't there. I heard bare feet race across the kitchen floor, and that made me angry. The little shit was hiding from me. I walked through the family room and noticed that the clock on the wall was a little louder than usual. Or maybe I was hypersensitive because I was exhausted. When I entered the kitchen, Sam was facing me. He stood next to the fridge, and the small LEDs on it lit up his expression. He was terrified, and his little Y stick was pointed right at me. "Sam," I hissed in annoyance. "It's late. Go back to bed." "I need water," he said, still looking at me with wide eyes. It was an obvious lie, but one not abnormal for kids caught up past their bedtime. "Okay, then get some water," I sighed. "Can you get it?" he asked, still clutching the stick and pointing it my way. He must have seen my mom look, because he re-emphasized, "Please." I walked forward, and that's when I noticed he pointed the stick around me. He was pointing at something behind me. I whirled around really fast and stared into the empty darkness of the family room. The clock was still noticeably loud. It sounded like a person saying the actual words. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I looked around the room for a full 30 seconds. Nothing moved. "What are you doing up, Sam?" I asked, turning back to face him. He looked at me with the real terror in his eyes. Oh, with real true terror in his eyes. The stick was shaking in his hand. "Sam!" I hissed, snapping a little bit. "Not time yet," he stuttered, barely glancing at me. His gaze was transfixed beyond me. "I'm not ready yet." For half a second, I wondered if he was pretending to sleepwalk. Then I wondered if he actually was sleepwalking. Then my tiredness washed over me, and I got irritable again. It's time for bed," I insisted, walking towards him. Still, he kept his eyes behind me, and the stick pointed into the family room. Okay, he said, defeated as I approached. He took slow, unwilling step towards the family room. I stood behind him, watching to make sure he went to bed. I saw his head look back and forth, scanning the room as he entered. He was looking for something. He looked back at me with uncertainty. Suddenly he screamed, "Mom, watch out!" I instinctively whirled around, hands up, ready to attack whatever was there. Nothing. Nothing but darkness on the far kitchen wall. I ground my teeth and glared down at him. Still shaking, pointing his stick into the empty kitchen. I was beyond annoyed now. This stick had been out of control for weeks. "I think you need a break from this," I said, snatching the stick from his hand. "No, no," he screeched. Sam practically leapt at me, but I jumped out of the way. This is the only thing. I assured myself the stick wasn't healthy after all. Don't, he cried and yelled, following me through the family room and into the hall. All the attention that he'd pointed into the kitchen was now directed at me. He tried to jump and grab at the stick, but I held it above my head. I felt like a teenage older sibling teasing my younger brother, but this was necessary. I regretted waking Charlie up, but I pushed my way into my room, tossed the stick onto the floor, and turned back to get Sam out. "Give it to me! Give it to me! Give it to me!" he demanded without taking a breath. I pushed him out and shut the bedroom door. I flipped the lock on the handle and sighed. "What's going on?" Charlie mumbled. I took the stick away. He was playing with it all night, I sighed, coming back to bed. Sam was pounding on the door. I convinced Charlie that we should ignore him, let him tire himself out, and tomorrow we would lecture him. He verbally agreed, though I could sense that he didn't agree inside. It took an hour, but Sam gave up and we went to sleep. The next morning, my throat felt like I had swallowed sandpaper. The flu, of course. My stomach rumbled and rousted me out of bed. I found myself starting to run to the master bathroom after my stomach turned nauseous. I puked up the spaghetti from dinner the night before. Stumbling out of the bathroom, I had to move aside for Charlie, who couldn't make it to the toilet and threw up into the sink. "Not you too," I sighed sympathetically. "I haven't been this sick since I was a kid," he moaned, rinsing his mouth out. I rubbed my eyes, still tired from Sam's ordeal last night, and got in the shower with the lights off, hoping it would help my light sensitivity. Charlie decided to call in sick for the rest of the day, and I got ready for the day so I wouldn't lounge around in my pajamas all day, feeling even more sick. When I was completely ready, I unlocked the bedroom door and stepped out. Sam was nowhere in sight, which meant he had gone back to bed. Good. Sam, I hope you're getting ready for school, I said loudly. No reply. I went to his room and found the door shut as usual. I twisted the handle and pushed, but the door was stuck. The hell? I muttered quietly, using my shoulder. I shoved hard against the door and I heard a clatter. Then the door opened. As I entered, I saw 3 things right away. 1, a chair had been placed under the door handle, preventing it from opening easily. 2, the window was wide open, with the screen missing. And 3, Sam wasn't in his room. We called the police immediately. After searching the house from top to bottom, if we hadn't called them, I have no idea where we would have started. Should we have driven around looking for him? Called his friend's house to see if they knew where he was? The police were helpful. I spent a miserable half day sitting by the phone, puking my guts out and worrying about Sam. The police were out driving around, searching for Sam and his picture taped to their dashboards. Charlie was dead asleep when I wandered into the bedroom, debating lying down, but I couldn't sleep while Sam was missing. The sickness would let me, of course, but the guilt of falling asleep while this was going on was too much. I saw the stick, which had landed partially under the bed when I threw it last night. Because of the stick. Maybe the doctor was wrong. Maybe he did have something wrong with him, but it was mental, psychological. Maybe instead of a doctor, we should have taken him to a psychologist. In an attempt to stay awake, I decided to search the house for the 15th time. This time I carried the stick with me. Sam, I said aloud enough to be heard while I walked to the family room, kitchen, and to the stairs. Maybe he was hiding in the storage room, downstairs, maybe behind a few boxes. Sam! I said again. I have your stick. I'm sorry I took it. Please come out. Mommy's really worried. You aren't in trouble. I descended the stairs, and halfway down I thought I heard him reply. It was faint. Far away. The words were impossible to make out. Sam! I cried desperately, spinning around on the stairs to try and figure out if he was upstairs or downstairs. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a leg dart around a corner at the bottom of the stairs towards the storage room. My hunch was correct. I sped down the stairs, turned the corner. The door was closed. I tried to twist the handle, but he had locked it. Sam, honey, open the door, please, I pleaded while I reached for the key at the top of the door frame. When he didn't unlock the door, I stuck the key in and twisted. The door popped open to reveal our pitch-black storage room. The room was in the middle of the house and had no windows. It contained our water heater and the control system for the heat and AC. The room was so large, though, that Charlie had built shelves for us to keep our seasonal decorations, our camping supplies, and extra food and water. Sam, I said more quietly, feeling uneasy. Something about the room was getting to me. How does the clock tick, Mother? Sam said from somewhere in the room. I froze. The word mother made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something's not right. Something's not right. Sam? I'm out now, I stuttered. Light spilled in from the doorway, but it didn't illuminate enough of the room for me to search. I slowly stepped towards the center of the room where a string hung down from a single bulb in the ceiling. With one hand, I kept a hold of the stick. With the other, I reached out to search for the string. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there somewhere. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. At the exact instant, my hand brushed against hair. Long, greasy hair at my shoulder height. Sam wasn't that tall. Hair was tangled and long. I yelped and jumped back, startled by the door and the hair simultaneously. Sam giggled. Do you know how the clock ticks? It came from my left along the wall. The hair had been to my right. Who else was in here with us? I was paralyzed. I couldn't see a damn thing. My phone was upstairs, so I couldn't use that as a flashlight. The ceiling light was somewhere in front of me, and the door was somewhere behind me. Every time I started to reach out, I remembered touching that greasy hair and recoiled. Charlie! I called upward, hoping he could hear me, hoping he was awake. Tick-tock. Tick-tock, Sam said again. My brain instantly remembered the sound of the clock that had made the night before. It was the same voice. Faintly a voice and faintly background noise at the same time. Sam? My voice hoarsely whispered. I had to throw up again. I swallowed bile and felt one more time for the string. It brushed my hand and I jumped back before realizing that it was feeling string, not greasy hair. Resolutely, I launched my hand out, grabbed at the string, and swung into my hand, and I yanked on it. Hard. It was good. And the single bulb buzzed to life, and something moved to my right. I screamed at the top of my lungs when I saw white and black. It has taken me a long time to place the shape, but now I'm certain. A deer skull partially covered by stringy hair darted away from the light, circling behind me. In absolute terror, I squeezed my eyes shut and didn't dare open them. In the battle for fight or flight, I turned into the ostrich, burying my head and hoping it didn't see me. I started sobbing and wanted to run for the door, but I was too scared to open my eyes. "Mommy?" Sam called from my left. I didn't respond. I was sobbing too hard. "Mommy, help, I'm stuck." Very, very slowly, I moved one finger and looked to the side. Sam was huddled up on the top shelf. I couldn't see his face, but I saw jeans and his favorite shirt. "Come down and let's go," I whispered. "Aunt is going to get me," Sam whimpered. I tried hard not to sob again. "Come and get me, please," he begged. I fought through the tear and stepped toward the shelf, still covering my face and using a small gap in my fingers to navigate. When I reached the shelf, I closed my eyes and held my arms up. "Climb into my arms, Sam. I'll get you down. We'll go get your dad." My voice broke at the end. "I'm stuck. My shirt is caught," he cried. Okay, I said, trying to be brave for him. "Guide my hand to where it is, and I'll get you loose." He paused. "It's at the back of the shelf. You can't reach." I bit my lip to stop its trembling. With both eyes still closed, I placed my hands on the top shelf and my foot on the bottom shelf. The stick was placed on the shelf so I could use both my hands. I hoisted myself up so I could reach and balance precariously. "Where is it, honey?" I asked, refusing to open my eyes. "Reach here," he said, and I could feel him rotate so I could reach over him. I did, and my hand ran straight into a mess of tangled, greasy hair. My eyes opened in shock and stared back at me for only a millisecond. In that millisecond, it spoke, not with words, but in my head. "Do you know how the clock ticks? It is fed by death." The shelf under my feet collapsed, and as I fell, my hands pulled the shelf until it toppled over, coming down on top of me. I woke up in the hospital, much to Charlie and Sam's relief. It was a tumult of information and questions. They asked why I was down there, and instead of sounding insane, I said I had been searching for Sam again just in case. Sam had been found walking on the road in the general direction of the hiking spot. He wasn't very far, thankfully, and was unharmed. When Charlie practically yelled, asking why the hell he had left in the middle of the night alone, Sam said he needed to find another stick to stop the monsters. The police were of course recommending that he talk to a psychologist. They'd overheard the conversation. Charlie didn't wake up until the police were at our door with Sam in hand, and that was about an hour after the shelf had collapsed on me. Sam and Charlie had gone looking for me in the house and found me under the collapsed shelving. The police had been right there, thankfully, and I was rushed off to the hospital. Some of my ribs were broken, and so was my left leg. The shelf that had collapsed on me had held our camping tent, the fake Christmas tree, and a few other empty boxes. I was lucky that it wasn't the food storage shelving. The door was locked when they got to it, and the key wasn't in the lock, so they had to break it down. The second Sam saw the scene, he apparently stood over me in a protective stance, looking all around. Charlie left to get the police before they left upstairs. A couple of days after I got released from the hospital, and after Charlie had recovered from a flu that knocked him off his feet, I got to talk to Sam. I asked him outright what had been going on. It took a few minutes of him denying that anything was wrong. I saw the monster," I admitted, which a parent really shouldn't do to their child. "You did?" he asked incredulously. I nodded. You and Dad never saw them before. When did you see them? Them, I asked nervously. Sam told me what had been happening for the last few weeks. He had stumbled upon the stick by literally tripping over it. It had spoken to him, and he took it to play with. Whenever he had the stick, he could see the monsters. They were scary, but they stayed away when I pointed the stick at them, he said. A few of them had followed us home, walking alongside us on the trail. They came into the house at night and snuck around. They came into Sam's room, our room, everywhere. They told me that someone had to die. They told me that you had to die. So he offered the monsters toy sacrifices to satiate their hunger. But they were unsatisfied. Whenever I didn't have the stick, I could feel them try to grab me. But they stayed away whenever I had the stick. They kept telling me that your time was up. Whose time? Yours, Mommy.
Watching the Demon Channel.
They sat with him at night and chanted tick-tock at him. They tried to convince him to put the stick down. They offered him candy that the big blurry man pulled out of thin air. At school, they followed him and said they would hurt people until he put away the stick. 5 teachers and 30 students got the flu while they threatened that. He held on to the stick as often as he could and patrolled the house at night to keep them out of my room. That was until I took the stick. Apparently he had grabbed the stick from a skeleton in the woods. It looked like an animal's skeleton. He had seen another one just like it when he got the first one, so he was going to go back to get the second one so the monsters would stop smiling. One had followed him on the streets, he said, but now they were all gone, and after looking through the mess of collapsed shelving, so was the stick. Sam told his psychologist about our conversation. His psychologist told me very angrily that I should not have admitted anything like that because it fed into his delusions. He was being looked at for possible schizophrenia. I'm thinking I should be tested too. How else do you explain everything that happened? One detail stands out that I can't explain. I'd unlocked the door to the storage room and left the key in the handle. So, why was the key found dangling from the light bulb string? Stick is protect. Protect with Steak. Imagine that! People being actually scared in a horror story. Who would not add an outside switch to the damn storage room? I don't know. This was a good one. Who knew that was possible? Yeah, that was a good one. I like that one. Yeah, someone's like, one of the comments is like, holy shit! They're like, this is an actual no sleep story. Oh, someone brought up the search and rescue dude in the comments too. Everyone loves monsters. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell the writer's actually good. And it's just like, oh, Stick in the Woods 38. I guess this was the only story they did. Nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You could make a good story about a stick. Oh, yeah, get some sleep if you're the sleepy team. It even had a mention of water. Really, Gammy? Why do you watch these ones if you know it gives you sleep paralysis if I read stories? Just tell yourself not to get sleep paralysis. Easy. Easy, easy. You're watching the Demon Channel. I don't know. The only time I've gotten sleep paralysis, I already knew what it was. Because other people had told me what it was. And when it actually happened to me, I was just like, this is annoying. And I got really mad. Oh, thank you for the 100 biddies. McBibim? Core GDD cheered 50 biddies. Aw, thank you, my dude. I wonder why they brought back the bonus biddies. I mean, I'm not complaining. I just wonder. Yeah, I didn't get the hallucination. I just got the paralysis part, and I was just like, ah! Demon Channel. But I think I didn't get the hallucinations because I already knew what it was. I don't know. Although I'm assuming other people know what it is, and they still get hallucinations. I think I'm just a little too rooted. Alrighty. Here's another one involving a small child. I think I'm getting sick. I don't know. Like, my throat definitely hurts from, like, reading.
It's going to be lit.
Oh my god. Who dat? Firefly! Thank you for the fucking raid, dude. Hello. Because you didn't have to you gotta get a stick. Obviously. How else are you gonna keep the monsters away? Oh, there's a kitty right here. Aww. I love you, buddy. Anyway, here's another one about a small child. Alright.
You don't even know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Tough Tony resubscribed with the T1 for 11 months. Hey, said sub hype. Aw, love you, Tony. You're watching the Demon Channel. Thank you for the follow. Alrighty. This one's by Dopabean. It's called My Son Was Always a Poor Sleeper. My son was always a poor sleeper. Several nights a week he'd stumble out of his bedroom, rubbing his eyes and struggling to fight off tears. I was always awake, usually watching late-night TV while my wife dozed beside me. It's not like I didn't want to sleep. Of course I did, but I was a patrol cop and an insomniac. Sleep barely came at the best of times. Those years weren't anywhere near close to the best of times. Are you okay, Daddy? Yeah, but I'm okay. I saw something scary. I'd go into his room and make a big show of checking his closet, under his bed, and his window. The window really scared him. There's a bad guy out there, he always said. I'm gonna help you get him. Noah was big on getting bad guys. Oh, I'm gonna help you get him. Noah was... okay, his kid's named Noah. Noah's big on getting bad guys. Not at all surprising. I've been a cop since before he was born. He told me all the time that he was going to grow up and get bad guys too. I stopped checking his room around his 4th birthday. He would still toddle out, lip quivering, and ask the same question. Are you okay, Daddy? Yeah, but I'm okay. I saw something scary. It was just nightmare, hon. Go ahead and go back to sleep. Noah blinked sleepily. One eye was always squinting. He'd never quite open it till he'd been awake a good 10 minutes. So he looked at me, one eye closed like a little pirate, then nodded and stumbled back to bed. It was the same script, night after night. Maybe I handled it wrong. I always wondered if it'd been better for me to just ignore him or even get angry, but other than this late night ritual, he slept on his own just fine. Most of the time, he didn't even remember waking up. These nights blended together into a warm, rosy continuum. It was selfish of me, but I looked forward to them. I worked 3rd shift with a fair scattering of graveyard overtime. Due to sleep and work, I rarely saw Noah. That's what made our nighttime ritual so precious. It's the only time we really had by ourselves. My wife was always asleep whenever Noah came. Between her illness, caring for Noah, and general stress, she had no energy. So most nights off, I'd sit awake into the wee hours watching TV in a pointless bid to suppress the darkness that was eating me alive. Noah pushed the darkness back. Not by much, but enough to keep me from sliding headlong into that pit. It went like this for almost 2 years. Night after night. The very last time he had a nightmare, the ritual finally changed. Noah bumbled out, rubbing his eyes. They were teary and his face was puffy. Daddy, are you really okay? Yeah, but I'm okay. The words, almost a chant by this point, visibly soothed him. Saw a bad guy in the window. It was just a bad dream, honey. Next to me, my wife shifted. I want to stop the bad guys. You will when you're growing up. Till then, I'm here. He released the last shuddering breath. I love you. I love you too. Go ahead and get back to sleep. I never saw him again. Early the next morning, my wife took Noah for a drive. He loved being in the car. It was his favorite thing. The drive was almost over. They were 3 blocks from home, and she waited until the light down at the intersection, a good 2 blocks away, turned red. Waiting for the flow of traffic to stop was the only safe way to do it. That's what she did. That's what she always did. But this one time, at the exact wrong moment, someone sped through the red light at 70 miles an hour, hitting the passenger side and killing Noah. It pulverized him. We couldn't even have an open casket funeral. My wife never recovered. I didn't treat her well in the aftermath either. She had a lot of chronic pain from her injuries, and on top of her health problems, couldn't function without medication. I didn't quite dare to openly blame her for Noah's death, but I ridiculed her for her painkillers, called her dead weight, a drug addict. We divorced and never spoke again. She died a few years ago from complications relating to her illness. I miss her every day. I never told her, and now I never can. I try to tell myself she wouldn't care, but I know that's a lie. After the divorce, I rose through the ranks at my job pretty quickly for a while. But I stalled out at senior detective. The department assigned me to the sex crimes unit and kept me there for 10 years. I thought patrol had eaten me alive, but this was a whole other monster. I made a lot of enemies, some in high places, even uncovered a couple of my fellow officers, including my best friend. Oh, I should have read this one like the freaking, grizzled detective voice. I became a functioning alcoholic, and withdrew from everyone. Friendships and relationships weren't worth it. How could they be? When there was no way to tell who was good and who was a monster. In the end, I wanted to die. Every night before the drinking commenced, I unholstered my gun and set it on the coffee table. Then I prayed that I'd get drunk enough to finally kill myself. Jesus! Occasionally I got close, but whenever that happened, I'd wake up from the haze, and just for an instant, I'd be 31 again, with my wife dozing beside me and my son dropping down the hall to ask if I'm okay. Those moments are what I live for now. Trying to get to that point a week ago. Sat in the living room like always, splitting my focus between the TV and my gun while steadily drinking myself into a stupor. Somewhere in the house, a door creaked open. Didn't pay attention. The house was old when we bought it. It's incredibly drafty and I haven't exactly been keeping up on repairs. It creaks and whistles all the time. But then something rustled in the hall and I turned to a small, familiar voice that asked, "You okay, Daddy?" And there he was, Noah, 4 years old with a big head and red pajamas, squint-eyed and rubbing his face as his lip trembled. For a delirious moment, I could almost believe that the past 20 years had been a bad dream. "Yeah, but I'm okay. I saw something scary." "Just a nightmare. Go ahead and go back to sleep." He nodded and stumbled back to his room. After a few minutes, I got up and checked the room. Empty. Cleared out just as it had been for 2 decades. I slid to the floor, cracking joints, sore muscles, and alcohol nausea drove home the fact that I was very much 50 and very much alone. No bad dreams for me, only a bad life. I cried myself to sleep. Noah came to me for several nights after that, stumbling out of the empty bedroom, squinty and weepy. Same script. "You okay, Daddy?" "Yeah, but I'm okay. I saw something scary." "Just a nightmare. Go ahead and go back to sleep." I quickly learned not to check his room afterward. It wasn't much, I know that, but in all honesty it's about as much as I had when he was alive. If I could have this ritual, just this ritual for the rest of my life, I'd be happy. But last night he came out crying. "Daddy, are you really okay?" "Yeah, but I'm okay. I saw a bad guy in the window." "It was just a bad dream, honey. Daddy, I want to stop the bad guys." My mouth went dry. Profound despair bloomed in my chest, so this was the end. Barely a week and already done. "You will when you're grown up. Until then, I'm here." "No. I want to stop them now." A series of muffled thumps suddenly came from Noah's old room. All the hair on my body stood on end. "Come here, Noah." Noah shook his head. "No." More thumps and a muffled curse. My gun gleamed on the coffee table, ominous and inviting. I picked it up and crept into the hall. Heavy footsteps emanated from his room. The knob rattled on the door and creaked open. The muzzle of a shotgun came first, followed by the intruder. He froze when he saw me. His eyes glinted strangely, reminding me absurdly of lacquered porcelain. I shot him. The back of his skull exploded, coating the door in blood and dull curls of brain matter. I turned to Noah, ready to sweep him up and comfort him, but he didn't need comforting. He was radiant. Tears were dry and he was smiling. He'd never smiled during our ritual before. That told me everything I needed to know. My heart broke again. "I got the bad guy." He stumbled sleepily down the hall to his room. "You did," I said. He stopped at his bedroom door and released a contented sigh, oblivious to the corpse crumpled on the threshold. "I love you, Daddy." I love you too." My throat seemed to swell, choking off words. Noah waited patiently. I struggled to get myself under control. We had a routine, a ritual, and I owed it to him to finish it. "Go ahead," I whispered. "Go back to sleep." Went into his room, and after an agonizing second I ran after him. Of course it was as bare as ever. The emptiness destroyed me in a way nothing else ever has. I crawled to the corner where his bed used to be and wailed. Called 911 a few hours later. I apologized for the delay and said I had a panic attack and blacked out. No one cared. I'm on a routine international affairs investigation, but that's just for show. My would-be killer was a guy I'd put in jail years ago. Child abuser, scum of the earth. I didn't even remember him. I don't want to. I know I won't see Noah again. My son slept poorly for 24 years because of me. Got the bad guy and saved his dad, so I'm sure he's resting now. And wherever he is, I hope there aren't any bad dreams. Jesus! Yeah, it's still reading. Oh my god. Madco! Madco, thank you for the 17 months. Yeah, this one was more sad than spoopies. Luxdio gifted a T1 to MLG Savage, Wanties, Osenta, and Bacon Shaker. Bacon Shaker. I like that. Too real. Wait, there are bad guys. Oh no. Not the bad guys. Hmm. This one seems like this might be bad. But let's read it. Let's read it. Hmm? Ugh. I don't know. It just strikes me as something that might be terrible. But I'm willing to take that risk. For you guys. Yeah, like the water one. Like the two sisters one. It's a one shot though. Okay. I met the monster in my closet and it's not what you'd expect. Everyone's heard of the boogeyman. Creature tall and dark, comes out at night and preys on fearful children. The story is a classic tale, one that every kid and their neighbor like to scare each other with during sleepovers. People come up with several different versions of the story, like how the boogeyman only comes out during the full moon, how it can transform itself into your greatest fears, or how it lives under your bed and waits for the right moment, right when you're the most vulnerable and snatches you. But I know the truth. There's no such thing as the boogeyman. No, there's only something far different. Something that strays from the legends. Something that you wouldn't expect. How do I know this? You might ask? That is so cliche. It is because I saw the thing with my very eyes. I was 9 years old when it happened. I lived in a relatively quiet and peaceful home in the suburbs, with my mother and father. Being an only child, I had the privilege of having a large room filled with a vast assortment of toys and games all for myself. My parents loved to shower me with presents, and I admit I was a bit of a spoiled kid. The more things I collected, the less storage space we were getting in my room, and eventually my parents decided that I needed somewhere to store all my junk. So a few weeks prior to when it happened, I found an old secondhand closet and decided it would fit nicely in my room. As the 9-year-old I was, I didn't have much of an opinion on the wardrobe and let my parents place it and clean up how they wanted. Days passed without any abnormal happening. I saw my friends from time to time and otherwise played happily with all of my games. Days turned to weeks and soon enough the closet was piled with my crap. Dust and webs had collected on the tops of it. There were a couple of bite marks around the frame and parts of its edge had chipped off due to me being a little too rough while roughhousing with my friends. If it looked worn out before, it started to look its age very quickly after entering my bedroom. There was something about the closet that always felt a little off. Like, ever since I got the closet, I always had this feeling that something bad was going to happen. But again, as the kid I was, I took little to no notice to this and brushed it off quickly. The night it happened, I had been playing with my favorite stuffed toys, making them play fight with each other, which consisted mostly of me smashing them together and throwing them around the room. My playtime was interrupted by the sound of my mother entering my room and telling me that it was time for bed. I reluctantly put my toys back in the closet where I usually kept them. My mother then put me to bed and tucked me in, but not before giving me a goodnight kiss, closing the lights, and oh, that was odd. My VR toolkit just disappeared for a second. Closing the lights and exiting the room and closing the door slowly and quietly behind her. I knew that it was time for me to sleep, but I just couldn't. I tried, I really did, but I grew relentless. Just laying there with too much pent-up energy to relax. I wanted to play, not sleep. Surely one quick game wouldn't hurt, I had thought to myself. I rolled over and watched the door for a few moments until I saw the light from around the border flicking off. I sat up, instantly got to work opening my nightlight, and then padded towards the old closet. In the dim light, the thing felt like it was towering over my little body. I never really realized how large it was until then. I felt myself shivering as I neared pieces of furniture which I found odd because I didn't feel cold. I ignored this and reached up to open the door of the closet as silently as I could as not to alert my parents, and looked in. Toys in the closet were scattered messily, and it was hard to see clearly with minimal lighting. I frowned and blindly attempted to search for my favorite toys, but to no avail. Frowning deeper, I leaned my body closer to the closet to reach into the back when suddenly I felt my body tumbling forward right into the mess. The door behind me creaking loudly as I did so. I fumbled for a few moments to catch my footing, but found it was impossible to stand up with all the clutter around me. I scrambled towards to try to find the walls of the closet so I could support myself, but I couldn't seem to find it no matter how far out I reached. I stumbled over myself and once more felt my body drop. A slight panic rose in my chest as I fumbled backwards. I finally felt myself push on the open closet door and tumble out. I sat there on the floor for a moment, breathing heavily while allowing myself to calm down. It took a moment, but as my eyes adjusted to my surroundings, I quickly realized that I didn't recognize where I was. I knew this because I could see the faint outlines of the wall compared to my large, spacey room. The place was tiny. Not only that, but I could feel something soft and woven under where I sat, which was a contrast from the hard, cold floors of my own room. I stood and pattered forwards cautiously until I hit into something large and stiff. I wasn't sure what exactly I'd bumped into, but before I had a chance to reach out and touch it, I heard a quiet click noise. A light had been turned on, causing me to hiss and squint my eyes in order to adjust from— he's a vampire? In order to adjust from the darkness to the sudden brightness that illuminated the room. After a moment of collecting myself, I opened my eyes and was finally able to see my surroundings. I was in a room of sorts. It was small and painted a light pink color and was adorned with several... What? And adorned with several. That paragraph just ends there. Anyway. A high-pitched sound coming from behind me abruptly interrupted my thoughts, and in an instant I froze up. Oh, okay. That is a weird... Usually when you have, like, an interrupted, like, train of thought, it's usually because you're thinking a specific thing. Not you describing the room as your future self. Like, you're not describing the room in your head as you're in it. Like, going through the motions. That was dumb. That was a dumb interruption. He should have been speaking, or he should have been thinking to himself something. Like, yeah, I don't like that. Okay. A high-pitched sound coming from behind me abruptly interrupted my thoughts, and in an instant I froze up. There was something else here. I wasn't alone. He wasn't having any thoughts. He was just observing the room. He had no thoughts. It was dumb. I swallowed, turned around, and before me a little distance stood the form of a being I had only heard about in night terrors. Its skin was pale and weathered, and splotches of deep red stained underneath its wide, beady eyes. Its head was abnormally round and long and disheveled. Strands of hair matted its face. Two oval-shaped bulges stood out from each other on either side of its face, partially hidden by strands of hair, but still very much visible. Perhaps the most disturbing feature on its face being the wart placed right in the center that oozed clear liquid out of one of its holes. Its physique, on the other hand, stood quite short in stature. Its body was oddly symmetrical and proportionate, bones hardly able to be seen through skin due to excess flesh and meat on the creature's body. Its slender limbs had curled in on themselves, and its paws protrude short, round claws at its tips. A fresh wave of fear consumed my being as I locked eyes with the monster, who stood as still as I was. I couldn't move an inch of my body, all motor functions freezing as they had almost lost all responses. But then, without warning, it started moving slowly towards me. It was quivering, twitching. It moved its limbs in a tentative way, one short appendage stretching itself in front of the other. It stopped, quickly and suddenly. I could see the figure's small torso breathing in and out at an irregular pace, breath coming in nothing more than a series of horrifying wheezes. My heart skipped a beat and I shook in my spot, my own breath labored by panic. I stared into the creature's dark eyes and swallowed, thicker this time, forcing back a ball of anticipation that stuck with it. Any moment now, any sudden movement, and this thing could jump at me and that would be it. I shifted my eyes around the room, but there was so little space and nowhere to run, and the only exit was being blocked off by the monster. But then, something strange happened. The creature retracted slightly and started to make noises. Croaks and cracks and strange sounds came out of the thing's mouth, its facial expressions morphing as it mumbled, its eyes leaking some kind of cleared fluid. What, tears? Was it trying to say something? Was it trying to threaten me? It had to be. There was no other fact, but its voice sounded minuscule. I was as frightened as I was. What? Man, that was a weird sentence. But its voice sounded minuscule. I was as frightened as I was. Anyway, surely it wasn't trying to talk to me. I stared at the creature, stunned and shocked. My thought processes told me that maybe I could try to communicate with it long enough to stall it and run until I could make it back to safety. And so I timidly opened my mouth and interjected the creature's incoherent sounds. Hello? And then there was silence. The creature stiffened at my words, wide eyes becoming impossibly bigger and pink mouth dropping down into what I recognized as an expression of shock. I thought for a moment that maybe it understood me until an ear-piercing wail erupted from the monster, which caused me to flinch backwards in alarm. The creature threw its head back and shrieked in a terrible sound that I had never heard in my life, being nothing short of purely animalistic. In my frozen state, I could see a light begin to illuminate from the small crack of the door and a series of heavy banging sounds that came closer and closer to the room, getting louder as they did so. It was calling its sisters. Realization dawned on me as fast as panic rose in my chest. The only thoughts going through my head at that moment was, what if I didn't get out now? Surely I was going to die. I was going to die without my family ever knowing where I went or what happened to me. The banging noises got closer, and I could faintly begin to hear the sound of other creatures getting closer. Their voices were deeper and less shrilling than the thing in front of him, but they were equally as deadening. The adrenaline shot through me, and I suddenly regained control of my legs and made a dash for it, clumsily avoiding striking the creature. As I bolted past it and straight to the familiarity of the wooden doors I tumbled through to arrive here. I latched onto the handle and tore open the door with might I didn't know I contained. I hauled myself through the door and went to it, slam it shut before stopping myself at the last second, realizing quickly that the sound would only alert the monsters my location. I curled up and stayed as still as possible, as quiet as possible. Through the thin crack of the door I could only see the back of the monster and not its face. The banging noises came from its sisters ceased, but I could now clearly hear their voices, and I realized they must have arrived, standing somewhere I could not see them. Muffled sounds and thuds were all I ever heard of a couple moments before a new figure came into my field of vision, and I felt paralyzed, a new wave of fear that overtook me. The thing was massive. It appeared to look a fully fledged version of the wailing creature, a developed version. It crouched down to hold onto the little creature, and what seemed like hoarse, soothing sounds came out of its mouth, and it appeared to work because the little creature slowly calmed down from its hysteria. Another, even deeper voice came behind the door, where I could not see the little creature responded to it. Unintelligible sounds came out of its mouth, and to my horror it stretched out its limbs to point right in my direction, right where I was hiding. I could see the shadow of an even larger creature stepping towards my direction. I flinched harshly. Blind panic escapes me. I swallowed hard, willing the blur in my vision to disappear, but it refused. I shut my eyes and scooted backwards as far as I could and braced myself for the worst. I kept crawling back and back, waiting for the moment the light would come and expose my identity. Except it never came. Instead, I felt my back hitting into several little solid items. They clacked and clattered all around me as I pushed backward, in fearful determination to move away, and I felt myself hitting what must have been the door of the closet and tumbled out, backflipping painfully through the clutter of toys until I finally was let out of the dark closet. For a long moment I simply laid there on the front, curled in absolutely fetal position, unwilling to move. I hugged myself tightly with all my limbs and tried to stop my body from shaking, but it didn't do much. Then finally I willed one of my eyes open. I was back in my room. I was back in my room! I couldn't believe it. Nothing had changed since I had left, save for the toys that were now scattered all around me. The closet doors were closed, and then I did the only thing I could think of in that moment. I screamed. I had no idea how long I was screaming for, but all I knew was that my voice was starting to break and I could no longer keep back the cries of absolute anguish I had been holding in me. I was too out of it to notice the banging of my parents' footsteps making their way over to the room or their voices calling out for me worriedly. I didn't process the lights being turned on and only snapped out of my trance when my mother so softly and soothingly reached out her 3 arms to cradle me to her bony chest. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Tell Mommy what's wrong." Closet, I rasped and reached out an arm to point directly at the closet. Both my mother and father shot their 8 bright red eyes at each other, then to the closet, then back to me. It was my mother who spoke first. "Oh, sweetie, what's wrong with the closet?" she asked. "A monster," I mumbled out, shoving my face deep into the comfort of her bones. I heard my mother whisper something to my father, but I couldn't quite make out what they were saying. I then felt a slender clawed hand run circles up and down my back. "Daddy's gonna go have a look in the closet, okay?" My mother whispered to me in her calm voice. I want to say no. I want to tell my father to stop before it was too late, but I couldn't. The words literally dying in my throat, as if it's something in me that just physically wilted and died. I dared to peek 3 of my eyes open, blood turning cold, and watched as he opened the closet doors without a moment of hesitation and found nothing. There was nothing there except a messy pile of toys and a wooden stall behind it. My father smiled, exposing his sharp fangs in a reassuring way. "See, kiddo? Nothing to be worried about." But it was there! There was 3 of them, with 2 arms and legs, and it had so much hair and so much flesh! I choked out all in one breath. My mother shushed me and rocked me gently. "Shh! You're really tired, honey. There's nothing there, see? Now why don't we go back to sleep? Oh, here, why don't you take Mr. Fluffy with you?" Mr. Fluffy, my favorite toy, had been sprawled out on the ground right beside me. Its one eye and cute toothless smile staring straight at me. My father bent over and took Mr. Fluffy into his bristly arms and gently guided me out of my mother's arms to heft me up into his own. He shuffled over to my bedside and placed me onto my bed, tucking me and Mr. Fluffy in and placed a kiss on my forehead. A wave of exhaustion overcame me and I couldn't help but stifle a yawn. I heard my mother chuckle lightly at the action as she stood beside my father at the edge of my bed. "Are you gonna be okay to sleep now, sweetie?" Despite the shock I had still felt all over my body, I nodded my head slowly. I was just too tired. I didn't want to play anymore. I just wanted to sleep. The last thing I heard before I let myself go to the land of dreams was my father's voice whispering, "Remember, kiddo, there's no such thing as the boogeyman." And that was something I was sure of. Yeah, I was suspecting something, because it was like, wait a minute. Because, like, how it described... Its skin was pale and weathered and splotches of deep red stained underneath its wide, beady eyes. Its head was abnormally round, with long, disheveled strands of hair matted its face. 2 oval-shaped bulges stood out from each other on each side of its face, partially hidden by its strands of hair, but still very much visible. Perhaps the most disturbing feature on its face being the wart placed right in the center that oozed clear liquid out of one of its holes, the nose. Its physique, on the other hand, stood quite short in stature. Its body was oddly symmetrical and proportionate, bones hardly able to be seen through skin due to excess flesh and meat on the creature's body. Its slender limbs had curled in on themselves, and its paws protruded short, round claws at the tips. Yeah, like whenever I said, yeah, its eyes, it croaks and cracks the strangest and kind of things, facialist morphine as it mumbled, its eyes leaking some kind of clear liquid. Oh, that's great. It's just the nose. That was a pretty good one. Alright, that was alright. It wasn't spoopy, but it was good. That's why I was like worried about it being bad. I thought it wasn't gonna be very scary. Here we go. Here's a multi-parter. I was tricked. To be fair, I'm also afraid of people. Delicious. People are scary, smile. Aw. Hey, Rory. He's laying like right here. Petting him with my other hand while it's not in the controller. Alright. This one seemed like it might be alright. It might be dumb though, because it is a multi-parter. And like the series ones tend to get really stupid after a bit. So we'll see. We'll see, right? Oh! Oh, sorry, buddy. he leaned over towards me. Aww. Oh, I love you, cute cat. Alright. I'm severely regretting posting a photo of my great-grandfather online. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh. He's headbutting my arm. Hi, bud. Here, lay down. No, you're gonna go up. Hey, don't do that. I will end you. Here, sit in my lap. Come here. No? No? Alright. Alright. I'm severely regretting posting a photo of my great-grandfather online. So this involves a subreddit called Old School Cool. So it's where people are like, hey, look, here's a photo of my grandfather from 1932 or whatever. Wait, what? Hey, look. I can't go through the... I used to be able to walk through this. What the hell? Is there like another thing where... Oh! Oh, there we go. There's a collider one. Anyway. There's a, cuddling invisible ghost kitty. But there's a subreddit called Old School Cool. People are like, oh, this is my grandmother from 1964, whatever the fuck it is, right? And they post an old picture. Except like half of them are fucking fake. Because they're like, oh, this is my grandfather, and then you do reverse image search and they just made a like taken from like a movie, or it was actually a colored photo that someone had and they just made it black and white. Like all those things. Yeah, like snagged one from Google, like trying to get internet points or whatever. Yeah. So I tend to find those things a little eh. I'm like, I don't care. Just old photos. Who gives a shit? It's my dad. Picture of Elvis. You were probably gifted one. Anyway, I posted a picture of my great-grandfather over to Old School Cool a few days ago. I posted it on my main account, not this one. I regret posting it. It's turned my family's lives upside down. It opened up possibilities I'd rather not even contemplate, and thrown into question everything I thought I knew. I was scanning some old family photos onto the computer for my mom. I've always been fascinated by my great-grandfather. My mom always has so many stories to tell me about him and how he brightened her childhood. He was truly a remarkable character. Plus, he was a particularly handsome man. I've always loved that photograph of him, with his chiseled face and his dark eyes staring into the distance. He wasn't looking directly at the camera. The only photograph we have of him. My mom says that he was caught off guard by that photograph because he normally never liked having his photo taken.
don't even know how fast
Before I posted the photo.
I'm fast as fuck,
Oh.
boy.
Leo.
Oh, whoa. Hey, Tetra. Thank you for the 2 months. Hey. I was scanning, Before I posted the photo, I was pretty certain he'd be a surefire hit with the online crowd. I was right, but at the same time, I was still surprised by the extent to which people agreed actually with me. The photograph shot up to thousands of upvotes very quickly. My great-grandfather was internet famous. I got the usual, "Oh my goodness, your great-grandpa was so handsome. Is your great-granddaddy single?" comments, and also, "Hey, can we have a picture of you, OP, so we can see how much of the good looks you inherited?" The first few comments made me smile and feel oddly proud of my genealogical inheritance. After a while, it started to get a bit creepy as some people started to cross boundaries and take things too far. I started to feel guilty. Sure, there were some beautiful, respectful comments, discussion, and questions, but as the popularity of the photograph steadily increased, so did its exposure to the world in general. And that was when the less than savory characters started coming out of the woodwork. I never knew my great-grandfather from... What does that have anything to do with the story?
You're watching the Demon Channel.
What does that have anything to do with the story? Okay, I never knew my great-grandfather, but from everything that I've learned, he was such an upright, almost regal sort of man. Well-bred, well-educated, respectable, and dignified. A true gentleman. And he had been greatly loved and revered by my family. And now it felt like an oxymoron, this clash of worlds, having my amazing, dignified great-grandfather in display for the ugly underbelly of the internet to oogle. Reddit is not the underbelly of the internet. I'm sorry to say, guys. Reddit is pretty normie tier. The internet to oogle and make crude remarks. It felt like I was violating his memory. Like I was literally whoring him out for my own personal gain. And what gain? A few arbitrary internet points? I was about to remove the post when two things happened, in fairly quick succession. First, someone kindly offered to colorize the photo and asked for details about the hair and eye color, etc. I asked my mom for details. She had been very close to her granddad and she could remember everything very well. The most striking thing about him, that you couldn't see from the black and white photograph, was that he had two different colored eyes, one deep green and the other dark brown. In the black and white photo, it just looked like there was a shadow over the darker eye. When the colorized version came, it was beautifully done. They got the shades exactly right. That made the whole online sharing experience slightly redeeming, I must say. I showed my mom and it made her cry. I'd always been afraid to show my mom because she had loved her grandpa greatly, to the extent that she still didn't like to talk about the end of his days. All I know is that it had been an extremely traumatic time for her. She sometimes still tears up if something happens to remind her about the end. Anyway, a few minutes after the colorized version was posted for everyone to see, someone responded, "Hey there, I know this is gonna sound really weird, but after seeing that colorized photo of your great-grandpa, I know a guy who looks exactly like him. Seriously! He comes into my coffee shop almost every day, so I see him a lot. It's like his doppelganger or something. I'm going to take a photo and send it to you tomorrow morning. I swear, it's exactly like him." I checked out the poster's history and it didn't look like he was a troll or anything. I don't know, something about his entire post history and earnest way he had written the message made me believe him, and felt mildly interested about the promised picture. His enthusiasm seemed genuine, and so I was intrigued about... Oh, what? Did I just see that? Really interested about... I don't know, something about his earnest way he'd written that message made me believe him. I feel mildly interested about the promised picture. His enthusiasm seemed genuine, and so I was intrigued to see this alleged doppelganger. Most likely it wouldn't look like my great-grandpa at all, though. I was sure. After all, we're often told by friends that they know someone who looks exactly like so-and-so, and when you see the proposed twin later on, it's usually quite disappointing. So I just replied, "Hey, cool! I can't wait to see the photograph of my ancestral twin, haha!" And then soon forgot all about it, basically. The next day, though, I got this message. "Hey, so I know I promised you that photograph, and here it is. Just a quick disclaimer. I was hoping to get a straight head-on shot of the guy. I asked him if I could take his photograph. He asked why. I tried to briefly explain without sounding too stupid. Basically, I told him there was a picture on the internet that looked just like him, and I wanted to send this picture to a great-granddaughter of the dude he looked just like. It sounded progressively weirder as I tried to explain it, haha. It made me realize that things are perfectly reasonable on the internet can sound so utterly bizarre in real life. Anyway, I don't know why, but he got quite angry. Wouldn't let me take his photo. I mean, fair play to him, not everybody likes their photo taken and shared on the internet. But I mean, it was weird how his attitude just did a 180. He's always so friendly and nice, and he tips really well. I would have expected him to say no nicely, but it really upset him. He's very curt with me, and I got the sense now that this will be his last visit here. Which is a shame, because he seemed like a cool dude before all of this. Anyways, so I didn't want to let you down after the build-up yesterday. Plus the fact that he seemed so annoyed meant that he likely won't come back, and so this would be my last chance to get a photo. So I know this is really iffy, ethics-wise or whatever, but I sneaked a photo anyway. Haha. He had to stop at the door. He held the door open for someone coming inside, so I was able to snap a quick peek. But he wasn't looking right at me, which is both why I was able to take the picture, but also why the picture isn't that great. The side pose, so maybe you won't be able to see the resemblance as well if I had taken it from the front, but seriously, I still think it looks just like your mom's grandpa. Hope you'll agree. Let me know what you think. Given the lengths this poor guy had gone to in order to attain this yeah, don't do that, team, by the way. Yeah, don't do that. Don't fucking take pictures of people if they say no. That's rude. It's fucking rude, dude. Anyway, given to the lengths this poor guy had gone to in order to attain this picture, I was quite amused, so I clicked the photo with neutral expectations. The man was visible in side view, but I had to admit he did bear passing resemblance to the colorized version of my great-grandfather. Maybe he was a distant relative somehow. Bears nothing that the guy who sent the photo was practically on the other side of the world to me. And to my knowledge, I have no relatives in America, so this was really unlikely. He didn't consent, but I did it anyway. XD... Yeah, that's a no. That's a... Don't do that. Don't do that. I thought the doppelganger photo would amuse my mother, who of course had known her grandfather quite well. It would be interesting to get her opinion on it, though. I took over my laptop to her and showed her the photograph. She glanced at the screen, first absent-mindedly, but then she did a double take. She couldn't take her eyes off the screen. "My God," she said, putting her hand to her mouth. She leaned into the screen, peering at it. "Can you zoom in on his face?" I zoomed in as much as I could without making it a pixelated, blurry mess of the face. She stared at him for what seemed like ages. "God, it looks just like him," she said finally. "I mean, honestly, just like him. I mean, even..." She ran her fingertips over the screen so earnestly and lovingly. "You see the slight scar there? On his cheek near his ear? He used to tell me stories about how he got that. A different story every night. I was so little I'd sit nestled on his knee and gaze up at that scar. Sometimes until I fell asleep in..." She gasped and pointed at the scar on the man's hand, which was clutching a cup of coffee. His sleeve was slightly lifted back, and there was a trace of a scar protruding from his forearm, extending onto the back of his hand. "That one too! That one was so prominent! It was a deeply cut scar. I could feel that one underneath my fingers when I held his hand. It seemed huge to me then. Underneath my small hand, he'd tell me stories about that one too. Silly little stories to amuse me, fights that he had gotten into, or mythical beasts he had wrestled. She sighed and smiled, lost her happy childhood memories for a moment, and then I guess the bizarreness of the situation hit her. The man holding the coffee in this modern photograph was a young man, and yet he had the face and accurate identifying features of my mother's grandfather. She sat down heavily on the chair next to the table. "How is this possible?" I asked, voicing the obvious question for both of us. "Could it be a hoax?" she said. "Could this man who sent you the picture, could he be playing a trick on you? These internet people can be so clever with their Photoshop stuff, can't they? Could they have worked from your original photo?" Oh yeah, these internet people are so clever. They like really bad horror stories and try to pitch really terrible, like, C-grade horror movies to people. "Well, yes, maybe, but..." I trailed off. I mean, it was the only possible explanation I could think of. Anything else would be too bizarre. I brought up the original photograph, the one where my actual great-grandfather was facing towards the camera more head-on. The scar near his ear wasn't visible due to the angle of his face, and his hand wasn't in view at all either. Oh, that's so very fucking typical and dumb. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy Jesus Christ, what the hell was that noise? Oh, I need to plug my things in. Hold on. My hands are dying, team. Not my hands. Oh, convenient. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm looking for the word convenient. Like, what the fuck, dude? Hold on. I need... plug this in. Oh god, this is hard to do with while blindfolded. Get in! The hole! Oh my god! Hold on. Well, plug in now. Yes? Yes! Please, for the love of fucking god! Oh my god. Actually annoying. Is that a townie? I see a townie. Hey! Hey! Oh! Past your 1-year anniversary. Hey! Congratulations, my guy. Okay. Get my hands back on. There we go. Who's that? Oh, I don't want to invite her. Doing spooky stories. Did you just get out of work, Tanny? Anyway, back to, yeah, it's so convenient that, oh, he had all these scars on his face and hand, and blah 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 blah. Oh, you have these super proof that it's really him. I feel like it's a little too on the nose. I don't know. It seems too on the nose. The Knuckles controllers? They good. I have wiggly fingers. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Got him. Alright. My mother and I both took in these details wordlessly. She stared at me, her eyes wide. "This is impossible," she said. "It can't be possible." I sat down next to her. We sat in silence for a while. My blood was ringing in my ears. There had to be some explanation, surely. It had to be a trick, or a joke, somehow, or just a really, really weird coincidence? Having said that, the picture wasn't that great quality. You could see the scars once my mom had pointed them out, but not before. So maybe it was just like an optical illusion, like one of those hidden pattern type things that aren't really there. But you make yourself see them, then you can't unsee them. Maybe it was like that, and the scars weren't really there. And we saw them because my mom expected to see them, because the man's face looked a bit like her granddad. And she made me see them now too. Hey, it could be a prominent vein on his hand, or the lighting, or something. The lighting had caught it just right.
You're watching the demon.
I said all of this to my mom, and she nodded along, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. Sorry, I needed water. This might actually have to be the last story after I read this parter, because my throat is actually starting to hurt really bad. I said all of this to my mom, and she nodded along, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. I suppose, she said, and then she trailed off. But, what? Might have been something to do with what happened at the end. She was staring at the floor, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Her hands were shaking and she seemed frightened. What do you mean? I asked carefully. She shook her head. I'm being ridiculous, she said, and she just got up and left. Her whole body was trembling, but I could see tears on her face. You have to understand. Some backstory. Even though admittedly I don't know all that much, Mama's never spoken about those last few days, despite my previous careful prodding. All I know is that it was a traumatic time when she lost him. It was some sort of violent accident. I know no details beyond that. She still has nightmares about it and was in therapy for some time. I was itching for some details when I was little, but I had eventually made peace with the fact that I might never know. Any small details had been like gold dust. She talks about him all the time. His life, his character, passing on his wisdom, but never about those end days. Not to me. Never to my dad either, because I've asked him. It's basically restricted territory for our family to discuss. I think partially because of the mystery around his end days, and what an amazing person she describes him to have been. I've always been so intrigued by this man's presence in our family history, and the bond my mother shared with him, how he had shaped her character. I guess it's because of this general awe and intrigue that I'd scanned the old picture into my laptop in the first place, and then why I posted it online. Because I wanted to share his essence with the world. So, of course my natural curiosity was on fire when she just walked away like that. So close to telling me more, and clearly in some sort of turmoil, and she thought whatever it was that had happened to him at the end might be related to this? This modern day man walking around who looked like him? How on earth is that even possible? What the hell was it that happened? I really wanted to go after her and just open up the flood of questions, but she seemed in that unreachable mood again, like she often did when she was reliving her traumatic memories. I could hear her crying, and I didn't want to open any wounds, so I just sat there awkwardly, my nerves a squirming bundle of unease and confusion, and an uneasy feeling of fear, I guess. I was trying to process things, but just coming up blank. The modern photo was just a coincidence. We were seeing scars where there were none. I managed to open up a whole can of traumatic worms for my poor mother, probably messing with her mental health. I should have known better than to post about this sensitive subject online at all. My mind was made up then to delete the post and forget all about it. So, like, the whole time they're saying, like, mum and stuff, like, they're probably British or whatever. And I can't help but thinking this dude's the Highlander. He's the Highlander! He's the Highlander! I logged into my account and had hundreds of new messages. I'd been offline most of the day because my mom and I had been discussing the new photo for quite a while. I opened my inbox with a bit of a sigh, expecting more of the same general comments or jokes or compliments and the occasional lewd remark. Except what was posted just amplified my unease by 1,000. I have no idea what to think. I'm terrified now. I think I've opened up Pandora's box in our family history. Here's what happened. After the guy posted the modern photo of my great-grandpa in the coffee shop, along with the colorized version of the other user, there had been a barrage of comments. Here's just a sample that I copied and pasted and saved at that time. There were many, many others, though. Some that I didn't even manage to read. Edit, I've now quickly edited out their usernames. Sorry if this message messes up formatting. Dude, this is gonna sound pretty random, but that guy looks just like a mythical figure famous in my hometown. They say he's evil and has a flying beast at his behest, and that he'll summon if you cross him. The sound of its helper creature screams are enough to kill you. We have an old portrait of him in our town hall. It's basically part of our heritage. They say that many years ago, he and the screaming falcon wiped out half the town population because they mistreated him. I'm going to post the portrait tomorrow. Same chimera eyes and everything. Freaky. Are you from my hometown? I won't post the exact place because doxing. But are you in South America? We have exactly the same legend here, except we call him something different. We call him the cunning-eyed one. They say he has 2 different colored eyes because his flying minion can see through one of his eyes. Anyone he doesn't like, anyone with attitude, the monster flies over immediately. Its screams are enough to paralyze you and pulverize your flesh. Just from the sounds alone, I used to be so scared whenever I heard screaming during the night. My mother would scare me with my brothers with the cunning-eyed man all the time whenever we misbehaved. And there are old people here who swear they've had run-ins with him, or know someone who has. Everyone thinks he's real. I got thrills when I saw you mention the legend. I'm not from South America. I'm from a tiny town in Eastern Europe. How scary that you guys have basically the same legend over there. Never heard anyone else mention this legend other than here in my hometown. Did anyone with attitude? Grandpa's a fate servant. I see. Wow, now that you posted those 2 photos, I have an old book of legends. One of the illustrations is of a handsome dark-haired man with 2 eye colors. They say he's a cruel monster disguised as a man, uncannily clever. Anyone who Anyone who fails his test is woken up to the sound of screaming, and the screams make their flesh rot and fall off. It's described in so much detail with this historical eyewitnesses and stuff. The man looks like the photo here. Sorry, OP, no disrespect to your grandpa, but it looks so much like him. This is an old legend from a small remote Scandinavian village, I think. I can't remember the name they gave to the monster. I'll dig out the book and post more details. The way it was described gave me the creeps. Never heard anyone talk about this before. It was a really obscure legend. Oh my god, I know what you guys are talking about. We have a similar legend in India, in the village where my parents were from. I'm so excited to hear others talking about this. My mother would tell me about something that happened to her aunt when she was little. By the rough translation, cruel one-eyed demon with his helper, the screaming devil. They call him one-eyed because he said he could only see through his dark eye, or he closed one eye to look at you through his good eye. I'm going to have to type out that story properly for you. I'm going to get my mom to tell it again. Seriously, me and my cousins loved and hated that story in equal measure. It was so scary and we'd never sleep afterwards. We'd freak each other out by screaming in the middle of the night and scare each other awake. And my older cousin did that once and I peed the bed. I was so scared. TMI, I know. All the elders in our village would tell us about it when I visited back home. Oh my god, I'm so thrilled that other countries have the same demon guy in their history too. It makes it so much scarier. Like he really roamed the world. Wow, I can't wait to tell my cousins. This is like all my childhood excitement and fears rushing back. We have a very similar urban legend in a place where I am from. They say he has the strength of 1,000 men, and that he flies from place to place on the back of his winged screaming monster thing. It had a name, but I can't remember it. They have different names for it. They say that he had different colored eyes, one evil and one good, and depending on how he felt about you, he would use one or the other to look at you. If he looks at you through the black eye, you're screwed, basically. I also remembered something about screaming. It was my grandpa who would tell us kids stories about it, that he heard from his mother. Pretty cool to see it being talked about on here. My family is from a small village in China, but I haven't heard anyone else mention it. I thought the stories died out with my grandpa. Blown away! Honestly, I thought this story was about an urban legend confined to my family or something. I had a great uncle who swore he saw a man with unusually uncanny beautiful eyes that were 2 different colors. He was almost hypnotized by them. The man who my great uncle always swore up and down was not a man, but rather a monster of some kind presenting himself like a man. was very strong, and my uncle was very scared. My great-uncle was working in a factory on the night shift. This man managed to bend metal with his bare hands or something, because he was angry. My uncle was freaked out and managed to get away from that place. Came home. There we go. Came home with a high fever. The next morning, the people who were at his work that night found literally pulverized. On phone, we'll type out the whole details later, if anyone interested. Can't believe others are mentioning the same sounding man in other parts of the world that match up to what my great-uncle said. Never really believed it fully until now. Guys, I had that photo open in my browser, and my grandma walked past. She's visiting us. I'm not lying, I swear. She saw the photos, and she did a double take and just froze. She's saying the man's a terrible creature from her childhood. I've never seen her like that before. She was legit scared and asked me where I got the photos, why I was looking at him, and where these photos were taken. Was this man still alive, and where was he? And she was getting all worked up. She just left her house and she's gone home now, really abruptly, and won't answer my calls. She seems really upset and shaken. I swear I'm not making this up. Which photo? OP's? Great Gramps, or the new pic? Both! I was comparing them side by side just out of curiosity. I never expected a reaction like that. I'm really freaked out. And reading other replies here, even more freaked out. I'll see if I can get any more info from my grandma when she calms down. I feel really sorry for OP. Turns out her great-grandpa looks just like a legendary demonic monster guy. What if OP's grandpa really is this monster guy? Everyone swears it looks just like him, and it's his likeness that's triggered all of this discussion. And on and on. Many legends and lore of a man who apparently looks just like my great-grandpa with two colored eyes. One green, one dark brown. In different stories, but all sharing a very similar elements to the lore that follows this man all around the world. Lots of people saying that they heard this legend, these stories around this man, monster, and demon. But here's the worst part. I felt really tired out reading all that stuff. I mean, obviously. I reasoned that they just latched onto the fact that my great-grandpa just happened to have the same unusually colored eyes as the man in these legends. But with my mom's reaction earlier, I was just feeling bad and overwhelmed, I guess. So I just left the laptop and I went to sleep. There were hundreds of comments I still hadn't read. And I changed my mind and I didn't want to delete the discussion just then. Because there were so many people involved and the whole thing was just buzzing and taking on a life of its own, and so I felt like it'd just be rude to just cut it off abruptly when there were so many people excited. Besides, it wasn't even about my great-grandpa anymore. It was just his multicolored eyes that had unearthed a legend that people had thus far just kept tucked away in their little corners of the world until then. At that point, I was even slightly proud that my photo had managed to bring to light a hidden, very interesting sounding obscure legend that many cultures seem to have their version of. I felt I would enjoy the discussion more when I was better rested. I wanted to take another look at the updated discussion in the morning, so I left the laptop on in the living room with the page open. Big mistake. I woke up this morning with my mom sitting by the laptop, reading it all. Her face was white as a sheet. Honestly, even on her worst day, she's never been like that. Even on the days when she's had nightmares that reminded of her how her beloved grandpa died. Even when she's been relieving the trauma, I've never seen her look like she did that morning. I was kicking myself for leaving the laptop open, so I snapped it shut quickly so she couldn't read anymore. Kind of rude, but it was basically to protect her, and I just tried to laugh the whole thing off. She wasn't in a great place, mentally anyway, because my stupid post probably awakened further traumatic memories for her about his death and such. I really felt awful to have pushed her to this point. The discussion about the legend of the two-colored-eyed man was offshoot and unrelated. She had no business reading about it in her anxious state. I know, Mom, it's weird. There's a legend about a creepy figure with similar multicolored eyes, I laughed. I guess there must be something in our collective unconscious about people finding chimera eyes scary or something. What the? There we go. So they built a legend around that. She stared off into the middle distance, her gaze still fixed on the place where I'd closed the laptop monitor. I tried to talk about other things. I rambled on, actually, and she just sat there, transfixed in shock. was getting really scared now, so I got her a glass of water. Hey, glass of water, team! Mark it! Glass of water! Also, yes, stay hydrated. Hold on. I got more water. I've drank so much water today. Yeah. Feels good, man. This is a multi-parter, and I haven't even finished with the first part, so I'm just like, when's it gonna end? Alright. I was getting really scared now. So I got her a glass of water. She took it and just absent-mindedly and held it, but didn't drink it. Feeling terrible, but there were goosebumps on my arm. Somehow reading all of that ridiculous, hyping up the exaggeration of the lore surrounding the two-colored-eyed man had messed with my poor mom's head. Was she having a mental breakdown? I really was such an awful human being for throwing my family's sensitivities to the mercy of the internet like this. I was wondering whether to take her to the doctor. She put the glass down and got up. She walked into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. I could hear the sound of her retching. I ran behind her and stood at the door helplessly, crying too now, really seriously feeling like such a terrible person for opening this whole thing up. People on the internet think they can say what they want and run their mouths and create theories and not realize that those careless comments and hysteria can really impact people in real life. Get off your fucking soapbox! You're the one who put the fucking picture up there. How dare I open up my family, my poor mom, up to that sort of stuff. She was having therapy for his death. She still had regular nightmares. For God's sakes, why did I ever think this was a good idea? Why had I let her be exposed to those horrible, persistent people getting their kicks from relating their stories? You're watching the Demon Channel. This is so stupid, these bits. Like, what are you getting at? Oh, people on the internet are mean. They don't consider other people when they say stuff. Fucking grow a pair. Jesus. You're not getting harassed. They're just making comments on a post you made. What the fuck? Fucking grow a pair. Someone posted my mom and our roast me. Yeah, and then delete the post. If it upsets you that much, delete it. And go be a wimp somewhere else. Really. It's not even disagreeing. They're just talking about random other stuff in the thing. And she's like, oh no, I opened it up to bad people. And they're like, oh man, there's this weird legend where I live. Like, nobody's doing anything wrong. They're just talking about a weird legend. They're just like, man, that guy looks like the legend guy. Exactly. This is stupid. This is stupid. This girl is dumb. Jesus. Okay. Alright. When she emerged, she was puffy-eyed and hoarse. "I'm so sorry, Mom," I said. I hugged her. I hugged her tightly, trying to squeeze away the bad feelings, somehow to protect her from all that bad stuff. What bad... Guys, there was no bad stuff. There was no bad stuff. Hey guys. There was nothing bad. There was no bad stuff. They were talking about legends. Oh my god. I hate this. I really hate seeing her when she has one of her anxiety attacks. It was a constant fear of mine to see her in that broken state. Then why did you leave your fucking thing open to that. You knew it would probably upset her. Why did you do that? You did this. You did this to your mother.
I'm best as fuck, boy.
If you've ever seen a parent in a vulnerable state, you know exactly how awful and how scary and how heartbreaking it is. All that stuff on the internet, it's so stupid. I'm so sorry. It isn't stupid, she said. You are. No. It isn't stupid, she said in a small voice. She basically pushed me away, going, "What are you, dumb?" and said, "It's what I've feared all these years." She was looking at the floor. "Okay, Mom, so I think we need to go see the doctor this afternoon." "I heard the screams," she said, looking at me in the eyes for the first time. I heard the sound of the screams when I was little. I saw the... She coughed and put a hand to her mouth, and I thought she was going to be sick again, but she wasn't. She swayed a little, but steadied herself. I had no idea about the scale of things. I had no idea he was... I guess the little, but oh God. I was always so afraid to face the fear. I always had. I loved him so much, I never wanted to face it. She covered her eyes and started sobbing. Deep, gut-wrenching sobs. And when she went into her room, she hasn't come out. I really have no idea what to think, how to feel. I can't even concentrate on the newer posts and messages I received. I've deleted the original post now with its photo and discussion. I just can't handle it. I feel numb, but there's this definite sense of terror too, eating away at the back of my head. I feel so many large and wieldy thoughts that make no sense, just clinging away in my brain, getting larger like echoes, but I can't focus on any one coherent thought. None of this makes sense. Edit. I just went for a nap and woke up to find a letter from my mother. She's written something for me, and I think she's gone out for a walk. I think it contains more info, finally, about my great-grandpa. I'm going to read it through and we'll try and update. I'm sorry, it's been a really traumatic few days. I will update later on today, Saturday. The update is here. And there's the next part. They were talking shit about my mythological great-grandpa. How dare they? Also, it's altered. Thank you for subbing with the prime, my dude. Yeah! Wow! God. I posted a thing of my picture on the internet. Everybody compared me to like this demon girl who had a really big mouth. It's great. It's great. Sorry. The lurker cage is real? Oh my god. No! The lurker cage is not real. It's a lie.
Bleed Purple 100 bonus 10 lay R.
No, there's no lurker cage. I don't know what you're talking about. You're a liar. Alright, let's learn more about her great-granddad and see if she has anything more to say about people who are just talking about random stuff on the internet that isn't harassment or mean in any way, but she interprets it as being mean. What a forehead. I'm really sorry it took me a while to update. I'm sure you'll understand why when you know what happened. Things took an unexpected turn. Basically, after my post, I went asleep and I woke up to find the letter. My mum had gone out, and it was quite late, but I figured she'd gone out to clear her head. I was about to start reading when I realized how very late it was. It's like 2 a.m. My mom must have set out earlier. She'd be gone for quite some time. It was awfully late for a walk. I just got the sense that something was wrong, and I decided to leave the letter and go after her. I paced all the routes she usually walks, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I I was running here and there and everywhere and I couldn't think of in the dead of the night. Calling her name. Getting frantic. I tried calling her on her mobile phone, but there was no reply. It was just awful. Absolutely terrifying. On top of everything else, the unthinkable things that were running through my head, I'm sure you can imagine. I searched until dawn, and eventually called the police to report her missing. It was awful. You already said it was awful, because it was a hollow feeling. I felt their help would be useless. It was just a terrible, bleak, tension-filled day as I waited to hear back. One turned into two, and I began to think I might never see— Read the fucking letter, you moron! Why didn't you just read the letter? If your mom's missing, I would have read that first, because it's like, oh, maybe she had a fucking mental breakdown, and it's like, I'm gonna go to this place for a while. Like, it could have clues about where she went. She is a dumbass. Like, Jesus. Anyway, eventually, well, it was a relief in some ways, because she turned up in hospital, alive, but she was injured. She'd been found in the street, unconscious, without any identifying information, bruised and bloody. They were able to ID her only when she woke up and told them her name, which is when they phoned me. When she was able to properly speak, she says that she hadn't been paying attention to her surroundings and she'd been violently mugged, her handbag taken. The fuck? I'll be honest, I didn't know what to think. She might be lying. What are the chances that we uncover what we do and the same day Mom gets put in hospital with such serious damage? My mom is insisting that it really was just a case of her being so shaken and disturbed that night that she ended up aimlessly walking into a dangerous situation. Much less vigilant than she would normally be because she was so distracted and upset at the time. I don't know what to think. I'm not going to cross-examine her too much, though. She's distracted and upset at the time, and I didn't know what to think. I'm not going to, she's too shaken after everything combined, sorry. So I'm sure you'll understand why things have been so messed up that I simply was not able to face the computer to update. I hadn't even been able to concentrate to properly read her letter fully, even though the cops would have asked for that in the first place. Anyway, I digress. It's only now that she's back and safe in bed that I've been able to focus enough to read the letter, and so I'm finally typing it up for you. Here's the letter that she wrote that night before all of this. Kate, I hardly know where to begin. How can I possibly condense the complex, beguiling character of that man? My grandfather down to just a few pages. I have so many thoughts, so many memories. I never wanted to burden you with them. Besides, I could never be certain how much of it was just my childish mind, my imagination. I suppose now I know. I wish I didn't. How I wish I could have died with the happier memories at the forefront of my mind, without having to think about the rest. But I can't pretend any longer. I need to tell you everything I remember. If I don't, it's possible that I might be putting you in danger. Without knowledge, you are blind and potentially vulnerable, and I don't want you in that position. There are always signs, I suppose. For one thing, his mind was certainly different. He was so uniquely clever, so wise. Those same things that once made me admire him so much now make me shudder. Thinking back, he could speak with advanced competence on any number of subjects, and his mental agility, my God, he'd be able to work out complex calculations in a flash. His memory was next to none. He'd read something and be able to recite it word for word months later, or be able to remember names and faces in conversations with astonishing detail, years after a mundane encounter. His charm snared him many friends. He had that ability to make everyone he spoke to feel like they were the most important person in the world. And he doted on me, his only grandchild. I remember I'd ask him what job he did when he was younger. He'd laugh and tell me, something of everything. And he wasn't just worldly wise. He seemed to have this innate sense about people. He seemed to be able to guess my thoughts sometimes. He had an uncanny ability to know what I was thinking. At the time, I used to think it was all just par for the course. All children think so, don't they, when they're little? They think their elders are limitless fountains of knowledge. So when I look back with an adult's eye, I really did think I was maybe confusing my memories with my childish over-admiration. I could never tell where my memories stopped and where my adoring imagination had colored them a little too much. But I remember one particular memory that stands out. I'd been naughty at school one day. Ooh, naughty? There was a girl in my class. Ooh, a girl? Her name was Sandra. She had gotten a beautiful doll as a present from her uncle who lived abroad. She brought it into class to show off. International travel wasn't quite so very commonplace as it is today. You have to remember. We'd never seen anything like that doll before. The whole class was clamoring to see. The doll was a rarity with gorgeous jet black hair and a darling pretty face and a beautiful intricate dress. My young heart was in love with it and brimming with jealousy. What made matters worse, I hated Sandra. She was mean and pulled my hair and pushed me over during break. She was spoiled and nasty to me. She didn't deserve such a beautiful doll. Whatever. This fucking goddamn fuck Sandra. When you're pulling. When everyone was outside, I sneaked in, my heart beating fast. I took the doll from inside her desk and put it into my bag. The girl didn't realize, and we all went home. I didn't dare risk taking the doll out of my bag to play with, or my parents would recognize the strange toy. But I was elated to have her in my possession, or at the very least, out of Sandra's possession. As I got home, though, the guilt started to gnaw away at me. At dinner time, my parents didn't say anything, of course. It was business as usual, but Grandpa was visiting us, and he knew. I could tell he just knew. He closed one eye and scrutinized me. He'd always do that when I had something to hide. Looked at me through that dark brown eye. I've never seen anyone with irises those particular shades ever, other than him. Even when other people with chimera eyes or otherwise. One was such an intensely dark brown that it was almost black, and the other was an unusually deep green. When he looked at me like that, I would feel as if he could see my soul. He did that a lot, not only with me. He would stop sometimes and squint one eye, appraising things. Looking back as an adult, I thought it was just an odd, perhaps endearing habit of his. At the time, though, I spent the entire dinner that evening feeling weighed down by guilt and terror, because I could tell by the way he was staring at me that somehow he knew exactly what I'd done. When we were done with dinner, I wasn't able to stomach a single bite, and he took me aside to another room where Mama and Papa couldn't hear, and he asked me what I'd done. First I tried to lie. I couldn't hide it from him. He started to look angry. I couldn't bear him being angry at me. I finally broke down and told him in tears. I went to get my bag from my room and showed him the doll that wasn't mine. He looked stern and told me to return the doll to the girl. I did. I got to school early and quietly returned the doll to Sandra's desk before anyone realized it was gone. A few weeks later, my grandpa gave me a present wrapped up. It was a doll, just like Sandra's, except with an even nicer dress and a note congratulating me for doing the right thing in the end and telling me never to make the same mistake again. I loved him so much for that. He was so sharp. His mind. He never seemed to sleep. He'd been poring over books in his library until the small hours or going for long midnight walks to ruminate, he told me. It's a habit I inherited. But he was bodily strong, too. I clearly remember he could pick things up easily like they were nothing, even when they were too heavy for my papa, his son, who was by no means a weak man. I also remember that my papa said Grandpa had never been ill a day of his life. His hair was almost all white, but he was still strong in body and mind, and hardly had any wrinkles at all, except for some fine laughter lines around his eyes. I remember him just like he was in that photograph. He was always so active, and he'd exercise with such rigor, such discipline, and say it was important to keep his muscles active before he wasted away. He always told me it was important to keep healthy and eat right, too. I wondered now if all that healthy living was really just a front so none of us would suspect. He never did get any illness or infection, no matter what he came home with. No cold or flu ever struck him down, even when it had torn through the rest of the household. As it was, we just accepted that his meticulously healthy lifestyle had meant that he had aged remarkably well and remained so healthy. Faced with such a situation, would you ever think anything else? All in all, he was such a clever, upstanding, well-loved man. It was so easy to overlook those more difficult memories, to forget them entirely even. One day we went out on a walk. I was staying at his house during the school holidays, as I often did. He took me to the shops, and it turns out to be one of the worst days of my childhood. I can't remember the trip itself. While it was happening, I didn't know that I would ever have such sinister reason to recall it. I just remember, though, that partway through, after speaking to someone, he came away angry, so furious. I'd never seen him that way. To think there had been a run-in and arguments with someone. I'd been distracted the whole time because I was clutching a chocolate bar I wanted him to buy for me, and I was tugging on his shirt. And then I looked up at it and saw the reason he wasn't paying attention to me. He was so angry he wasn't even seeing me. He ended our outing early. Boy, did I know better than to pester him about the chocolate bar again, and I put it down so fast. He took me home, not saying a word, and he didn't join us for dinner. I had all but forgotten about it, except that I heard him get up to leave the house in the middle of the night. He often did go for late walks, but somehow the noise he was making, hurried, agitated, just signaled to me that something was wrong. I got up in the dark, padded across the carpet barefoot, clutching my nightgown about me, and met him in the hallway. On his way out, he was dressed up in a long, dark coat. He was surprised to see me. He picked me up, kissed my forehead, told me to go back to bed and tuck me in, told me not to worry. "You might hear some strange sounds, though, Anna," he said. "If you hear the sound of screaming, put your fingers in your ears and close your eyes. Do you understand?" I nodded, and as he closed my bedroom window, drew the curtains, and went out again. I didn't hear anything in that first part of the night, but I didn't sleep a wink. I kept tossing and turning, wondering where he was, what he was doing. Why had he said what he did? Was he okay? Whose screaming did he anticipate? His own? Somebody else's? Why wasn't I supposed to listen? I kept my ears strained, but I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. When he came home some hours later, he shut the door gently and made almost no noise on the stairs. He was trying to be quiet, get back into his room undisturbed, but I was wide awake and alert, and my ears were straining for any small sound. My heart leapt when I heard him come in. I'd been so scared that something would happen to him. I clambered off the bed and ran shivering to meet him again on the stairs. I had never before seen him as he was that night. The sight knocked the breath out of me. For one thing, he was injured. He was limping and bruised, and his lip torn. I had never thought that he would have been at the losing end of a fight. He was unnaturally strong, and I honestly can't remember any time before that night when I had seen him with an injury whatsoever. Never even a scrape. The sight would have made me feel sorry for him. What kept my sympathy choked up was this, the second thing. He looked furiously angry, a determined, savage look in his eye. Cold, I'm afraid to say it, but he looked almost cruel. I ran to him and held out my arms, uncertain what to say, but wanting to reassure him and needing reassurance myself. For the first time in my memory, he didn't hug me. He barely looked at me. I reached out to him, but he avoided my touch. Irritated, something he'd never done before. I went back to bed, desolate, so upset that my dear grandpa was hurt, but I felt wounded that he'd ignored me and treated me so coldly. So incredibly unlike his normal self, I cried myself to sleep, wallowing in self-pity and confusion. My tears had exhausted me, and I was almost asleep when the sound of the first scream came. I don't think I'll ever be able to convey to you, Katie, what a sound that was. It was unlike any human sound I have ever heard. The very sound filled me with such deep, intense terror that I forgot all my thoughts and everything was knocked out of my head. It felt like I did not exist anymore, and it felt like I was just a body filled with fear. The sound seemed to invoke something primal in me, a fear so intense I never thought possible, a fear so deep it physically hurt. I could barely breathe. I could barely move, and I was soaked in sweat, and my bed sheets clung to my clammy body, but somehow I managed to drag the covers over my head. And that's when the next scream came. Hey, thank you for the follow. Is this a horror story or my grandpa's Superman post? I have no idea. I'm like, where's the creepy stuff? I wanted the grandpa to be a monster. That's when I remembered what Grandpa had said, and I put my fingers in my ears so tightly that my ears canal ached. Whatever it was that was making that sound, I didn't even want to think about it. I screwed my eyes shut and curled up my knees to my face. I didn't sleep. Every time I got close to Daisy and I jerked awake because I was afraid my hands would become loose and fall away from my ears. I couldn't risk that. The next morning, Grandpa came down. He said nothing, still looking stern, and that was even more unsettling. His injuries were all gone. I remember staring at him, astonished, but he said nothing, nor did he look at me. He just went back to his books after breakfast. I suppose I thought I might have imagined everything, except a few days later there was an unexplained death. A mound was found with unusual injuries. They said he seemed to have been pulverized somehow, except they couldn't explain it. The work didn't seem like anything a human could do. They suspected perhaps some extreme disease. What? Huh? They identified him by his dental records. I remembered looking at the photo in the paper. I was certain I'd seen him from the shop that day. I was too afraid to ask Grandpa about it. The news died out in a few days, and I suppose so did my memory, as he returned to normal, loving, clever, kind Grandpa. I forgot all about it. Okay, excuse me? A disease? A disease. Oh, they thought it was a disease where you get fucking mushed up. Yeah, sure. Apparently diseases beat people up. It used the words pulverized. They seem to have been pulverized somehow. Some extreme disease. Pulverization. Got it. The dreaded mushed up disease. It was a very strong disease. The second time I heard the screams was a few years later. I was about 10 years old. That time it wasn't just one night, but 3 nights in a row. And it all came back. I did as he'd told me the first time and put my fingers in my ears. In the mornings it would feel as though nothing had happened. But then came the news that there was a young man missing from our neighborhood. Worry seemed to gnaw at me. I don't think I would ever have linked the two things together except for the fact that I noticed that Grandpa seemed uneasy whenever my parents discussed the missing man, or saw an article about him, or any time anyone expressed any concern about the case. Again, my mind made excuses. It was a coincidence. I resolutely ignored it. Some days later, I read in the newspaper that the missing man was found alive, thankfully, but with puzzling injuries, internal hemorrhaging. He was ranting and raving about a large, black, terrifying winged creature and screams that had almost torn up his body. As soon... What? Okay, so here's... Alright, so... Screams that tear up your body, so it's like some sort of octave that, like, mushes you. Putting your fingers in your ears isn't gonna keep the sound from killing you. It is so long. Yeah, it is so long. This is the longest letter in the world. As soon as I read that, I looked at my grandpa. We were sitting at the opposite ends of the dinner table while I read the newspaper over dinner. His eyes met mine, those uncanny wise chimera eyes, and for once it was me who was reading his wrongdoings. And through that strange dark eye of his he could read me. He knew that I knew. But as the years wore on, I don't know. When it's all written out together like this, it seems undeniably terrible, ominous. But when these events are like rare blips with long stretches of unremarkable, completely normal days all the rest of the while, it's so easy to forget. It's so easy to cajole yourself into disbelief. You have to understand, I didn't have the collective knowledge of the internet. I knew nothing about those terrible legends, the lore. All I knew was that I had seen and heard in the dead of the night, and I had only disjointed evidence at best. I knew nothing about where the screams originated. I had no direct evidence that my grandpa was involved at all, only that he had given me that singular warning. My parents knew nothing of what had been going on. The only parents who knew was my grandpa, and when he gave no indication that anything was wrong, it was difficult for me to believe otherwise. When the days went back to normal, those memories felt only like vague nightmares, less and less vivid, and less believable with the passage of time. Besides, when you love someone, you make excuses. You want to push things under the rug. You don't want to face the truth. When you're little, you doubt you even know the truth. The years matured me, and I became certain that my infant brain had been over-sensationalizing things. How could my grandpa, with his upright moral character, his kindness, his wisdom, how could he possibly connect it with anything sinister? Oh my god. Who writes like this? Right? How did she write this much? Did she fucking proofread this shit? Oh my god. Oh god, there's still so much more. Okay. As I approached my middle teens, Grandpa started to talk more and more about how he wouldn't be around forever. He laid it on thick with the life advice. More conversations revolved around what to do when he wasn't around anymore. It made my heart so sad to hear him speak like that. I'd tell him he was as fit as a fiddle, that he shouldn't talk so pessimistically. He was healthier than my papa, his own son. He would have waved my protests aside and tell me to be serious. He would talk to me about my life plans. He would tell me about things to be wary of. He would tell me that I needed to be careful and make wise decisions. Then steadily he began to deteriorate. My brave, strong grandfather, he would stop and look around with that dark eye of his, and he'd start. Sometimes he would lose track of conversations, distracted. He'd start crying out in the night. Papa suspected dementia or some other mental illness. We'd never seen him so distracted, so confused before. Combined with his incessant talk of his demise, I finally began to get concerned. I mentioned getting examined at a doctor, but he resolutely refused. It went on for some time. We were scheduled to go on a family holiday. My parents and I. Grandpa never came with us on our trips, but I didn't want to leave him. My parents left without me, and I stayed with him. That's when it happened. One night in particular, I could hear him pacing and rummaging around his study. I laid awake and wondered. His eyes roamed, always distracted, but didn't focus on my conversation. I couldn't get rid of the awful feeling that he was losing his mind. It was much worse, much more sinister. He was confused and vulnerable because for the first time in his life he was distracted, because he was finally afraid of something. I think I found his thought worse than anything else. I thought about it all night long for some reason. It was all coming back to me, those suppressed thoughts, the memory of the screams, the body, the missing man, my grandfather's uncanny sharpness, his charm, his knowledge, strength, his perception. It wasn't natural. Why was he like this? What was he? Was everything catching up with him now? Was that why he was afraid? I drifted off into an easy slumber, and that's when I had the nightmare. Oh my god. Get to it. Right, Grandpa sounds cool. I don't feel scared at all. Jesus Christ. Probably head trauma from all the MMA fights. That's great. Oh, did the music end? It shouldn't have. 10 hours. No, I think it's still going. It's just in the quiet part. I dreamt that I had heard something from Grandpa's study in my dream. Sorry. I rose from my bed, went towards study. The lights wouldn't turn on, so I just crept down the stairs and through the hall of darkness. I was shivering because the heating wasn't on. It was winter and it was cold. Was there a power cut? I reached the corridor leading to the study. Nobody writes a letter like this. I reached the corridor leading to the study and stopped. It's written exactly like the daughter is writing everything else. This is how this is not believable. And she likes to use a lot of fucking flowery words. The daughter is the mom. I reached the corridor leading to the study and stopped. There was a dark figure standing in the corridor facing away from me, and the man in a coat with a hood over his head. Grandpa, I said. The figure turned around and his face was obscured in the darkness. So you're his granddaughter, he said, turning around. He spoke in a low but clear voice, rasping slightly. I would never have taken that creature for a family man. I took a step back and wanted to run away, but seemed frozen. Look what your grandfather did to me. He lowered his hood. It was a terrible face, withered, melted features. He looked like a walking corpse. I think I might have gasped or screamed. My grandfather emerged from the door behind him, from the study. The man in the coat took a step forward and grabbed me, pulled me to him and turned around so we were both facing my grandpa. My back was to this man corpse, and its arms were around me, pulling me into his chest. "Every villain has a weakness, then," said the man-corpse, speaking evenly. "Even wicked monsters such as yourself." I was crying silently. "Let us see you call your helper. Call him upon me again to finish the job. It'll kill your Anna, too." I felt this. Wait. What? Okay. What? So you're his granddaughter. I would have never taken that creature for a family man. It makes it sound like he just met the granddaughter, like doesn't know anything about her, but I guess he does, and he just decided to say, "I would have never taken that creature for a family man," just to himself, even though that probably would have been something that he would, like, think or say when he first discovered that he had a granddaughter, but he already knows her name. Fuck this story. Alright. Okay. I felt his chest heave behind me, against my back, as he laughed, a humorless laugh. He laughed a humorless laugh. "After all, you have no hesitation killing the children of others." Grandpa was looking at me, his mouth set into a hard line. He made a sudden move and wrenched me away from the man. He pushed me away. I fell onto the floor, bodily winded. "Run," he said. He was distracted in saving me. I heard a gunshot. I saw Grandpa fall to the floor, and I heard the man laughing, and then I fainted. I woke up in my own bed. It was daytime. Sunlight was pouring through the window, and it was cold. Clear day. It took me a while to remember everything, but when I did, God, can you imagine my relief to learn that it was all a dream? I rushed from my bed, my feet getting tangled up in my sheets. When I managed to extract myself, I ran to the study downstairs, and my heart sank when I saw the door was open. His books and papers were all disheveled and strewn about, and there was blood everywhere. I think for some time I lost my mind and I wasn't able to follow or even provide any lucid evidence for the police. I didn't know what to believe. All these years I couldn't understand if it had been a dream or not. It had just been a product of me hearing sounds in the night. Then he was still dead and gone. He'd been so uncharacteristically nervous those last few days. If it hadn't been a dream, I had seen him die. I had caused him to die, and then he died a villain. Over the years, my love for him overwhelmed me once again. I was able to reason with myself that those were things I'd seen were just my imagination. The screams were just a coincidence. Someone drunk and screaming in the street, perhaps, and I'd exaggerated the sound in my mind later on. Wild, nonsensical stuff made up of my child's brain. It was all ridiculous and beyond ridiculous. Last night had been a dream caused by violent noises of a robbery that had killed my grandfather, as the police hypothesized. They ransacked the house, much of Grandpa's things were missing, and gotten rid of his body. The therapist validated my reason. I learned to love and admire my grandpa again, just as I had known him. And outside of those terrible nights, today that was all destroyed. Never even in my wildest, most frightened thoughts had I imagined the sheer scale of it. Never had I thought he might be alive still. Even if I had tentatively thought that there was a chance that he escaped that night alive, I didn't think he would still be alive today, so many years on. Never. I knew he was unnaturally healthy for his age, but that he'd been around and feared for centuries? God, the thought of it. I knew him as loving, but the world around him did not, and I supposed I caught glimpses of that other perspective. And now. I knew only a small fraction of the life of his character. I don't blame you, my darling, for covering all this. It pains me, yes, but we must face up to the truth no matter how sinister and how terrible it is. Jesus Christ, that was long. End of Mum's letter. Jesus. So there it is. You know, I think I'm going to try and research, find out everything I can about him for now. All the lore surrounding him. Seeing my mother in hospital, I met was frightening shock, and I still don't know what happened, or the true extent of things. Because I have no idea what this man is capable of. He seems to have had that dark undercurrent that was much larger and much darker than my mom could have known. But I do think it is better for us to be armed with the knowledge that blindly wandering in the dark, if anyone saw the original post on Old School Cool and commented there their experience or legends about him from your area, I'd appreciate if you could share with me anything you know via PM. I'm going to try and find out everything. I have no idea what I'm doing. Or where to begin? I can barely gather my thoughts, and maybe I'll try to compile it all and find out and keep you updated. She didn't. Spoiler alert. Cause Jesus Christ, that was insipid. Yeah. It needs to be better written than this, Jesus. It just makes you go, ugh, get to the point. Excuse me. Oh. Well, 120? No, they're saying he's been alive for centuries. They're like, hey, there was this legend in my town from the year 1700 with this guy, and he has a portrait painted. Grandpa's an immortal death god, and I'm 1/8 death god at the end. Yay! That's what I'd want. Let's find Grandpa. I want to become so old and that everything is morally ambiguous to me. That people will see me as a villain. Let's do it, team. Let's live for thousands of years. Give me your power, Gramps. Grandpa is a Shinigami. Grandpa was melting faces. Lol. What do you mean? I look perfectly normal. I am a perfectly normal 65-year-old. I don't know what you're saying. What? I wouldn't get bored. I would have gotten bored if I was born in like the year 1600 and I lived to the year 1700. Are you kidding me? There's no reason to get bored with 100 years now. Technology advances so fast now. Whereas, like, there wasn't really much of a difference. Well, I mean, there was between the year 1600 and the year 1700. I mean, there's a difference, but it wasn't, like, anything crazy. It was just some stuff got easier. And only some. Whereas, like, now, so, like, the curve of like our technology is exponential. So yeah, in 100 years we could see some crazy shit, team. We could see some crazy stuff. It'd be rad. The winged demon is laying, the screaming is a big ol' Wah! Yes, it is wah. It is wah. Wah! I am pulverized, capital D colon. Oh no, you were pulverized. Oh no, don't get pulverized from the wah. Born in time to see the wah. The wah, my heart is melting. Along with your face. Don't forget the face melting. Oh no, it was kind of dumb. His superpowers are stupid. He screams and people's faces melt. And their internal organs hemorrhage. But if you stick your fingers in your ears, it totally negates it. 100%. He has a demon sidekick that screams. and he lives for forever. I don't know why he has a demon sidekick. I don't know. Everything was so fucking like, he has a demon sidekick and he can judge you with his eyes. Like, they got real specific. They got real specific, but stuff is never addressed. Like, oh, like, hey, my grandpa used to have this, like, dog. I don't get it. Is it because he didn't have the animal? Was he the winged creature as well as the old man? Like, that part's a little confusing. I judge people with my eyes all the time. That's not so special. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, leaving things up to interpretation, but not completely withholding information. To the point where it's just confusing. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, the stick story was good. The stick story was good. That was a good one. I liked that one. It was kept mysterious. And she was like, oh, our son, they think he's getting tested for schizophrenia, and now I'm gonna get tested for schizophrenia too, type of thing. Or it's just like, it was probably just in my head. I just dreamt up the monsters in my head. It's fine. Fine. Yeah. It's okay. You don't have to worry. The monsters aren't real. Just keep your eyes closed. It'll be fine. They aren't real, team. They aren't real, team. They aren't real. Hi! The only real monsters are the ones in my head, and the humans that live around me. Yay! Deb!
You even know how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Tyson
Got
Joy!
my WASA badge. Thanks for all the streams, Lay. You can always put a smile on my face, Lay love.
Aww. Love you, Tyson. Love you. Ah! Yes. Tyson's a cute. Wah! Wah! I almost messed that up. I need to like switch my things around. I really like it. I like the wah emote. It's so good. It's so good. I'm calling you cute. You got a fucking you got a problem? Hmm? I'm calling you cute. You. Was love, was life. Sorry if I'm my throat's gonna actually die. I think I need to stop. I think I actually need to stop. It's almost 7.
I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Love these
Yeah.
creepypasta readings.
So do I. I like these. I'm glad I went with like monsters and stuff. That was pretty good. Except for the last one. That last one was lame. The one with the I defeated the monster with love. That one was lame, but it's got its own stupid meme quality. The other one was just pretentious as fuck. Oh, but that stick one though was good. I like the one where it had what that twist at the end too. That one was decent. But yeah, but were they drinking a glass of water though? And who was both? My hug banished the demon forever. Friendship is magic, team. Oh god. So lame. The lamest way. Oh, and the first one was good too. It went on longer than I expected, but it wasn't too bad. It wasn't creepy. It wasn't creepy, mind you, but it was a good story nonetheless. Or at least I liked it. Because, you know, shotgun shells full of ash. Yeah. Plus, it made me hungry for Indian food. Which I'm glad I had some. I had naan, team. I had naan. Yeah, naan and butter chicken. Yeah. Delicious. Now I've been trapped in this small room for what feels like 20 years. I think I'm going to get off now. Hold on, I'm checking something, team. I'm checking something. What am I looking at? What am I? Ah, that's what I'm looking at. Who's on? That's what we got. A Boober. We got a Toonie. A Curio. A Rudizium. A Dyrone. Oh yeah, Bobber's doing a fan artathon. Bobber's doing a fan artathon. Townie's continuing the Diversity 3 map. And what's Curio doing? What are you doing? And Curio's doing Tom Clancy Rainbow Six. But I think we'll raid Bobber. Yeah? I'm not raiding Dyrone. He's got how many viewers right now? He's got 2,318 viewers. That would be weird. Anyway. Because I know I'm nowhere near that. I'll probably raid Bobber and then I'll... Ah! No! Shut up! There we go. And then host Toonie. That sounds good. Alright, let me... There! Open my... Here we go. Raid Bobber WCC. There we go. Alright, team. We did it. I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be... Oh, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do tomorrow. I said I was going to do VRC, but it's kind of like my variety day, and I like being VRC like all at once. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably do like a random game tomorrow. I don't know what yet. Either maybe some more single player Minecraft, maybe some more Slime Rancher, when I'm not fucking tired. Maybe I'll finish up Antechamber. I don't know.
You're watching the
But I'll
Green
do
Channel.
variety tomorrow. And then Tuesday's D&D. And then Wednesday I'll probably do VRC. Yeet! I love you guys. I'll see you guys. If you're just waking up, I hope you have a great day. If you're going to sleep, I hope you have sweet dreams. And if you're going to work, I hope you have a great day at work. You fucking deserve it, team. I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alright, we'll start the raid. Boop. There we go. Is that the right one? Yeah. Go tell Bobber hi for me. Call him a nerd. Let him know I love him. All that good stuff. Yeet. Alright, my guys. Bye.